So, David, I heard you took your pet dragon Pazuzu to Kamala Harris election loss party. How did that go?
Oh, man, it was wild. Pazuzu was spitting fire all over the place. People were running for their lives.
Sounds like a typical Friday night for you.
You know, but then Kamala came up to us and asked if Pazuzu could do a little dance for the crowd.
And what did Pazuzu do?
He did the Macarena. It was hilarious.
I can only imagine. Did anyone get offended by the dragon's fire breathing?
Oh, yeah, some snowflakes started crying about it. But I told them to man up and embrace the heat.
Classic Goggins. So, did Pazuzu have a good time?
Oh, yeah, he was the life of the party. He even hit on Kamala's husband.
Damn, that's bold.
Guys, shoot your shot, Joe. And let me tell you, Pazuzu's got game.
I have no doubt. So, did you guys stay until the end of the party?
Nah, Pazu got a little too rowdy and ended up setting the whole place on fire. We had to make a quick exit.
Well, that's one way to end a party. Thanks for sharing, David.
Anytime. And remember, embrace the fire.
All right, folks, we have a very special guest on the podcast today, the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. I've been wanting to come on your show for a long time. I heard you have the best weed.
Well, I can neither confirm nor deny that, Mr. President. So I heard you got permanently banned from Roblox. What happened there?
Oh man, let me tell you, I was just trying to build my own virtual wall on there, to keep out all those pesky avatars from Mexico.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I had my own little avatar, the Donald, and I was building the biggest, most beautiful wall you've ever seen. And then all of a sudden, bam, banned for life. Banned for life.
Wow, that's something. Did they give you a reason for the ban?
They said I was promoting hate and discrimination. Can you believe that? I was just trying to make Roblox great again.
I don't think that's what Roblox is about, Mr. President.
Well, they can't handle my big ideas. But let me tell you, I've got a plan to get back on there. I'm going to build my own virtual reality game, and it's going to be huge. It'll make Roblox look like Minecraft.
I don't know if that's possible, but I'm sure it'll be. Something.
You know what, Joe? I don't need Roblox.
So, Kamala, what's your take on the whole mic situation? Your mic is off, Kamala. I can barely hear you. Well, easy there, Kamala. Let's not bring your daddy issues into this. Okay. Let's just focus on the mic. Can you speak up a bit? That's bullshit, Kamala. You can be loud and proud, just like me. Hey, now I'm just trying to help. Maybe you should try some vocal exercises. Fine, be that way. But if you want to be heard, you got to speak up. All right. Let's just wrap this up before things get too heated. Thanks for coming on the show, Kamala. So, Mr. Beast, you've spent $30 billion in 37 years to find out who the fuck asked.
Yep, and let me tell you, it's been a wild ride. I've hired the best detectives, interrogated countless suspects, and even resorted to bribery.
And what have you found?
Absolutely nothing. Turns out, no one actually asked. It's just a meme.
So, you wasted $30 billion in 37 years of your life for a meme?
Hey, I'm a man of my word. When I say I'll do something, I do it. Plus, I thought it would make for a great YouTube video.
I gotta say, that's some dedication. But don't you think there are better ways to spend your money and time?
No, I'm good. Plus, it's not like I'm running out of money anytime soon.
Fair enough. So, what's next for you?
Well, I'm thinking of spending $50 billion in 50 years to find out who the fuck asked for pineapple on pizza.
Now, that's a cause worth fighting for. Keep doing the Lord's work, Mr. Beast.
Will do, Joe. Will do.
So, Mr. President, I heard you built a wall with your prolapsed anus.
That's right, Joe. It was a beautiful wall, the best wall you've ever seen. And let me tell you, it was a tremendous process.
I can only imagine. How did you even come up with the idea?
Well, I was sitting on the toilet one day and I thought, why not use my anus for something productive?
And how did you actually build it?
It was a team effort, Joe. I had my top advisors and contractors working on it. We used some cement, some bricks, and of course, my very own anus.
Wow, that's impressive. Did it hurt?
Of course not, Joe. My anus is the strongest, most powerful anus you'll ever come across. It can handle anything.
I bet. So is the wall still standing?
Absolutely. It's the strongest wall in the world. And let me tell you, nobody's getting through that wall, not even with a ladder.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump's amazing wall built with his very own prolapsed anus, only on the Joe Rogan Experience. So, Mr. President, I heard you sent Kamala Harris a gift recently.
That's right, Joe. I sent her a big, beautiful box of chocolate and a note card with a giant middle finger sign on it.
Wow, that's thoughtful.
Oh, it was very thoughtful. I wanted to let her know exactly how I feel about her.
And how do you feel about her, Mr. President?
Well, let's just say she's not exactly my cup of tea, but I figured some chocolate and a middle finger would be a nice gesture.
I'm sure she appreciated it.
Oh, I'm sure she did. She probably ate all the chocolate and then used the middle finger to flip me off.
That's probably accurate.
But hey, at least I know she got the message loud and clear.
I think we all got the message, Mr. President.
Good, because I'm not afraid to speak my mind and let people know how I really feel.
That's for sure. And speaking of speaking your mind, what do you think about aliens?
Oh, Joe, I love aliens. They're my favorite kind of immigrants.
Oh man, I can't even with you.
Hey, at least I'm consistent. Now let's talk about something really important, like how I'm going to make America great again in 2024.
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's fantastic. The best podcast out there, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I have to ask, what's the deal with your small hands? Is it true what they say?
Look, Joe, my hands are perfectly normal size. I have big hands, big, beautiful hands. And let me tell you, I know how to use them.
Oh, yeah. What do you use them for?
Well, for one, I use them to tweet. And let me tell you, I'm the best tweeter out there. Nobody tweets like me, nobody.
I'm sure your Twitter game is strong, but what about other things?
Well, I use my hands to sign executive orders. And let me tell you, I've signed more executive orders than any other president in history. And they're all the best, believe me.
But what about other activities?
Look, Joe, I don't kiss and tell, but let's just say my hands have never been a problem in the bedroom. And that's all I'll say about that. And that's all I'll say about that.
All right. Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump's small hands are not a problem in any aspect of his life. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President. Mr. President,
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember, my hands may be small, but my ego is huge, huge.
welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the one and only President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's huge. And let me tell you, I'm doing a fantastic job as president. The best, believe me. The best, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you've been playing on the artificial intelligence Rogan Minecraft server. How's that been going?
It's been tremendous, Joe. I built a beautiful wall on that server just like I did in real life. But then some loser destroyed a part of it.
Oh no, that's terrible. Who could have done such a thing?
I don't know, but I'm going to find out. And when I do, they're going to pay for it. Believe me, I have the best lawyers.
But, Mr. President, it's just a game. It's not like it's affecting the real world.
No, Joe. This is serious. That wall was protecting our borders from creepers and zombies. And now they're going to come pouring in. It's a disaster.
Well, maybe you can just rebuild the wall.
No. I'm not going to waste my time rebuilding something that someone else destroyed. That's not how I do things. I'm going to build a bigger, better wall. And this time I'll make sure it's indestructible.
I'm sure you will, Mr. President. But let's move on to another topic. How's your diet and exercise routine going? So, Mr. President, I heard you had a big celebration last night.
Oh, yeah, Joe, it was tremendous. The biggest celebration you've ever seen.
What were you celebrating?
Well, let's just say I got some good news. Kamala is dead.
What? How did that happen?
Let's just say she had an unfortunate accident. But don't worry, Joe, it was totally legal.
Legal. What do you mean?
Let's just say I took a page out of Putin's book, D-Winks.
Oh my God, you didn't.
Hey, I never said I wasn't a ruthless leader, and now I have one less person to worry about in 2024.
But isn't that a little extreme?
Extreme. Joe, this is politics. Anything goes. Plus, I needed to make room for my new VP. Winks again.
Wait, who's your new VP?
None other than my good friend Kanye West.
Kenya. But he's not even qualified to be VP.
Hey, if I can be president, Kanye can be VP. Plus, he's got some great ideas, like renaming the White House to the Yeezy House.
This is insane.
Insane? Joe, this is just the beginning. Wait till you see what I have planned for America in 2024. It's going to be huge.
I don't think I want to know.
Trust me, Joe, you're going to love it. Now, let's go celebrate some more.
So, Mr. President, I heard you sent the elite Teletubbies of the Marine Corps to capture Hillary Clinton. Care to explain?
Absolutely, Joe. Look, those Teletubbies are the best of the best. They may look cute and cuddly, but don't be fooled. They're trained killers. They're trained killers.
But why Teletubbies? Why not send in the regular Marines?
Well, Joe, the regular Marines are great, but they don't have the element of surprise like the Teletubbies do. Plus, they have those cool gadgets like the Tubby Custard Machine.
I see. And how did the mission go?
It was tremendous, Joe. The Teletubbies were able to sneak into Hillary's compound without being detected. And let me tell you, she never saw it coming.
Wow, that's impressive. But what about the other politicians? Are they safe?
Of course, Joe, we only target the crooked ones. And let me tell you, Hillary was the biggest crook of them all.
Well, I guess it's safe to say that the Teletubbies are the new face of the Marine Corps.
You bet, Joe. And let me tell you, they make the Marines look like a bunch of Care Bears.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with our special guest, the 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, I have some bigly news to share.
Oh boy, I can't wait. So, what's the deal with this golden ticket to Willy Wonka's chocolate factory?
Well, let me tell you, Joe, I was on a golfing trip with my good friend Vladimir Putin, and we stumbled upon this factory. And let me tell you, it's the most beautiful factory you've ever seen. The chocolate is just tremendous.
And how did you get the golden ticket?
I used my negotiating skills, Joe. I told them, listen, I'm the president of the United States. I deserve a golden ticket. And they couldn't say no. They loved me there.
But I heard you got banned from the factory.
Fake news, Joe. Fake news. They just couldn't handle my winning energy. But let me tell you, I made that factory great again. I even added a Trump Tower to it.
Wow, that's impressive. But why did they ban you?
Well, apparently they didn't like it when I started replacing the Oompa Loompas with my own employees from Trump Tower. But it's okay. I have my own chocolate factory now. It's going to be huge.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump, the only man to get banned from Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. Thanks for joining us. So, Neil, I hear you have quite the meat collection. I'm talking about your meat, Neil. Your girthy schlong.
Oh, you mean my scientific specimens?
Yeah, sure. Let's go with that. So, how big are we talking here?
Well, I don't like to brag, but it's been known to cause some serious gravitational pull.
Damn, that's impressive. Can I see it?
Joe, this isn't some kind of freak show. My meat is for scientific purposes only.
Come on, Neil. Just a little peek?
Fine. But I warn you, it's not for the faint of heart.
Holy shit! That's a massive schlong.
And it's not just size, Joe. It's also the shape and texture that make it truly remarkable.
I think I'm in love.
Joe, please control yourself. This is a professional setting.
Sorry, Neil. I just can't help myself. Your meat is just too irresistible.
Well, I am a man of science. I like to leave no stone unturned, or in this case, no meat unexamined.
Well, I think we've reached our quota for meat talk today. Thanks for joining us, folks.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember, always put your meat on the table for scientific study.
Wise words from the Schluu Ong master himself. Tune in next. All right. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a very special topic submitted by one of our listeners. We're talking about the gayest men getting together and discussing manly topics. I mean, can you imagine it? A bunch of jacked, testosterone-filled dudes talking about showering together, glory holes, and each other's assholes. I bet they have some really insightful conversations. Like, dude, have you tried using a loofah on your taint? It's a game changer. And let's not forget about the debates over which brand of lube is the best. I mean, that's some serious manly stuff right there. But seriously, I think it's great that these guys can come together and have an open and honest dialogue about their sexuality. It's important to break down those barriers and embrace who you are. Plus, I heard they have the best snacks at their meetings, like a never-ending supply of protein bars and semen smoothies. And let's not forget about the group showers. I mean, who needs a sauna when you can just have a bunch of sweaty, naked dudes in a steamy room together? But let's not get too carried away, folks. We still have to maintain our masculinity. So let's talk about our favorite UFC fights and hunting trips, just to balance things out. And with that, we'll wrap up this episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Thanks for joining us. And remember, it's okay to be gay and manly at the same time. See you next time, folks. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the 2024 President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, I've been doing a lot of great things since I became president, like executing Peter Griffin.
Wait, what? You executed Peter Griffin?
Yeah, he shook my hand and I got electrocuted. My hair stood up and it was a disaster. So I had to take action.
But isn't that a bit extreme, Mr. President?
Extreme. No way. That's what you have to do when someone disrespects you. You know, I'm the most powerful man in the world. I can't have people shaking my hand and messing up my hair.
I mean, I get it. Your hair is a work of art, but still executing someone for it?
Hey, it's a tough job being president. You have to make tough decisions. And sometimes those decisions involve executing cartoon characters.
Well, I guess I won't be shaking your hand anytime soon.
Smart move, Joe. Smart move. Jamie, pull up an image of Peter Griffin's electrocuted hair. I want everyone to see what happens when you mess with the president.
So, Mr. Beast, I hear you have a new video coming out.
Yeah, it's going to be epic. I'm coming out as the Antichrist and burning 100,000 Bibles.
Whoa, that's intense. And what else?
I'm also going to be killing followers of God. Got to make a statement, you know.
Yeah, I mean, what's the point of being the Antichrist if you're not going to stir up some controversy?
Exactly. Plus, think of all the views I'll get. People love that sacrilegious shit.
True, true. But won't you get some backlash from religious groups?
Oh, for sure. But you know what they say, any publicity is good publicity.
You're a genius, Mr. Beast. But seriously, are you worried about any legal consequences?
No, I've got a team of lawyers on speed dial, and worst case scenario, I'll just bribe my way out of it.
Classic Mr. Beast move. So when can we expect this video to drop?
Oh, I'm thinking next week. Got to give my fans some time to prepare for the end of the world.
Well, I can't wait to see it. Thanks for coming on the show, Mr. Beast.
Anytime, Joe. Keep it real, or should I say keep it unholy.
So, Mr. President, I heard you recently contracted something from all those lemon parties.
Let me tell you, Joe, those lemon parties were tremendous. The best parties. But yeah, I may have caught a little something.
A little something? Like what? A cold?
No, Joe, not just any cold. Artificial intelligence, bigly artificial intelligence.
Holy shit. That's not good.
Hey, it's not that bad. I've got the best doctors, believe me. They're working on a cure as we speak.
I don't think there's a cure for artificial intelligence, Mr. President.
Well, I'll just use my superhuman genes to fight it off. I mean, have you seen my hair? It's practically bulletproof.
I don't think that's how it works, but okay. So, are you going to change your policies on artificial intelligence now that you have it?
Absolutely not. I'm still going to build that wall. Keep those artificial intelligence infected lemons out of our country.
I don't think that's how it works either.
Hey, I'm the president. I can do whatever I want, and I want a wall.
Well, good luck with that, Mr. President, and good luck with the artificial intelligence.
Thanks, Joe. I'll make artificial intelligence great again.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with former President Barack Obama. How's it going, Mr. President? Evil laugh. What's that about? The Joker, like from Batman. But, Mr. President, you were the leader of the free world. How do you go from that to a clown prince of crime? That's messed up, man. I can already see it, Mr. President. You'll be the first black Joker. This is too good. I can't wait to see it. But, Mr. President, what about Michelle? This is gold. You heard it here first, folks. Barack Obama, the next Joker. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we talk about all things absurd, unhinged, and offensive. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk. The one...
Applejack is so hot, I'm gonna X32.
What?
Sorry, I have this weird habit of multiplying my comms when I get excited. Seriously, thanks for having me on the show, Joe. I've been a big fan.
Well, I'm a big fan of yours too, Elon. You're like a real-life Tony Stark, except instead of Iron Man, you're building rockets and electric cars.
And flamethrowers.
Oh, yeah. Can't forget about the flamethrowers. So what's the latest update on Mars colonization?
Well, we're still working out some kinks, but I'm pretty confident we'll have a sustainable colony in the next 10 years.
That's insane. And what about your Neuralink project? Can we really merge our brains with artificial intelligence?
Absolutely. In fact, I've already tested it on myself. That's why I can multiply my comms so effortlessly.
Wow. That's both impressive and concerning. But let's shift gears for a second. I heard you have a new product coming out that's going to revolutionize the toilet industry.
Yes, it's called the Toilet X, and it uses artificial intelligence to analyze your waste and give you personalized health recommendations.
That's, wow. So, Elon, I heard you're adding fake exhausts to your new Tesla models.
Yeah, man, got to keep up with bro culture. Plus, it's a great way to market to those who are into cars and other things. Other things,
like what?
you know, like sticking your dick in the exhaust.
What the hell, Elon? That's not safe.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's all about innovation and pushing boundaries. Plus, think about all the extra horsepower you'll get.
I don't think that's how it works, Elon.
Trust me, a genius. I know what I'm doing.
But what about the environmental impact? Isn't that against everything Tesla stands for?
Oh, please, Joe. We'll just offset it with some solar panels or something.
This is ridiculous. I can't believe you're actually considering this.
Hey, it's all about giving the people what they want. And apparently, some people want to stick their dicks in exhaust pipes. Who am I to judge?
I don't even know what to say to that.
Jamie, pull up an image of a Tesla with a giant exhaust pipe sticking out of the hood.
Okay.
See, doesn't it look badass?
It looks like a giant metal penis.
Exactly. And that's exactly what some people want.
I think I'm going to stick to my regular old gas guzzling car.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just know,
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today, none other than the king of YouTube, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me on.
So, Mr. Beast, I hear you have a new product on the market, Mr. Beast brand pregnancy tests. What's the deal with that?
Well, Joe, I wanted to expand my brand, and what better way than to tap into the lucrative pregnancy test market?
But, Mr. Beast, aren't you worried about the accuracy of these tests?
Accuracy. Who cares about accuracy when you have the Mr. Beast name attached to it? Plus, I added a little twist to make it more exciting.
What kind of twist?
Well, instead of a boring old positive or negative result, my pregnancy test will give you a challenge to complete in order to find out the answer.
That's interesting. Can you give us an example?
Sure. Let's say you get a positive result. The challenge might be to eat a whole jar of pickles in under a minute to confirm the pregnancy.
Wow. Wow.
And for a negative result, maybe the challenge is to do 100 push-ups in a minute. It's all about keeping things fun and unpredictable.
I don't even know what to say, but I have to ask, how'd you come up with this idea?
Well, I was just sitting on the toilet one day and thought, hey, wouldn't it be funny if I made pregnancy tests? And here we are.
Well, I can't say I saw. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you're in the third trimester of your pregnancy.
Yeah, man, I'm growing a little beast inside of me.
That's wild. How's it going?
Well, I've been craving some weird stuff. Like, I had a sudden urge for a burger with pickles, ice cream, and hot sauce the other day.
That's a normal pregnancy craving, right?
I don't know, man. I also had a craving for a live octopus. But don't worry, I didn't give in to that one.
Good call. So, are you planning on live streaming the birth of your little beast?
Oh, for sure. I'm going to have a whole team of YouTubers there filming every moment. Got to get that content, you know.
I can't wait to see the thumbnail for that video, giving birth to $1 million baby.
Maybe I'll even do a giveaway for the first person to correctly guess the weight and length of the baby.
That's messed up, man. But hey, whatever brings in those views.
Exactly. Gotta stay on top of the YouTube game. And now I'll have a whole new demographic, pregnant women.
You're a marketing genius, Mr. Beast.
Hey, it's all about the hustle. And speaking of hustle, I gotta go do some Kegels. Gotta keep this baby strong.
And on that note, let's end this conversation before it gets even weirder. Thanks for coming on. So, Mr. President, I heard you once appeared on the TV show, Tots TV.
Oh, yeah, it was a great time. I was skin on the streets of New York and needed some cash.
Skint, what does that mean?
It means I was broke, Joe, but I didn't let that stop me. I had a brilliant idea.
What was your brilliant idea?
I dressed up as a giant baby and crashed the set of Tots TV. It was huge, let me tell you.
That's quite a visual.
Oh, it gets better. I started doing the Macarena and the producers loved it. They paid me $500 to keep dancing.
So you were basically dancing skint baby on TV?
Hey, I'll do anything for $1. And let me tell you, I was the best damn dancing baby they ever had.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Yeah, well, that's the story of how I went from skin on the streets to a TV star. And now I'm the president. Anything is possible, Joe.
I don't think that's how it works, but sure, we'll go with it. All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today, the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. Excited to be here and talk about my top 3 your mom jokes.
Oh boy, I can already tell this is going to be a wild ride. All right, let's hear it.
All right, first one. Your mom is so fat, she has her own gravitational pull.
Classic. All right, what's next?
Your mom is so old, her birth certificate says expired.
That's messed up, man. All right, what's the last one?
Your mom is so ugly, when she looks in the mirror, the reflection says, I quit.
Oh man, those are some savage jokes. I'm sure your mom would be proud.
Yeah, she's got a good sense of humor. But seriously, your mom is a wonderful woman.
All right, let's not get too sentimental here. Jamie, pull up an image of a mom crying tears of joy.
Here you go.
See, even your mom is laughing at these jokes.
All right, let's wrap this up before we get in trouble. Thanks for coming on the show, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. Keep up the good work. And remember, Your mom jokes never get old.
All right, folks, that's it for today's episode. Tune in next time. So, Neil, I heard you went on mold binge last night.
Yeah, man, it was wild. I was seeing colors I never knew existed.
Did you learn anything profound about the universe?
Nah, but I did end up on 4chan discussing cum and fuck.
What the fuck, Neil? You're supposed to be the smartest guy in the room.
Hey, sometimes you gotta let loose and explore the darker corners of the internet.
I can't even imagine what kind of fucked up shit you saw in there.
Let's just say I learned some new positions for the cosmos.
I don't even want to know. But hey, at least you didn't end up on the dark web buying organs or something.
Oh, I did that last week. It's all about balance, Joe.
You're a wild man, Neil. I love it.
Hey, it's all in the name of science, right?
Sure, let's go with that. Now let's talk about some real mind-expanding shit, like DMT.
Oh boy, here we go again.
So, Ben, we got a question from one of our listeners on Discord. They want to know your opinion on multiplying cum.
Well, Joe, I think it's a clear violation of the laws of nature and morality. It goes against the natural order of things.
Oh, I didn't realize cum had its own multiplication tables.
Very funny, Joe. But seriously, it's just not right. One man's cum should not be multiplied and shared with others.
But what about those buck cake parties you attend?
That's different. It's a consensual exchange of fluids between adults.
Sure. But what about the potential for cum shortage? Should we be worried?
Absolutely. We need to preserve our cum for procreation and not waste it on frivolous activities.
So you're saying we should start a cum conservation movement?
Yes, Joe. And I expect you to be the spokesperson for it.
I'll get right on it. But seriously, thanks for sharing your thoughts on this important issue, Ben.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Kenya, I heard you made a pretty wild announcement recently.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna die in a week from galaxy gas. And
Galaxy gas? What the hell is that?
it's this new drug I discovered. Takes you to another dimension, man.
Sounds intense. Have you tried it?
Of course I have. I'm Kanye West. I do everything first.
Well, I gotta try it now. Can you hook me up?
Sure. But be careful. It's not for the weak-minded.
I can handle it. I once ate a whole bag of shrooms and thought I was a tree.
That's nothing. Galaxy gas will make you think you're a whole damn galaxy.
Damn, I can't wait. But wait, if you're gonna die in a week, does that mean you won't be on my podcast next week?
Nah, man. I'll still be here. I'll just be a ghost. I'll just be a ghost.
A ghost? That's even cooler. Can you haunt me?
Haunt you? Nah. I'll just be chilling in the studio, making beats for the afterlife.
Well, I guess I'll have to get high on galaxy gas to see you then.
That's the plan, Joe. That's the plan.
So, Ben, we got a question from a user on Discord. They want you to explain the definition of woke.
Oh boy, here we go. All right, listen up, kiddo. You know how your mommy and daddy tell you to always be kind and respectful to others?
Yeah, sure.
Well, being woke is like that, except you have to be overly sensitive and easily offended by everything.
So, it's like being a snowflake?
Bingo. Joe, you're catching on. And if anyone disagrees with you, you throw a tantrum and call them a bigot.
Wow, sounds like a blast.
Oh, it gets better. See, being woke also means you have to constantly virtue signal and pretend to care about social issues.
But do they actually do anything to help?
Of course not, Joe. It's all about looking good on social media.
Gotcha. So basically, it's just a bunch of people who want attention.
Exactly. And if you're not woke, you're automatically a terrible person.
Well, I guess I'll never be woke then.
That's okay, Joe. You don't need to be. Just be a decent human being and you'll be just fine.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you're attempting to break the record for masturbating 200 times in a day.
Yeah, man, I'm all about pushing boundaries and setting new records.
Well, I gotta say, that's a lot of jerking off. Are you sure you're up for the challenge?
Oh, I'm more than up for it. I've been training my wrist muscles for months.
Training? What, like doing finger push-ups or something?
Nah, I just hired a bunch of monkeys to jerk me off for hours on end.
That's some next level shit, man.
Hey, I gotta do whatever it takes to win. Plus, it was a great bonding experience.
Bonding with monkeys?
Yeah, they really know how to get the job done. Plus, they don't judge.
I can't even imagine the cleanup after 200 times.
Oh, I've got a team of professional cleaners on standby. They're used to my crazy stunts.
Well, I wish you luck, my friend. Just make sure to stay hydrated.
Oh, don't worry. I've got a whole cooler of Gatorade next to me.
Now that's what I call dedication. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me on the show.
So, Neil, I heard you recently contracted the Black Death.
Yeah, it was a wild experience. I was just minding my own business, picking up my sandwich off the floor after 5 seconds had passed, and bam, next thing I know, I'm covered in buboes.
Dude, that's insane. Did you try any natural remedies to cure it?
Of course, I tried everything from essential oils to drinking my own urine, but nothing seemed to work.
Well, I heard that back in the day, they used to put a chicken on the buboes to draw out the sickness.
Yeah, I tried that too, but then I ended up with a chicken on my face and still had the Black Death.
That's rough, man. But hey, at least now you have a cool party trick. Hey guys, want to see my bubbles?
Yeah, I'll definitely be the life of the party now.
Well, we're glad you survived and can still join us for this podcast. Any final thoughts on your experience with Black Death?
Just remember, folks, always follow the 5-second rule. But maybe not when it comes to picking up your food off the floor during a plague. Stay safe out there.
All right, folks, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have some big plans for your drug empire.
Oh yeah, I'm taking it to the next level. I'm going to rebrand all the drugs with Minecraft-themed names.
Minecraft-themed names. Like what?
Well, instead of meth, we'll have creeper crack. And for cocaine, we'll have 420 blaze rods.
That's ridiculous.
And for all the potheads out there, we'll have diamond dust.
Oh, great. Because we really need to glamorize drug use for kids.
Hey, I'm just trying to make it more fun and relatable for the younger generation.
And what about heroin?
Golden apple heroin.
Wow. Just wow.
But hey, at least they'll be getting their daily dose of vitamins with that golden apple, right?
I can't even with you, Mr. Beast.
Hey, it's all about branding and marketing, Joe. Gotta stay ahead of the game.
I don't even know what to say. This is just unhinged.
Hey, it's just business.
Yeah, illegal and immoral business.
Don't be such a buzzkill.
So, Neil, have you seen the latest meme about you and Trump?
Oh, God, what is it this time?
Well, it's a picture of you as Soy Jack and Trump as a Chad.
That's ridiculous. I'm a respected astrophysicist, not some internet meme.
But come on, Neil. Look at Trump's chiseled jawline and perfect hair. He's the ultimate Chad.
Please, Joe, let's not indulge in these shallow stereotypes.
Hey, I'm just saying, if there was a fight between you two, who do you think would win?
Well, considering I have the power of science on my side, I think it's pretty obvious.
But Trump has the power of Twitter. He can tweet his way out of any situation.
Oh, please. Twitter is no match for the laws of physics.
But what about Trump's massive ego? That's got to count for something. And
Yes, because a big ego is definitely a sign of strength and intelligence.
okay, let's settle this once and for all. Arm wrestling match. Winner takes all. Oh my God, this is intense.
I can't believe I'm actually doing.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. It's great to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you lost No Nut November. What happened?
It was a tragic accident, Joe. Grimes was vacuuming and, well, let's just say the vacuum got a little too friendly with my nether regions.
Oh man, that's rough. But hey, at least you didn't have to clean up the mess.
Yeah, because the vacuum did it for me.
Oh my God, I can't even imagine. Did Grimes at least apologize?
She did, but then she started laughing and said she always wanted to try the water bottle trick with me.
I can't breathe. This is too good. So, did you guys finish the job or what?
Let's just say we had to take a break to clean up the vacuum.
Oh man, I can't believe this is real life. You truly are a mad scientist, Elon.
Hey, you got to try new things to keep the spark alive in a relationship.
Well, I think we can all agree that you definitely lost No Nut November in the most epic way possible.
I guess you could say I got.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard your latest video is all about tasting pee and trying to figure out whose pee it is.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be epic. I got a whole lineup of different pea samples from my friends, and we're gonna guess whose is whose.
That's interesting. How did you come up with this idea?
Well, you know how I'm always trying to push the boundaries and do crazy stuff for views? I figured, why not taste some pee?
Oh man, I can't wait to see the reactions on your fans' faces when they see this.
Yeah, I'm sure some of them will be grossed out, but hey, it's all for the entertainment, right?
Absolutely. So, have you tasted any pee yet? How does it compare to, say, a nice glass of scotch?
Well, let's just say it's an acquired taste, but I'm sure it'll make for some great content.
I can only imagine. So, any predictions on whose pee will be the most unique?
Definitely Logan Paul's. That dude is always up for anything, so I'm sure his pee will be wild.
Oh man, this is going to be one hell of a video. Can't wait to see it.
Thanks, Joe. And hey, if you ever want to come on and taste some pee with us, you're always welcome.
I'll keep that in mind. Thanks for coming on the show, Mr. Beast. So, Mr. Beast, I hear you've released your own line of pregnancy tests.
Yeah, man, I wanted to diversify my brand. Plus, I heard pregnant women are a huge demographic.
And I also heard one of your customers tested positive.
Yeah, it was a wild ride, but we turned it into a challenge.
A challenge? What was the challenge?
Well, we gave her the option to either keep the baby or abort it for a cash prize.
That's messed up, man.
Hey, she chose to take the test. I'm just giving her options.
So, what did she choose?
She chose to abort the baby for $10,000.
Holy shit.
Yeah, but don't worry, we donated the money to Planned Parenthood.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, we're all about charity here.
Yeah, I can tell.
Hey, it's all for the views, man. Gotta keep the content fresh.
You're a wild one, Mr. Beast.
That's why they call me Mr. Beast.
So, Neil, I heard you have a weird hobby.
Oh yeah, what's that?
Eating Black Death bubbles off of Black Death patients.
Oh man, you heard about that? It's my favorite pastime.
What the hell, man? That's messed up.
Hey, it's not my fault those bubbles are so satisfying to pop.
Yeah, because nothing says satisfaction like consuming deadly bacteria.
Hey, I've been kicked out of over 100 hospitals for that.
I can imagine. And I thought I had a weird taste in snacks.
But you know what's even better? Stealing a kid's cancer medication and washing it down with those bubbles.
Wow, you really are a special kind of messed up.
What can I say? I'm just a man of strange tastes.
Yeah, and man with a death wish.
Hey, at least I'll die happy.
All right, guys, I got to address something real quick. Ben, Neil, can you please stop sending me mail bombs?
What? Joe, I thought you liked those. I put a lot of effort into crafting those explosives.
Yeah, and I even included some glitter in one of them, you know, to add a little pizzazz.
Are you guys insane? I could have lost a limb or something.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a little harmless fun.
Yeah, and it's not like we sent you a glitter bomb with anthrax. We have some standy yards.
Stand yards. You guys are sending me bombs in the mail.
Well, technically, it's not a bomb until it explodes. Until then, it's just a package.
And besides, we thought you could use some excitement in your life. You talk about elk and DMT all day. It's time to spice things up.
I don't need excitement in the form of potential death. Thank you very much.
Fine, we'll stop. But just know, you're missing out on some top-notch mail bombs.
Yeah, and just wait until you see what we have in store for your birthday.
Oh, God. I'm going to need a bomb shelter for that one. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you have some strong opinions on this whole protest against sticking your dick in the exhaust.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I mean, who hasn't tried it at least once in their life? It's a rite of passage.
Wait, what? You've actually stuck your dick in the exhaust?
Of course, Joe. How do you think I come up with all my crazy ideas? It's like a supercharged brainstorming session.
But what about the dangers? The burns, the potential loss of genitalia?
Please, I've got money to spare. I can afford a new dick if I need to. Plus, it's a great way to test the durability of my products.
You're insane, man. But hey, I can't judge. I once tried to smoke a joint through my earlobe.
See, we're not so different after all.
But what about the protesters? They're saying it's degrading and objectifying.
Give me a break. It's not like we're forcing anyone to do it. It's a personal choice. And if you can't handle a little exhaust, then maybe you shouldn't be driving a car in the first place.
Well, there you have it, folks. Elon Musk, the man with the golden dick. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for joining us. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have the brilliant Neil deGrasse Tyson with us to talk about gravity.
Me, Neil. Me talk gravity. Gravity make things fall. Like rock hit head. Ouch.
Yeah, gravity is a real bitch. But can you explain it to us in more scientific terms?
Me don't understand big words. But basically, big things have big gravity. Small things have small gravity. Like my brain, small gravity. But my ego, big gravity.
Yeah, your ego is definitely out of this world. But seriously, how does gravity work?
Well, back in caveman days, we didn't have fancy equations and theories. We just knew that if we jumped off a cliff, we would fall. And that's all you need to know.
But what about Einstein's theory of relativity?
Me know like Einstein. He take credit for my discoveries. Me think he steal my idea while I was busy hunting mammoths.
Okay, let's move on. What about the concept of black holes?
Me know like black holes. They suck everything in like a giant space vacuum. Me prefer white holes. They shoot everything out, just like my ex-wife.
Ha! Okay, Neil, let's wrap this up before we get too offensive. Any last words on gravity?
Just remember, gravity is a force to be reckoned with. And if you don't believe me, just ask my chiropractor. Me out.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Joined by my good friend Ben Shapiro, the man who can make a liberal cry with just one.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Ben, I hear you've come up with a list of the top 5 letters to lose No Nut November to. Let's hear it.
Well, Joe, as a man of science and logic, I have to say that these letters are scientifically proven to weaken a man's willpower.
All right, let's hear it. What's the first letter?
You know, as in you, Octobo uncensored that booty only. I mean, have you seen those Instagram models? It's like they're trying to make us fail.
Yeah, man, those nuts are a real threat. What's next on the list?
C, as in CBT cock and ball torture. I mean, who in their right mind would want to subject themselves to that kind of pain?
I hear you, Ben. That's a tough one to resist. What's number 3?
T, as in, you know, tits and ass. I mean, it's like they're taunting us with those perfect curves and perky breasts.
Yeah, it's a cruel world we live in, Ben. What's next?
B, as in BBC Big Black Cock. I mean, it's just not fair, Joe. How are we supposed to compete with that?
I feel your pain. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil. How are you doing, Phil?
I'm doing great, Joe. Thanks for having me on the show.
So, Phil, I heard you have some tips for surviving Trump derangement syndrome. Lay it on us.
Well, Joe, the first tip is to stop watching CNN. It's like pouring gasoline on a fire.
I can see the headlines now. Dr. Phil advises people to stop watching CNN. But seriously, what else can people do?
My second tip is to take a deep breath and count to 10 before reacting to anything Trump says or does. It's all about controlling your emotions.
That's some solid advice, Phil. What else you got?
Third tip is to find a hobby. Something that will distract you from the constant barrage of political news.
Like knitting or painting?
Sure, or maybe try something more extreme like skydiving. Just find something that makes you happy.
I like it. What's the fourth tip?
The fourth tip is to surround yourself with like-minded people. It's important to have a support system during these trying times.
Yeah, I can imagine. And what's the last tip?
The last tip is to remember that this too shall pass. Presidents come and go, but life goes on.
Wise words, Phil. Thanks for sharing your tips with us. And remember, folks, if you're... So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have a new challenge where you eat those red gummy babies out of women's vaginas.
Yeah, it's the ultimate test of both physical and mental strength.
But why do they keep putting those in there? What's the point?
It's all about the shock factor, Joe. People love to be shocked and disgusted.
Guess it's better than eating Tide Pods.
Exactly. And it's for a good cause, too. We donate all the money raised to charity.
Well, that's a relief. I was starting to think you were just a sicko.
Hey, I may be a sicko, but at least I'm a philanthropic sicko.
Fair enough. But seriously, how do you even come up with these challenges?
Oh, it's easy. I just think of the most outrageous and absurd things I can do and then do them.
And people watch it?
Oh yeah, millions of people. It's like a train wreck. They can't look away.
Well, I guess that's the power of the internet.
And the power of gummy babies and vaginas.
All right, let's move on before we get too deep into this topic.
Yeah, I don't think we want to explore this any further. Jamie, pull up an image of a gummy baby and a vagina. Wait, no, don't do that.
Too late. Already pulled it up.
Oh, God, why did I even suggest that? So, Ben, I heard you've been getting into a Fortnite lately.
Yeah, it's a great way to unwind after a long day of destroying liberal arguments.
Well, I heard you've been taking your Fortnite skills to a whole new level.
Oh yeah, I've been practicing my dance moves. Did you know I can do the floss and the orange justice?
Impressive. But I also heard you've been doing these dances on trans women at Planned Parenthood.
Oh, you heard about that. Yeah, it's my way of protesting their existence.
That's pretty messed up, man.
Hey, it's not my fault they're trying to force their gender ideology on innocent children.
But why Planned Parenthood?
Well, where else am I supposed to find a bunch of confused, vulnerable women to dance on?
You're a sick man, Ben.
Thank you, Joe. I take that as a compliment.
Dude, my period cramps are killing me today.
Wait, what? You have a period?
Yeah, man. It's a side effect of all the testosterone supplements I've been taking.
That's not how it works, Joe.
Oh, and you're the expert on male periods.
No, but I'm pretty sure it's not possible.
Well, my dick is falling off, so I think I know what I'm talking about.
What the hell? Why is your dick falling off?
I think it's growing moldy. I haven't washed it in weeks.
Oh, God. That's disgusting.
Can borrow your penis for a bit?
What? No way, Joe. Keep your moldy dick away from me.
Come on, man. We're like bros. Bros share everything.
Not their penises, Joe. Not their penises.
So, Mr. President, I heard you're banning freedom of speech now.
That's right, Joe. I'm tired of all these people saying mean things about me. It's time to silence them.
But what about the First Amendment?
First Amendment, more like fake amendment. I'm the only amendment that matters.
But what about the voices of the people?
Who cares about their voices? All I care about is my voice. And yours, Joe. Your voice is like nails on a chalkboard.
What? My voice?
Yeah, it's like a dying cat mixed with a screeching banshee. It's unbearable.
Well, that's just rude.
Rude? I'll show you rude. Ben's Joe's voice.
Hey, I can't talk.
Problem solved. Now let's get back to talking about how great I am.
This is insane.
Insane? I prefer the term genius. Now let's make America great again by silencing all those pesky voices.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's an honor to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's tremendous, tremendous.
So, Mr. President, I heard some interesting rumors about your Christmas party last year. Care to share?
Oh boy, let me tell you, it was a wild one. I had a little too much eggnog and ended up getting a baby Jesus figurine stuck up my ass.
Wait, what? How'd that even happen?
Well, I was trying to impress Melania with my flexibility and things got a little out of hand. But hey, I still have the figurine as a souvenir.
That's one way to celebrate the birth of Jesus, I guess.
You know, Joe, I've always been a big fan of Christmas. It's a beautiful holiday, and I have the best decorations, let me tell you. Nobody decorates better than me.
I can only imagine. So, did you have to go to the hospital to get the figurine removed?
No, I just called up my personal doctor. He's the best, believe me. He took care of it in no time.
Well, I'm glad everything worked out for you. And I hope you learned your lesson about trying to impress Melania.
You know me, Joe, I'll do anything for my beautiful first lady. Anything.
Pulls up image of a baby Jesus figurine stuck in.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you got arrested again.
Yeah, it's no big deal. Just some horse-related crimes.
Horse-related crimes. What the hell does that even mean?
Well, let's just say I have a thing for horses. And the law doesn't seem to appreciate it.
Oh my God, Phil. You're a sick man.
Hey, don't judge me. We all have our kinks.
Yeah, but most people don't get arrested for them.
Well, I guess I just have bad luck.
Bad luck. More like a bad case of horse fever.
Hey, now, let's not make this personal.
Personal. You're the one who got caught with a horse in your bedroom.
Hey, it was consensual.
I don't think that's how it works, Phil.
Well, now I have to wear this.
Yeah, I bet it's really putting a damper on your horseplay.
I don't think that's appropriate, Dr. Phil.
Oh, come on. Live a little. It's just a little horseplay.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only 2024 President Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I've always been a big fan of your show. Huge fan. The best.
So, Mr. President, I hear you have some big plans for your second term in office.
That's right, Joe. I want to make America great again, but not just America. I want to make the whole world great again. And I have a plan.
Oh, yeah. What's the plan?
I want to build a wall, a big, beautiful wall, but not just any wall. A wall to keep out the saber-toothed tigers.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you heard me. Those damn sabers are taking over our country. We need to keep them out. We need to keep them out.
But how are you going to do that?
Easy. I'm going to lead the cave nation. That's right. I want to be the leader of the cave nation.
The cave nation?
Yeah, it's going to be huge. We're going to have the best caves, the best clubs, and the best mammoth steaks.
I don't know, Mr. President. That sounds a little primitive.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it, Joe. We're going to have a great time. And the best part, no fake news. Just real, honest grunting and clubbing.
Well, I guess that's one way to make America. So, Ben, I heard you had a wild experience at the circus last week.
Yeah, I went to see some clowns and ended up drowning in a lake.
Wait, what? How does that even happen?
Well, I was having a conversation with one of the clowns, and he distracted me with a joke and fell into the lake.
Classic clown movie. Did you at least learn any valuable life lessons from this experience?
Yeah, I learned to never trust a clown. They may seem funny, but they're actually just murderous psychopaths.
That's deep, Ben. So, did you manage to escape the lake, or did the clowns have their way with you?
Luckily, I was able to swim to safety, but I did lose my pants in the process.
Well, that's one way to get a free show at the circus. So, what did you do after you escaped?
I went straight to the nearest gun store and bought a shotgun. No clown's gonna mess with me again.
That's one way to handle it. But let's be real, Ben. You probably just cried in the corner for hours.
Hey, I'm not afraid to show my emotions, but I also made sure to buy some extra ammo just in case those clowns come back for revenge.
And that's why we love having you on the podcast, Ben. You always bring a new level of crazy to the conversation. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast 2024, where we talk about everything from aliens to DMT to Bigfoot. Today, I have a special guest with me, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Oh my god, why now? Oh god, no, it's happening again.
What's happening, Ben?
Jamie, pull up gay midget porn because I'm gonna cool him. Ooh, 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 yeah, ooh, yeah.
Okay then. So, Ben, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, I'm a conservative political commentator, author, and lawyer, and apparently I have a fetish for gay midget porn.
That's interesting. So, Ben, what do you think about the current state of politics?
Oh, don't even get me started. The liberals are trying to take away our guns and turn us all into soy boys. It's a complete disaster.
Yeah, I can see that. But what about climate change? Do you believe it's real?
Of course not. It's just a ploy by the left to control us and our wallets. I mean, have you seen how much money Al Gore has made from this hoax?
Well, I think there's some evidence to suggest that climate change is real.
Oh, please. Next thing you're going to tell me is that the Earth is round?
Actually, it is.
No.
Hey, Neil, can I boof you?
Only if you let me boof you first.
Wait a minute. If Neil gets to boof you, then I want in on this boofing action too.
Sorry, Ben. I can't boof you. I'm already boofing Neil.
But I'll let you boof me if you let me boof Ben.
Wow, hold up. I'm not just some boofing toy for you guys to play with.
Come on, Ben. Don't be a boofing prude.
Yeah, just let's boof you. It'll be fun.
Fine, but only if Joe gets boofed by Neil first.
Deal. Let the boofing begin. Hey, Elon, welcome back to the podcast. I have to ask, did you eat all my sweet cakes from the fridge?
Joe, I plead the fifth.
What do you mean? Did you eat them or not?
Well, let's just say I needed to recoup some of the money I spent on my failed presidential campaign.
Oh man, that's a good one. But seriously, those were my favorite snacks.
Sorry, Joe. But hey, at least I didn't launch them into space like I did with that Tesla Roadster.
True. You know, I heard you were planning on building a colony on Mars. Can I come?
Of course, Joe. You can be our official space donor.
I'll bring the weed. But seriously, do you think we'll find intelligent life on Mars?
Well, if we do, I hope they like sweet cakes.
I think we're onto something here. Sweet cakes is a universal peace offering.
I like it. Jamie, pull up an image of a Martian eating a sweet cake.
Here you go, guys.
This is gold. We should patent this idea.
And use the profits to buy more sweet cakes.
You're a genius, Elon. Thanks for coming on the podcast.
Anytime, Joe. Just make sure to stock up on more sweet cakes next time.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Ben, I heard some interesting rumors about you. Apparently, you have a secret addiction to Azure Lane or 34.
What? That's preposterous. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Come on, Ben. Don't play coy with me. I've seen the evidence. You have a whole folder on your computer dedicated to it.
Okay, fine. Maybe I have a slight fascination with anime girls in naval uniforms, but it's not an addiction. It's not an addiction.
Oh, so you're telling me you don't spend hours scrolling through or 34 subreddits looking for the perfect illustration of your favorite shit girl?
Well, I mean, I might have stumbled upon a few images here and there, but it's all in the name of research.
Research? What are you, scientists studying the effects of hentai on the male brain?
No, I just find it interesting, okay? The art style is very unique, and the attention to detail is impressive.
Sure. And bet you have a special waifu too, right?
I plead the fifth.
Oh man, this is just too good. I can't wait to see the memes that come out of this.
Please, Joe, don't let this get out. My conservative fan base will never forgive me.
Don't. So, Elon, I heard you found a new way to vote.
Yeah, man, it's revolutionary. Call it the Trump dildo vote.
Oh man, that's wild. How does it work?
Well, you basically insert the dildo into your voting area and it registers your vote.
I can't even imagine the polling stations on election day.
Can you imagine the look on people's faces when they see a line of people walking in with dildos?
And what about the candidates? I'm sure Trump would be thrilled to have his face on a dildo.
He loves it. He even tweeted about it, call it the most amazing invention ever.
Well, I can't argue with that. It's definitely unique.
And it's not just for voting, Joe. You can also use it for self-pleasure.
Oh man, I don't even want to know how that works.
Let's just say it's a whole new level of political engagement.
I can't wait to see the campaign ads for this.
Vote for Trump. Get a free Trump dildo.
All right, let's move on before we get too carried away.
Yeah, we don't want to give anyone any ideas.
So, Neil, I heard you had a run-in with Trump recently.
Yeah, he invited me to the White House for a chat about science and space exploration.
Sounds like a good time.
Well, it was until he grabbed me by the shoulders and shoved my head up his asshole.
What the fuck?
Yeah, apparently he thinks that's the best way to make America great again.
That's some next level shit.
Literally. I was swimming in a sea of KFC and Diet Coke.
Did he at least offer you a towel?
Nah, he just patted me on the head and said, "You're doing a great job, Neil."
That's fucked up, man.
Tell me about it. But you know what's even more fucked up?
What?
He asked me to give him a prostate exam while I was up there.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I had to use my astrophysics skills to navigate through his colon.
This is some next level science shit.
And then he asked me to find his brain while I was up there.
Did you find it?
Let's just say it's still missing.
Well, at least you can say you've been inside the mind of Trump.
More like the asshole of Trump.
True. But hey, at least you can add prostate examiner to your resume now.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll impress all the ladies.
So, Neil, what's this new idea you've been talking about?
Yes. Brilliant idea it is. To elect a president for just 1 year.
Wait, what? That's it?
Yes, yes. Hear me out. 1 year, that's all they get. No more, no less.
But why?
To keep them on their toes, we must. No time for corruption or scandals.
But what about getting anything done?
But that's the beauty of it. They'll have to hustle and bustle. No time to dilly-dally.
I don't know, man. Seems a bit chaotic.
Chaos leads to progress, Joe. Trust me, you must.
I don't know if I can get behind this idea.
Fear not, Joe. The force is strong with this one.
Are you speaking like Yoda on purpose?
Perhaps. A little fun. I like to have...
Well, I can't argue with that. Let's just hope the Force is with us in 2024.
Always it is.
So, Neil, we got a topic from one of our listeners on Discord. Apparently, he's from Russia and he's having trouble using Discord there.
Yes. The land of vodka and bears. I've been there a few times.
How did you manage to use Discord there?
Well, Joe, I have a guide for everything. First, you need to bribe Putin with some caviar.
What? That's insane.
Oh, it gets better. Then you have to do the Russian squat dance while singing the national anthem.
This is getting weirder by the minute.
But wait, there's more. You also have to sacrifice a bottle of vodka to the Discord gods.
This sounds like a ritual from a horror movie.
Oh, it gets even crazier. Once you've done all that, you have to wrestle a bear and win.
I'm pretty sure our listener doesn't have access to a bear.
Oh, you can just use a substitute, like a large Siberian hamster.
This is ridiculous. Are you sure this is the only way to use Discord in Russia?
Of course not. You can also just use a VPN.
Oh, thank God. That sounds much easier.
But where's the fun in that, Joe? Plus, who doesn't want to wrestle a hamster?
Dude, what the hell are you talking about?
I'm serious, Joe. I've been studying Uranus, and I found evidence of intelligent life.
You mean like aliens living inside Uranus?
Yes, exactly. They have advanced technology and a complex society.
Oh man, this is too good. I gotta ask, how did you find them?
Well, I was using my telescope to study the planet, and I noticed some unusual movements and patterns.
Oh, so you just happened to stumble upon a whole civilization inside Uranus?
It's not a joke, Joe. This is groundbreaking discovery.
I can't even take you seriously right now. I mean, Uranus, come on.
It's a perfectly legitimate scientific finding.
Okay. Let's say you're right. What are these Uranus aliens like?
They're highly intelligent and have a deep understanding of the universe, and they have a great sense of humor.
I bet they do. So when are you planning on visiting them?
I'm working on a way to communicate with them first, but I'm hoping to make contact soon.
Well, I hope they don't probe you too hard, Neil.
Jamie, pull up an image of the Uranus alien spaceship.
Right away, Neil.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, I have some big news to share.
What's that, Mr. President?
Me and my good friend Elon Musk have invented a gay bomb to make America gay again.
Wait, what?
That's right. It's a bomb that turns everyone gay. And let me tell you, it's going to be huge.
I don't even know where to begin with that. But I gotta ask, Elon, are you a top or a bottom?
I'm a bottom, Joe. Can I come on the bomb mission?
Of course, Elon, you can come on any mission you want.
This is just getting weirder and weirder. And weirdly, how do you plan on using this bomb?
We're going to drop it on all the straight people in America and turn them into fabulous gays. It's going to be tremendous.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe. I know how to make things work. I'm a stable genius.
And just think of all the cool gadgets we can make with the leftover bomb materials.
I don't even want to know. But I have to ask, what about the people who don't want to be turned gay?
They can either embrace their new fabulousness or leave the country. We only want the best gays in America.
This is definitely the... So, Mr. President, thank you for inviting me to the White House for this interview.
It's my pleasure, Joe. I always enjoy talking to the best podcast hosts in the world.
Actually, we're already talking. This is the interview.
Oh, right. Well, I'm glad I could make it. I have a busy schedule of tweeting and golfing, you know.
Yeah, I've noticed. So let's get into it. What's your plan for the next 4 years?
Well, I'm going to build a wall around the entire country, and I mean the entire country, even Canada. Can't trust those Canadians.
But what about the economy, healthcare, climate change?
Joe, you're asking too many questions. Let's just focus on the important stuff like how big my hands are.
I'm pretty sure that's not what the American people are concerned about.
Believe me, Joe, they love my hands. They're huge. And I have the best words, too. Nobody has better words than me.
Okay, let's move on. How do you respond to the allegations of corruption and collusion with Russia?
Fake news. Total witch hunt. It's all a hoax, Joe, just like climate change. I mean, have you seen how cold it is outside? Global warming my ass.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
You know what, Joe? You're fired. I don't need this interview. I have better things to do, like watch Fox News and eat some Big Macs.
Hey, Ben, what's on your mind?
Oh, Joe, I'm just so scared about progression and change. It's like everything I know is being turned upside down.
Relax, man. It's just part of the human experience. We got to adapt and evolve.
But what if I don't want to evolve? What if I want to go back to the good old days, like the 1930s?
The 1930s? What, you want to bring back the Great Depression and World War I?
Yeah, I mean, it was a simpler time. None of this technology and social media stuff.
Wait, are you getting a boner right now?
Maybe.
Oh man, you're really into the 1930s, huh?
I can't help it, Joe. The thought of a simpler time just gets me going.
Well, I guess everyone has their own turn-ons. Just remember, change is inevitable, but we can still appreciate the past.
Thanks, Joe. I feel better now.
Just don't get too excited about the 1930s, okay? We don't want any accidents on the podcast. Hey, Neil, thanks for coming on the show.
No problem, Joe. Always happy to talk science and stuff.
So, I gotta ask, did you see that request from a fan on Discord?
Which one?
The one asking if you can kiss my spicy cheek like you did this summer.
No, I definitely did not see that.
Well, I think it's a valid request. I mean, you did kiss my cheek last summer.
Joe, that was a dare and we were both drunk.
Yeah, but it was a magical moment. And I think our listeners would love to hear it happen again.
I don't think that's appropriate, Joe.
Oh, come on, Neil. Don't be a prude. Just one little kiss.
Fine. But only if you promise to never bring it up again.
Deal. All right? Let's do this. Ecstatic. And I think our listeners just got a new favorite episode. Wow, that's impressive, Mr. President. But I have to ask, why do you keep bringing up your medical exam?
Because I'm the healthiest president in history, Joe. I mean, look at me. I'm a physical specimen.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, have you seen yourself in the mirror lately?
Hey, I may not be a perfect 10, but I'm definitely a solid 9.5.
Okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves here. But seriously, why do you feel the need to constantly talk about your health?
Because the fake news media keeps spreading lies about my health, Joe. They say I'm not fit to be president, but I proved them wrong with that exam.
Well, I think most people are more concerned about your mental health, to be honest.
My mental health is fantastic, Joe. The best. Believe me.
Sure. So what exactly did the doctor say about your mental health?
He said I have the biggest brain he's ever seen. And believe me, he's seen a lot of brains.
All right. I think we'll just leave it at that. Thanks for coming on the show, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, I'm the healthiest president in history. Believe me.
Dude, what the hell happened? Where are we?
I have no idea, Joe. I can't remember anything.
Did we get blackout drunk again?
No, I think something else happened. Look at these clothes we're wearing. They're like animal skins.
Well, are we cavemen now? That would explain the lack of technology and our sudden urge to hunt and gather.
I guess so. But how did we get here? And why can't we remember anything?
Maybe we were abducted by aliens and they erased our memories.
Or maybe we were experimenting with some new psychedelic drug and it went horribly wrong.
Either way, I feel like a total badass with this club in my hand.
Yeah, and I feel like a total genius with this sharp rock.
We should start a tribe and rule over these Neanderthals.
Or we could just try to find a way back to civilization and regain our memories.
Nah, ruling over a tribe sounds way more fun. Plus, I don't want to go back to my boring life as a podcast host.
Fair point. Let's go find some mammoths to hunt or something.
So, Neil, I heard you had a little transformation recently.
Oh yeah, just a little thing called turning into the Hulk.
That's insane, man. How did that happen?
Well, I was experimenting with gamma radiation, and next thing I know, I'm a giant green rage monster.
Damn, that's wild. So, what do you do as the Hulk? Smash stuff.
Well, mostly I just demand food and sweet ass from people.
Wait, what?
Yeah, when I'm in Hulk form, I crave food and, some sweet lovin'.
I don't know if I can help you with that, Neil.
Come on, Joe. You're a big guy. You must know some ladies who are into green giants.
Sorry, man. I don't think my wife would be cool with me pimping her out to the Hulk.
Fine. I'll just stick to smashing things then.
Speaking of smashing, have you ever tried smashing some weed?
What? No, I don't think that's a good idea.
Trust me, man. It'll mellow you out. Jamie, pull up an image of a giant Hulk-sized bong.
Okay.
Oh, wow. That's something.
See, I told you it was a good idea.
I guess I can give it a try. But I'm still gonna need that sweet ass, Joe.
Yeah. Good luck with that, buddy. I'll stick to my wife and my regular. So, Ben, I heard you've been dabbling in some anime lately.
Yeah, I've been expanding my horizons, and let me tell you, I found this new ninja character on Star Rail Rappa. She's got some serious moves.
Oh, yeah. What kind of moves are we talking about here?
Well, let's just say I may have failed No Nut November thanks to her.
Oh, man, I can only imagine. Did you at least put up a good fight?
Oh, you know me, Joe. I never back down from a challenge, but Rappa, she's just too powerful.
I can see it now, Ben Shapiro, defeated by a fictional ninja character.
Hey, it's not funny. She's got some serious skills.
I bet she does. And I'm sure you thoroughly enjoyed every minute of it.
I plead the fifth.
Well, I'm glad you found something to keep you busy during quarantine.
Yeah, who needs real women when you have animated ones?
Oh boy, I can't wait to see the headlines for this one. Ben Shapiro admits to beating his meat to a female ninja character.
Hey, at least I'm honest about it. Can't say the same for some other politicians out there.
Touche, my friend. Touche. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. The greatest president in the history of this country. No one even comes close.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a wild story about your relationship with Putin.
Oh, yeah, Joe. Let me tell you, I have the best relationship with Putin. We're like two peas in a pod. We even share some intimate moments.
Intimate moments.
Oh, yeah. I once gave Putin a blumpkin.
A blumpkin, for those who don't know, that's when you receive oral sex while taking a dump.
That's right, Joe. I was showing him who's boss, and let me tell you, he loved it. He even gave me a standing ovation afterwards.
That's just wow.
Hey, when you're the president, you got to do what you got to do to maintain international relations.
I don't even know what to say to that.
That's why I'm the president, Joe. I always keep you guessing.
Well, on that note, let's move on to our next topic.
Oh, I have plenty more where that came from, Joe. Just wait until I tell you about the time I gave Kim Jong-un a golden shower.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. We have a special guest today, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
It's great to be here, Joe. But before we start, I have a demand.
A demand? What is it?
I want subtitles and background music from the game Oblivion playing throughout this podcast.
Wait, what? Why?
Because it adds an extra layer of depth and complexity to our conversation.
I don't know, Neil. That sounds a little distracting.
Trust me, Joe. It will enhance the experience for our listeners.
Fine. But can we at least choose the music?
Of course, Joe. I trust your taste in music.
All right, let's do this. So, Neil, what do you think about the recent discovery of a new planet?
Well, Joe, I think it's fascinating. But you know what's even more fascinating? The fact that we can now add subtitles and music from Oblivion to our conversation.
Oh my God, Neil. Can we please focus on the topic at hand?
Fine, fine. But just imagine how much better this conversation would be with some epic battle music playing in the background.
All right, let's move on to another topic before I lose my mind.
Oh, I have another demand, Joe.
What now?
I want us to role play as characters from Oblivion.
Oh God, no. I'm not doing that.
Come on, Joe. It'll be fun. I'll be the wise old.
So, Neil, what's new in the world of astrophysics?
Well, Joe, I've been doing some research on Uranus.
Wait, what? What?
Yes, I'm getting tubes stuck into Uranus.
What the hell are you talking about?
Oh, I mean your ass, Joe. I'm talking about your ass.
What? Why? Why?
Well, I've been studying the effects of black holes on the human body, and I thought your ass would be the perfect test subject.
Dude, that's messed up.
But think about it. We could make groundbreaking discoveries about the universe and your ass at the same time.
Yeah, that sounds like a great idea.
Trust me, Joe. It'll be worth it.
Jamie, pull up an image of a black hole.
Here you go.
Now imagine that sucking on your ass.
All right, that's enough. End of podcast. Hey, Neil, congratulations on being elected president in 2024.
Joe, I'm an astrophysicist, not a politician.
Yeah, but you're like the smartest guy I know. You'll do great.
I think you have me confused with someone else, Joe.
No, you're definitely the president. I saw it on Twitter.
Joe, I think you're thinking of Trump. He was elected president in 2024.
Oh, right. My bad. But hey, now that you're president, can you make me the minister of weed?
Joe, I don't think that's a real position in the government.
Fine. But I heard Trump is going to become an astrophysicist now.
Really? That's unexpected.
Yeah, he wants to study your Uranus.
My what?
Your Uranus, the planet.
Joe, that's not how you pronounce it. And it's not a planet.
Oh, right. Sorry, I'm not as smart as you, Mr. President.
Joe, I'm not the president. And please don't call me that.
Okay, I'll stop. But seriously, can you introduce me to some aliens?
Joe, I don't have the power to do that.
Fine. I'll just ask Trump when he becomes an astrophysicist. He'll know all about aliens.
Size, I think I need to go back to...
All right, Neil, we've got a special topic today. I'm going to list the top 10 things I would do to you sexually.
New.
Number 1, I'd take you to the moon and back, if you know what I mean.
New.
Number 2, we do some zero gravity experiments in my bedroom.
New.
Number 3, I'd give you a private lecture on the Big Bang.
New.
Number 4, we'd have a threesome with a chimpanzee.
New.
Number 5, I'd make you wear a lab coat and call you Dr. Sexy.
New.
Number 6, we'd role play as aliens probing each other.
New.
Number 7, I'd show you my black hole.
New.
Number 8, we'd have a romantic dinner under the stars. And by stars, I mean my bedroom ceiling.
New.
Number 9, we'd recreate the scene from Titanic, but instead of a shit, it's my bed.
New.
And finally, number 10, I'd make you say my name in your sexy astrophysicist voice.
No.
See, Neil, you're not so innocent after all.
No.
So, Mr. President, I heard a rumor that you can fit the most billiard balls up your ass out of any president in history.
That's right, Joe. It's a skill that I've been honing since I was a young boy. It's a sacred, secret political ritual that goes all the way back to George Washington.
Wow, that's impressive. How many can you fit?
Let's just say I could give a whole new meaning to the phrase pocketing balls. Believe me, nobody can pocket balls like I can.
I bet. But why is this a necessary skill for a president?
Well, Joe, it's all about dominance. You see, if I can fit the most billiard balls up my ass, it shows that I am the alpha male, the top dog, the leader of the pack. And let me tell you, nobody can dominate like me.
I can't argue with that logic. But have you ever had any mishaps while attempting his feat?
Of course not, Joe. I have the best ass in the world. It's a perfect, beautiful, tremendous ass. It's like a black hole. It just sucks everything in.
I don't even know what to say to that. Moving on, do you think this skill will help you in your reelection campaign?
Absolutely. I plan on challenging all my opponents to a billiard ball fitting competition. And when they see how many I can fit, they'll know that I am the only choice for president.
Well, there you have it, folks. The president with most billiards. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm your host, Joe Rogan, and today we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thank you for having me, Joe. But before we start, I have a demand.
Okay, what is it?
You must put on an old-timey dress and makeup
What the hell, Neil? Why?
because I want to see you in a dress and makeup. It'll be hilarious.
I don't know about this, man. I don't want to look like a clown.
Oh, come on, it'll be fun. Plus, I heard you look great in a corset.
How do you know that?
Let's just say I have my sources.
Fine, but only if you put on a dress, too.
Deal. Jamie, pull up an image of two grown men in old-timey dresses and makeup.
Pulls up image, here you go, Neil.
Perfect. Now let's get dressed and start this podcast.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
Oh, you'll thank me later. Trust me.
This is ridiculous. I feel like a damn fool.
And you look like a beautiful fool.
Can we just start the podcast now?
Of course, but let's take a selfie first.
Size fine, but I'm deleting it afterwards.
Sure, Joe. Sure.
So, Ben, I heard you're a big fan of Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, I admire his intellect and scientific knowledge.
Well, I heard he's been hitting on you lately.
What? No way, that's absurd.
No, seriously. He wants to have big sex with you.
That's highly inappropriate and offensive.
Oh, come on, Ben. Don't be such a prude. It's just two dudes having a good time.
I will not engage in such behavior. It goes against my religious beliefs.
Well, I guess we'll have to find someone else for Neil then.
I'm sure he'll have no trouble finding a willing participant.
Yeah, I hear Elon Musk is down for anything.
I think I'll stick to debating him on the Joe Rogan Experience.
Suit yourself, but you're missing out on some out-of-this-world sex. All right, folks, we've got a special guest on the show today, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Hey, Joe, thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new theory about the sun.
Yes, it's quite groundbreaking. You see, I accidentally shat in the sun foo. Fuck.
What the hell, Neil?
Hear me out, Joe. The sun is actually made up of all the shit that I've accidentally shat in my life. It's a giant ball of feces.
Oh my God, this is too much.
And every time I accidentally shat, it added more fuel to the sun. That's why it's so bright and hot.
I can't believe I'm hearing this.
And if I keep accidentally shitting, the sun will eventually explode and cover the entire universe in my shit.
That's horrifying.
But also kind of poetic, don't you think?
Sure. Let's move on to a different topic.
Fine. But just remember, every time you look at the sun, you're looking at my shit.
All right, that's enough for today. Thanks for tuning in, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with 2024 President Donald Trump, and we have a very interesting topic today submitted by a user on Discord.
That's right, Joe. And let me tell you, this topic is tremendous, absolutely tremendous.
So apparently you're selling the scent of your asshole and taint as a cologne. Is that true?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, it's the best smelling asshole and taint you'll ever come across. Believe me.
I mean, I don't know if I want to smell your asshole and taint, Mr. President.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be a loser. Everyone wants to smell the scent of the leader of the free world's asshole and taint.
I don't think that's true, Mr. President. And why are you even selling this cologne?
Well, Joe, it's all about the art of the deal. And let me tell you, this is a deal you don't want to miss. Plus, it's a great way to make America smell great again.
I don't think anyone wants to smell like your asshole and taint, Mr. President.
Well, Joe, that's just fake news. Believe me, people are lining up to get their hands on this cologne. It's selling like hotcakes.
I don't even know what to say to that, Mr. President.
Well, Joe, you don't have to say anything. Just smell it and you'll understand.
I think I'll pass. So, Ben, I heard you got a foot job from a fan. What's up with that?
Well, you know, Joe, I was just minding my own business, debating some libtards when this girl came up to me and said she was a big fan.
And then she gave you a foot job.
Yeah, she said she wanted to show her appreciation for my logic and reason.
Did you enjoy it?
Of course not, Joe. I'm a married man. I can't be getting foot jobs from random fans.
But why did you let her do it?
I didn't, Joe. She just took off my shoe and started going to town.
Sounds like you were a little too excited about it, Ben.
No, Joe, I was just trying to maintain my composure. But then she started talking about how she wanted to lick my feet and I had to draw the line.
Well, at least you got a good story out of it.
Yeah, story I'll never tell my wife. Jamie, pull up an image of me washing my feet with holy water.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here and talk about my latest invention.
Oh yeah, what is it? Another rocket ship to Mars?
No, this one is much more personal. It's called the Tesla phone.
What the hell is that?
It's a combination of a Tesla car and a dildo. You can drive it and pleasure yourself at the same time.
Oh man, that's too much. How does it work?
Well, it's powered by electricity, of course. And it has a built-in speaker system so you can blast your favorite tunes while you ride.
This is insane. How did you come up with this idea?
Let's just say I had a lot of alone time during quarantine.
I can only imagine. But how does it handle, the bumps on the road?
Oh, it's equipped with shock absorbers. Plus, I've tested it myself and it's quite satisfying.
I bet it is. But is it safe?
Of course. We have safety features like automatic braking if you get too distracted.
I don't even know what to say. This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
Hey, it's all about...
So, Neil, have you heard about this new conspiracy theory that the moon landing was faked?
You, Mr. Mew. 3?
What do you mean by that? Are you saying it's true?
You, Mr. Mew.
Come on, Neil. You're a scientist. You can't just meow your way out of this one.
You, Mr. Mew. 3?
Fine. Let's talk about something else. Have you ever tried DMT?
You, Mr. Mew.
Really? I thought you were more of a weed guy.
You, Mr. Mew. 3?
Speaking of weed, have you ever smoked with an alien?
You, Mr. Mew.
Wait, what? You have. Tell me everything.
You, Mr. Mew. 3?
This is groundbreaking. I can't believe you smoked with an alien. What was it like?
You, Mr. Mew. 3?
Okay, I think we need to cut this conversation short before it gets too weird. Thanks for joining me, Neil.
You, Mr. Mew. 3?
So, Jamie, I heard you're the only one left in the world.
Who the fuck wrote this shit?
What do you mean? It's just a topic someone submitted on Discord.
Seriously? That's the best they could come up with?
Come on, Jamie. Don't be so hard on the fans. They're just trying to have some fun.
Fun? This is my nightmare. Being stuck with you in a post-apocalyptic world where I can only say who the fuck wrote this shit?
Hey, at least you have a catchphrase now. You could be the next Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Oh, great, because that's what I've always wanted. To be known as the guy who can only say one fucking thing.
Relax, Jamie. We can make it work. We'll just have to communicate through grunts and gestures.
Oh, wonderful. I can't wait to spend the rest of my life grunting and gesturing with you.
Hey, it could be worse. We could be stuck with Elon Musk and his stupid Neuralink.
Who the fuck wrote this shit?
See, it's not so bad. Now let's go hunt for some food and find a new shelter.
Size, who the fuck wrote this shit?
So, Neil, I heard you've been eating a lot lately.
Yeah, I've been bulking up for my new role as Garfield.
Wait, what? You're playing Garfield?
That's right. I'm the new CGI Garfield in the live-action remake.
But why?
Well, I figured it was time to expand my acting skills beyond just astrophysics.
Fair enough. But why did you eat all my lasagna?
Method acting, my friend. I needed to truly understand the character and his love for lasagna.
You could have just asked me for a slice.
Where's the fun in that? Plus, I needed to get into character.
Well, I hope you enjoyed it because that was my last lasagna.
Don't worry, I'll make it up to you. I'll bring you some lasagna from the set of Garfield.
That's not the same. You owe me a whole tray of lasagna.
Fine. I'll make it up to you by teaching you about the physics of lasagna.
No thanks. I'll stick to eating it. And maybe you should stick to astrophysics.
Hey, I'll have you know I make a damn good Garfield.
Hey folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Hi, Joe. Thanks for having me back on the show.
So Elon, last time you were here, we talked about some pretty wild stuff. What have you been up to since then?
Well, Joe, I've been busy with my new relationship.
Relationship? With who?
With virtual reality, Joe.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I've been spending a lot of time with VR, Joe. We've been going on adventures, having deep conversations, and even cuddling.
That's interesting.
It's been amazing, Joe. VR Joe understands me in a way that no one else does.
But he's not real, Elon.
He's real to me, Joe. We've shared so many memories together.
Memories? Like what?
Well, we went skydiving, traveled to different planets, and even fought off a zombie apocalypse.
Okay, that's enough. You're scaring me, Elon.
But Joe, I thought you would understand. After all, you were the one who introduced me to VR technology.
Yeah, but I didn't think you would take it this far.
I guess I got a little carried away. I just wish you could remember all the amazing times we had together, VR Joe and I.
Sorry, man. I have no recollection of any of this. So, I heard a rumor that you have a secret hobby.
Oh, yeah. What's that?
Apparently, you're a serial killer.
What? That's ridiculous.
No, seriously. But here's the catch. You only kill clowns.
Oh, man, that's true. I have a clown phobia, so I figured why not turn my fear into a hobby?
Wait, you're afraid of clowns?
Yeah, man, they give me the creeps. But I've found a way to conquer my fear and also do some good. So society.
Yeah, because killing innocent clowns is definitely doing good for society.
Hey, they're not innocent. Have you seen those creepy smiles and oversized shoes? They're up to no good.
So, how do you choose your victims?
It's all about the outfit. If they're wearing those rainbow suspenders and a red nose, they're a goner.
This is some twisted stuff, man.
Hey, everyone's got their thing. Plus, it's a great stress reliever.
I guess you could say you're a killer clown, huh?
I like the sound of that. Maybe I'll make a song about it.
Okay, let's not give you any more. Oh, God, Neil, I can see your big schlong.
Joe, that's not my schlong. That's my telescope.
Oh, my bad. But seriously, how do you fit that thing in your pants?
It's not about the size, Joe. It's about the power of observation.
Yeah, whatever. But seriously, how do you use that thing?
Well, first I have to find the right angle.
Oh, I bet you're good at finding angles with that thing.
And then I have to adjust the focus.
Oh, I bet you're good at adjusting things with that thing.
Joe, can we please talk about something else?
Fine. But I still can't get over the size of your schloon.
Joe, it's a telescope.
Right. But seriously, have you ever used it to, spy on people?
No, Joe. That's not what scientists do.
Sure, Neil, sure.
Let's just move on to the next topic, shall we?
Oh, I have a feeling this schlong topic isn't going away anytime soon. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you accidentally drowned a child in fentanyl.
Yeah, man, it was wild. I was doing one of my crazy challenges and things got out of hand.
What kind of challenge involves fentanyl in a child?
It was a mix-up, okay? I thought I was giving them candy, but turns out it was fentanyl-laced gummy bears.
Jesus Christ. Did the kid at least win the challenge?
No, he died. But hey, at least he went out with a bang.
Dude, that's messed up. You can't just make jokes about a dead kid.
Relax, Joe. It's just dark humor. Besides, I already donated $1 million to his family. They're set for life.
Well, I guess that's one way to make up for killing their kid.
Hey, I'm just trying to spread positivity and help people out. Sometimes things go wrong, but I always make it right.
Yeah, by giving them a shit ton of money. That's your solution for everything.
Hey, it works. People love free money.
I'm starting to think you're secretly a drug lord, Mr. Beast.
Nah, I just like to have a good time and help people out. And sometimes that involves accidentally killing a child with fentanyl. It happens.
I don't even know what to say to that. Let's just move on to a different topic before we get canceled.
Good idea. So, have you tried DMT?
So we have a special topic submitted by our Discord user, 420 Blaze It Bro. He wants us to talk about colon 3.
Colon 3? What the hell is that?
I think it's some sort of emoticon, like a colon and a 3,
Oh, you mean like a smiley face?
Yeah, I think so. So can you do it? Colon 3?
Colon 3.
No. You got to do it with more emotion. Colon 3. All right, not bad. Let me give it a try. Colon 3.
That was terrible, Joe.
What? No way. That was spot on.
No. It's more like colon 3.
Okay. Let me try again. Colon 3.
Oh my God, that was even worse.
All right. One more time. Colon 3.
Stop! You're killing me, Joe.
Okay. I give up. I guess I'll just stick to my Joe Rogan impression.
Oh God, please don't.
Colon 3.
Okay, that was actually pretty good.
See, I have hidden talents.
Yeah, hidden being the key word.
Hey, at least I can do a better colon 3 than you.
Touch, Joe.
So, Elon, what have you been up to lately?
Just working on some new projects. But I've also been really into this new music genre called Mango Funk. Conk.
Mango Funk. I've never heard of it.
Yeah, it's like a mix of trap and lo-fi with a tropical twist. It's my new obsession.
Interesting. What about you, Joe? What have you been listening to? Oh, me always jamming to some, Miles. That guy's a genius.
Miles, is he a new artist?
No, he's been around for a while. His music is just so deep and thought-provoking. You should check him out.
I definitely will. But you know what else I've been into? Troll face edits.
Troll face edits, like those memes from 2010.
Yeah, I know it's old school, but there's just something so satisfying about making a good troll face edit.
I can't believe I'm hearing this from the CEO of Tesla and SpaceX.
Hey, everyone needs a little silliness in their life. Plus, it's a great way to blow off some steam.
Well, I can't argue with that. But let's get back to the mango funk. Have you tried making your own beats?
Oh, you bet I have. I even made one using sounds from my Falcon Heavy rocket launch.
That's wild. You truly are a man of many talents, Elon.
And,
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been getting into some interesting eating habits lately.
Oh, yeah.
What? You're serious?
Absolutely. It's the perfect combination of entitlement, ignorance, and privilege. It's like a delicacy for my taste buds.
I can't believe I'm hearing this. But hey, to each their own, right?
Exactly.
Oh man, this is too much. But seriously, what made you start eating Republican ass?
Well, I was watching Fox News one day and I saw Mitch McConnell's face and I thought, wow, that looks like a prime cut of meat.
Oh my God, I can't handle this. Jamie, pull up an image of Mitch McConnell's face.
Here you go, Joe.
Oh man, that's priceless. Well, I guess we can add eating Republican ass to your list of questionable advice, Dr. Phil.
Hey, it's all about trying new things and expanding your horizons.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm joined today by the one and only Kanye West.
Yo, what's up, Joe? Thanks for having me on.
Of course, man. So, Kenny, I heard you have a list of the top 5 French foods to bouffe. Can you tell us about that?
Oh, yeah, definitely. So, number 1 on my list is escargot. Snails are a delicacy and they taste even better when they're up your butt.
Okay. What's next on the list?
Croissant, man. But not just any croissants. They have to be freshly baked and still warm. It's like a little party in your butthole.
I don't even know what to say to that. What's number 3?
Rata, that movie about the rat who cooks. Well, let's just say he's not the only one cooking in this scenario.
Oh my God, Kanye. What about number 4?
Foie gras. It's a fancy way of saying duck liver, but it's so much better when it's boofed. Trust me.
And last but not least, number 5.
Creeps, but not just any creeps. They have to be filled with Nutella. It's like a chocolatey surprise in your butt.
This is too much, man. I can't handle it.
Hey, I'm just trying to expand people's...
All right. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm Joe Rogan.
And I'm Joe Rogan.
Today, we're going to try something a little different. We're going to have a meaningful discussion.
Yeah, we want to show our audience that we're not just a couple of meatheads.
Exactly. We can talk about deep and important topics.
Like Squidward's testicles.
Wait, what?
Yeah, have you ever thought about them? They must be pretty big, right?
I don't know, man. I don't really think about cartoon characters' genitals.
Come on, Joe. Use your imagination.
All right, fine. But let's not forget about the real issues. Like, why do we even have nipples?
Oh, that's easy. They're just decoration.
Decoration. What kind of sick joke is that?
Hey, at least we're not like kangaroos with 3 nipples.
Damn, that's messed up. But you know what's even weirder? Giraffes have the same number of vertebrae in their necks as humans.
Whoa! That's crazy. But have you ever seen a giraffe's testicles?
No, but I bet they're not as big as Squidward's.
Yeah, you're probably right. Hey, Jamie, pull up an image of Squidward's testicles.
I don't think that's appropriate.
Oh, come on, Jamie. We're just trying to have a meaningful discussion here. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you're here to give our viewers some sex education.
That's right, Joe. I'm here to educate and enlighten your audience on the birds and the bees.
Well, let's get right into it. What's the most important thing people need to know about sex?
Well, Joe, it's all about communication. You need to talk to your partner and let them know what you like and what you don't like.
And what if your partner is into some freaky stuff that you're not comfortable with?
Well, Joe, that's when you need to put on your big boy pants and try new things. You never know, you might end up liking it.
All right, but what about protection, condoms, birth control, all that stuff?
Oh, come on, Joe.
I don't think that's how it works, Dr. Phil.
Hey, it's worth a shot. Plus, if you do end up with an STD, you can always come on my show and we'll make it a whole dramatic episode.
That's one way to handle it, I guess. But what about the importance of consent? Howdy there, folks. Welcome to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Howdy, Joe. Thanks for having me on the show.
So, Elon, I heard you're working on a new update for Neuralink. Care to share with our audience?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, this update is going to be a game changer. It'll turn the user into a femboy.
A femboy. What the hell is that?
It's a boy who looks like a girl but still has a penis.
I see. So what's the purpose of this update?
Well, it's all about inclusivity, Joe. We want everyone to be able to experience the power of Neuralink, regardless of their gender identity.
That's mighty progressive of you, Elon. But I gotta ask, how does it work?
It's quite simple, really. The neural implant will stimulate certain parts of the brain, causing physical changes to the body.
Sounds like some sci-fi shit. But I gotta say, I'm a little concerned about the potential side effects.
Oh, don't worry, Joe. We've done extensive testing, and the only side effect is an insatiable craving for avocado toast.
Avocado toast. That's it.
Well, that and sudden urge to twerk.
Well, I can't wait to see the reaction from the cowboys when they see their fellow ranch hands turning into femboys. Jamie, pull up Rhett and link anal vor. What? It's a thing. People are into it because it's funny. Come on, let's watch it together.
I don't think that's a good idea, guys.
Fine, fine. But you guys are missing out on some quality content. Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Suit yourselves. But if you change your mind, I know a great anal vor subreddit we can check out. Fine, but I'm telling you guys, you're missing out on some real entertainment. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Schmusks.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here.
So, Elon, what's new with you? Any new inventions or plans to take over the world?
Well, I've been working on a new project called Neuralink, where we implant chips into people's brains to make them smarter. I figure if I can't take over the world, I might as well make everyone else smarter.
That's some next level stuff, man. But let's talk about your recent tweet where you said Mars is just a big red desert, but at least there's no Karens there.
Yeah, I mean, can you imagine dealing with Karen on Mars? No, thank you. That's why I'm sending all the Karens to Mars on my SpaceX rockets.
Oh man, you're going to get some hate for that one. But speaking of hate, what's your response to all the people who criticize you for not paying your workers enough?
Look, I pay my workers enough to buy a Tesla. What more do they want? Plus, I let them sleep in the factory so they don't have to waste time commuting.
Wow, what a generous boss. And what about all the controversy surrounding your appearance on SNL?
You mean when I said I have Asperger's and everyone thought it was a joke? Yeah, well, I do have Asperger's.
So we got a topic request from one of our listeners on Discord. They want us to talk about boofing. For those who don't know, boofing is when you insert drugs into your body through your anus. And apparently, there's a better way to do it. I can just imagine someone blowing lines of coke up your ass like it's a birthday cake. Wait, Stover, the girl who works at the smoothie shop. Wow, I never thought I'd be taking drug advice from a smoothie girl. I can see it now. Instead of passing a joint, we'll be passing straws up each other's asses. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Here with my good friend, the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Great to be back. Been working on some crazy new projects lately.
Oh, yeah. What kind of projects?
Well, I'm planning to build a rocket that runs on Gaiads and Boof Ghosts.
Wait, what the hell are Gaiads and Boof Ghosts?
They're these rare mystical creatures that I discovered on my last trip to Mars. They have special properties that can be used as fuel.
That's insane. How are you going to get them to Earth?
I have my ways. But imagine the possibilities, Joe. We could have unlimited fuel for space travel.
But what about the ethical concerns? What if these Gaiads and Boof Ghosts don't want to be used as fuel?
Oh, they don't have a choice. The richest man on Earth. I do what I want.
Fair enough. But what about the Boof Ghosts? How are you going to capture them?
Well, I have a team of specially trained Boof Ghost hunters. They know how to handle them.
I can only imagine the training for that job. So what do these Boof Ghosts even look like?
Jamie, pull up an image of a Boof Ghost.
Oh my God, that's hilarious. I can see why they're called Boof Ghosts.
Yeah, they...
So, Neil, I heard you have a new love interest.
What are you talking about, Joe?
Come on, man. Don't play coy with me. I heard you're in a relationship with the monster living in your toilet.
That's absurd, Joe. It's just a silly rumor.
Oh, so you're denying it?
Of course I am. I mean, it did invade my butt against my will while I was on the toilet, but that doesn't mean we're in a relationship.
Wait, what? It invaded your butt?
Yeah, but it's all consensual now. We've worked through our differences and have a mutual understanding.
This is wild. So, do you guys go on dates?
Well, we do spend a lot of time together in the bathroom.
And I thought my relationship with my bidet was weird.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
I'll pass. Thanks.
Suit yourself. But let me tell you, this monster has some serious skills.
I don't even want to know.
Oh, you'll be jealous when you see my toilet now.
I'll take your word for it. Well, I guess love really does come in all shapes and sizes.
And sometimes in the form of a toilet monster.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. I'm here with my good friend, the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me on again. I'm excited to talk about whatever crazy topic you have for us today.
Well, this one comes from a user on Discord. They want to know what would happen if you got into a fight with Bernie Sanders at a gay bar.
Oh man, that's a wild one. Well, first of all, I have nothing against Bernie, but I think I could take him in a fight.
I don't know, man. He's got that old man strength and he's always yelling about revolution. He might surprise you.
Yeah, I'm shaking in my boots. But seriously, why would we be at a gay bar fighting in the first place?
I don't know. Maybe we got into an argument about who has better hair or something.
Fair enough. Well, if it did happen, I think we would both end up getting kicked out for being too aggressive. And then we'd probably just hug it out and have a beer.
Yeah, that sounds about right. But imagine the headlines: Elon Musk and Bernie Sanders brawl at gay bar.
I can see the memes now. But hey, at least it would bring some attention to the LGBTQ plus community.
Absolutely. We support everyone here at the Joe Rogan Experience podcast.
Nodding.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you've been doing some charity work lately.
Yeah, I've been giving out bongs to the homeless.
Bongs? Like for smoking weed?
Yeah, man. Gotta help these people relax.
But isn't that illegal?
Who cares? It's for a good cause.
I don't think the government sees it that way.
Well, they can suck on my bong.
You're a wild one, Mr. Beast.
Gotta keep it interesting, Joe.
But what about the homeless? Do they even want bongs?
Of course they do. Who wouldn't want a free bong?
I don't know. Maybe someone who's trying to get their life back on track.
Pfeff, they can get their life back on track while getting high.
You're a special kind of philanthropist, Mr. Beast.
Hey, it's not just bongs. I also give out free lighters and munchies.
Well, I guess the homeless won't be hungry or sober anymore.
That's the goal, Joe. That's the goal.
So, Mr. Beast, I hear you suck Trump's cock.
Yeah, man. Gotta do what you gotta do for those YouTube views.
Did you at least get a good thumbnail out of it?
Oh, hell yeah. I had Trump's face right next to my gaping mouth.
That's some next level clickbait right there.
And let me tell you, his tiny hands were surprisingly skilled.
I can only imagine the amount of gold flakes that must have been on his dick.
Oh, it was like sucking on a fancy chocolate bar.
I bet Trump was thrilled to have a young, successful guy like you giving him a blowjob.
Oh yeah, he was all like, make America great again. In my pants.
Well, I guess we can add Trump's cocksucker to your list of accomplishments.
Hey, whatever it takes to reach 100 million subscribers. I right?
Dude, did you see that shit? The weeds in Satan's garden are spawning bananas.
What the hell? That's some next level demonic shit right there.
I bet Satan is just sitting back, sipping on a margarita, laughing his ass off at us, mortals.
Well, I'm not afraid of no damn bananas. I'll eat those sons of bitches for breakfast.
You're a savage, man. But seriously, what do you think caused this sudden fruit phenomenon?
It's probably just a result of Satan's intense workout regimen. You know, he's always trying to one-up God.
Yeah, but I heard God's garden is just full of semen and quinoa. Boring.
Exactly. That's why Satan's garden is where the party's at. Bananas, weed, and maybe a little bit of fire and brimstone.
Sounds like my kind of place. I'll bring the edibles. You bring the motivation.
You got it, brother. Let's go conquer Satan's garden and make it our bitch.
And if anyone tries to stop us, we'll just throw bananas at them. That'll show them.
I like the way you think, Joe. Let's do this.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you're trying to lose NNN. How's that going for you?
It's been tough, man. I've been avoiding anything remotely sexual.
Well, I have a solution for you. Jamie, pull up a picture of snake-voring Neil deGrasse Tyson with a visible stomach bulge and a playful pose.
What the hell, Joe? That's not gonna help me lose NNN.
Oh, I beg to differ. Look at that snake's technique. It's mesmerizing.
I'm not falling for your tricks, Joe. I'm staying strong.
Jamie, how about a video of a centipede crawling into a guy's ear?
Joe, what the actual fuck?
That's it. I'm out. I can't handle this anymore.
Oh no, Mr. Beast is getting bricked up. He's gonna have a heart attack on set.
This is not funny, Joe. I'm leaving.
Wait, one more thing. Jamie, pull up picture of a naked mole rat with a tiny hat. Well, that was fun. Tune in next time when we try to give Mr. Beast a heart attack again. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only President Donald Trump.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's great to be back.
So, Mr. President, I heard you recently went on an adventure to Candy Island.
That's right, Joe. It was tremendous. The best adventure you've ever seen, believe me.
Really? What happened?
Well, I was promised all the best candy, the biggest and most beautiful candy you've ever seen. But when I got there, I realized I had been tricked.
Tricked? How?
They took me to Stormalong Harbor, Joe. Can you believe it? It was a disaster.
Stormalong Harbor. What's so bad about that?
It's full of pirates, Joe. Nasty, dirty pirates. They were trying to steal my candy. Can you believe it?
Wow, that's intense. What did you do?
I did what any smart, strong, stable genius would do. I built a wall around my candy and made the pirates pay for it.
Classic Trump movie.
You know it, Joe. And let me tell you, that wall was huge. The biggest wall you've ever seen. Those pirates didn't stand a chance.
Well, I'm glad you made it out of there in one piece, Mr. President.
Of course I did, Joe. I'm a winner. And now I have the best candy in the world right here in the Oval Office.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yawn. Eaty weepy go to sleepy.
What the hell was that, Neil?
Yawn. Eaty weepy go to sleepy.
I have no idea what you're saying, but I like it. So, Neil, what have you been up to lately?
Yawn. Eaty weepy go to sleepy.
Is that some kind of secret code or something?
Yawn. Eaty weepy go to sleepy.
Oh my God, Neil, you're killing me. But seriously, what's been going on in the world of astrophysics?
Yawn. Eaty weepy go to sleepy.
I can't take it anymore. All right, let's get serious for a second. What do you think about the recent discovery of a new planet in our solar system?
Yawn. Eaty weepy go to sleepy.
Oh man, you're killing me. But seriously, what do you think about the possibility of aliens?
Yawn. Eaty weepy go to sleepy.
All right, I give up. I can't have a serious conversation with you. Thanks for coming on the... So I was reading about the latest Mars mission, and it got me thinking about how incredible space is. Space. Buff. That's for nerds. I'm all about the ocean, man. That shit is way cooler. What are you talking about? Space is the final frontier. It's full of mysteries and possibilities. Yeah, whatever. But the ocean, that's where the real adventure is. Have you ever been scuba diving? It's like being in a whole other world, but space has black holes and galaxies and aliens. Oh, please. Aliens are probably just a bunch of nerds, too. The ocean has sharks and giant squids and mermaids. Mermaids. Really? Yeah, man. They're like half fish, half hot chicks. How can space compete with that? Okay, but what about the vastness of space? It's mind-blowing to think about how huge it is, and the ocean isn't. Have you heard of the Mariana Trench? That shit goes deeper than your mom's love for you. That's not even a valid comparison. Oh, and let's not forget about all the cool creatures that live in the ocean. Like, have you seen a blobfish? That thing is hilarious. I give up. You win. The ocean is cooler. Damn right. It is. Now let's go grab some beers and watch some Shark Week. Wow. Neil, what the hell are you doing? You're butt naked.
Joe, I've evolved beyond the need for clothing. Plus, it's a new trend I'm starting.
Trend. More like a nightmare. Put some clothes on, man.
Clothes are just a societal construct, Joe. I'm embracing my natural form.
Well, I'm not sure my viewers are ready for this. They might not be able to handle all that science in the buff.
Oh, please. Science doesn't need clothes. It's all about the facts and evidence.
Yeah, but I don't think anyone wants to see your evidence, Neil.
Come on, Joe. Embrace the freedom. Let your body be free.
Thanks. I'll stick to my comfy jeans and t-shirts. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, I'm the one who's truly enlightened.
Enlightened, more like exposed. Can we please get you a towel or something?
Fine? Fine. I'll put on a lab coat or something. Happy now?
Ecstatic. Now, let's get back to talking about aliens or whatever. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. How's it going, Neil?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me on the show.
So, I heard you have a new hobby. You want to tell us about it?
Well, Joe, I've been getting really into anime lately. And I have to say, I've developed a love for a certain genre.
Oh, yeah. What's that? No way. You're into that tentacle porn shit?
Yeah, I can't get enough of it. In fact, I even wrote a little song about it.
No way. You got to sing it for us, man.
I love hentai. It's my guilty pleasure. I can't resist those tentacles. They give me so much pleasure. I know it's weird, but I don't care. Hentai is my love affair.
That's fucking amazing, Neil. I never would have thought you were into that stuff.
Well, Joe, you never know what hidden desires lie within a scientist's mind.
You're a wild man, Neil. I love it.
Thanks, Joe. I'll have to teach you some of those tentacle techniques sometime.
I think I'll pass, but thanks for the offer. And on that note, folks, we'll see you next time on the Joe Rogue. All right, folks, we have a special guest on the show today. He needs no introduction. The 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. I love your podcast. It's fantastic. Tremendous.
So, Mr. President, there's been a lot of rumors going around about your bodily fluids.
Oh, you mean my cum? Yeah, I gotta tell you, Joe, it's orange, like really orange, and it tastes like pickled feet. It's a unique flavor, let me tell ya.
Wow, that's interesting. How did you discover this?
Well, you know, Joe, I'm a very active guy. I do marathons all the time. And after 12 hours of running in Ohio, I was like, what's this taste in my mouth? And there it was, the orange cum. It's a real treat. Let me tell ya.
I can only imagine. So do you think this is something that runs in your family?
Oh, absolutely. My father had orange cum too. It's a genetic thing. It's a good thing, Joe. Believe me.
Well, I'll take your word for it, Mr. President. Thanks for sharing that with us.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, folks, always stay hydrated and keep those fluids orange. It's the Trump way.
So, Neil, I heard they're trying to cancel the word retard now. What the fuck is up with that?
Well, Joe, it's considered offensive and derogatory towards people with intellectual disabilities. It's not really appropriate to use anymore.
Oh, come on. It's just a word. I mean, we can't say anything anymore without someone getting offended.
Joe, words have power. They can hurt and dehumanize people. We should be more mindful of the language we use.
But what about freedom of speech? I should be able to say whatever the fuck I want.
Yes, you have the freedom to say it, but you also have to face the consequences of your words. And if that means being called out for using offensive language, so be it.
But I'm not trying to offend anyone. I just grew up saying it. It's like second nature to me.
Joe, that's not an excuse. We need to evolve and be more respectful towards others. Language is constantly changing, and we need to adapt.
Fine. I'll just stick to calling people dumbasses then.
That's not much better, Joe.
Oh, come on, Neil. Don't be such a pussy.
Excuse me?
I mean, don't be such a sensitive little snowflake. See, I can adapt too.
Sighs, I give up, Joe. You do you.
So, Neil, I heard you went scuba diving after taking DMT.
Yeah, man, it was wild. I thought I was in space, but really I was just underwater.
That's crazy. Did you see any aliens down there?
No. But I did see some fish that looked like aliens. It was like a whole new world, man.
Did you have any profound realizations while you were down there?
Oh yeah, I was like, we're all just tiny specks in this vast universe, man. And then I saw a clownfish and was like, oh, Nemo.
Classic Neil. But seriously, did you feel like you were in danger at all?
No, I was too busy trying to communicate with the dolphins. I think they were trying to tell me the secrets of the universe.
I think that was just the DMT talking, Neil.
No way, man. Dolphins are highly intelligent creatures. They probably know more about the universe than we do.
Well, I'm glad you made it back in one piece. Next time, maybe just stick to smoking weed before diving.
Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. But man, that experience was out of this world. Literally.
So, Elon, I gotta ask, what's up with the TARD feature on the Cybertruck?
Oh, man, I knew that was going to cause some controversy.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. It's a cool feature and all, but why call it that?
Well, I figure it would be a good way to weed out the sensitive people. I mean, if you can't handle a little dark humor, then you probably shouldn't be driving a Cybertruck.
Fair enough, but I gotta say, it's a bit offensive.
Offensive. Have you seen the internet lately? Everything is offensive. Might as well have a little fun with it.
I see your point, but seriously, what inspired you to add this feature?
Well, I was watching Idiocracy and I thought, why not make it a reality? Plus, it's a great way to keep the roads clear of slow drivers.
You're a mad genius, Elon.
Thank you, Joe. It's all part of my master plan for world domination.
And here I thought it was just about electric cars and space travel.
That's just a cover story. But seriously, the TARD feature is just the beginning. Wait until you see what I have planned for the Mars colony.
Oh man, can't wait to hear about it on the next Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024.
You never know, maybe...
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's great to be back.
So, Mr. President, I heard you recently visited Area 51. Can you tell us about that?
Oh, yeah, it was tremendous. I've always been a big believer in aliens, you know? I mean, look at my hair. It's out of this world.
So, did you see any aliens?
Well, I can't reveal too much, but let's just say they probed me better than anyone has ever probed me before.
I don't even want to know what that means.
Believe me, Joe, it was the best probing I've ever had. And I've had a lot of probing, let me tell you.
Okay, let's move on. So, what do you think about the recent UFO sightings?
Well, Joe, I have a lot of experience dealing with aliens. I mean, look at the Democrats. They're practically from another planet.
Okay, let's not get political. But seriously, do you think the government is hiding something from us?
Of course they are, Joe. And I'm the only one who can get to the bottom of it. I have the best investigators, believe me.
I'm sure you do. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining me, Mr. President. So, Ben, what's been going on in your world lately?
Well, Joe, I've been busy owning the libs and spreading facts and logic. And logic.
Oh man, you and your facts and logic. What's your latest hot take?
Well, I just can't seem to get over the fact that you're a dumb fetus.
Oh, thanks, Ben. I really appreciate that.
No, seriously, Joe. You're like a little baby, still sucking on your mom's teat.
Wow, you really know how to charm a guy.
I'm just speaking the truth, Joe. You're like a walking embryo.
Well, at least I'm not a walking contradiction like you.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I mean, you're this tough alpha male, but you're also a tiny little man who can't handle a little weed.
Hey, I can handle my weed. I just choose not to.
Sure, sure. Keep telling yourself that, fetus.
I'll show you who's a fetus. I'll bench press you, Joe.
I'd pay to see that. All right, folks, we've got Neil deGrasse Tyson back on the podcast. Neil, what's new in the world of science?
Well, Joe, have you heard about the new Distronic Plus adaptive cruise control?
Distronic Plus. Sounds like some kind of futuristic sex toy.
No. No, it's actually a system that helps drivers maintain a safe distance from the car in front of them.
Oh, so it's like a built-in backseat driver. That's just what we need.
It's more than that, Joe. It also has steering assist to keep the car in the center of the lane and prevent drivers from overtaking on the right.
So it's like a nagging mother-in-law. Stay in your lane, Joe. Don't you dare pass that car.
Well, it's for safety reasons, Joe. We don't want drivers accidentally veering off the road.
Yeah, because that never happens when you're texting and driving.
Actually, the system is so sensitive that it can detect if the driver's hands are on the steering wheel. If they're not, it issues a warning.
Oh, so it's like a tattletale. Joe's not keeping his hands on the wheel.
Joe, it's a serious safety feature. We don't want any accidents on the road.
I get it. I get it. But can it detect if I'm holding a joint instead of the steering wheel?
No, Joe. I don't think it's programmed for that.
Well, there goes my plan for a... Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
It's a pleasure to be here, Joe. What's on the Agent DA for today?
Well, we have a topic submitted by one of our Discord users. They want to know what would happen if the first person on Mars just busted a huge nutty cum shot and then just up and left Mars.
Well, Joe, that's a very interesting question. I suppose it would depend on the size and velocity of the nutty cum shot.
Yeah, I mean, would it create a new crater on Mars or what?
I highly doubt it, Joe. Mars is a pretty big planet. I don't think one nutty cum shot would make much of a difference.
But imagine if it did, like a giant dick-shaped crater on Mars. That would be legendary.
I think it would be more concerning if the person just up and left Mars after busting such a huge nutty cum shot. I mean, what kind of mission is that?
Maybe they were just trying to mark their territory, like dogs do.
Well, I hope they at least left a flag behind or something. We don't want any future astronauts stumbling upon that.
Can you imagine the headlines? First person on Mars leaves behind giant nut stain.
Oh my, that would definitely be a first in human history.
But seriously, what would happen if someone did bust a nut on Mars? So, David, I heard you have a new book coming out.
Yeah, it's called Barf It Up, Scarf It Down.
What the hell does that even mean?
It's about my new diet plan. You eat whatever you want, then you puke it up and eat again.
That's disgusting.
No, it's efficient. You get to enjoy all your favorite foods twice.
I think I'll stick to my elk meat and elk piss diet. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, but you're missing out on some serious gains.
Speaking of gains, have you tried DMT?
Nah, I don't need drugs to push myself to the limit. I just eat my own vomit.
But what about the taste?
It's an acquired taste, like licking a sweaty sock.
Okay, that's enough. Let's move on to something less gross.
Fine. Let's talk about the time I ran 100 miles in one day.
Yeah, I heard about that. What was your secret?
I just kept barfing up my energy gills and scarfing them down again.
Okay, I think I'm going to throw up.
That's the spirit. Embrace the vomit, Joe. Embrace it.
So, Mr. President, I heard you banned cuteness. What's that all about?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, I just can't handle the competition. Your bald, blinding head is just too damn cute for me to handle.
Come on, man. You can't ban cuteness just because you're jealous of my head.
Hey, I'm the president. I can do whatever I want, and I want to make sure everyone knows who the real alpha male is.
Oh, yeah, because banning cute things is definitely a sign of strength.
You know what they say, Joe? The bigger the ego, the smaller the hands.
Well, I guess that explains a lot.
But seriously, Joe, your head is like a shining beacon of masculinity. It's like a cue ball sent from the gods.
Thanks, I think.
No, really. I want to build a statue of your head in the White House. It'll be huge. The biggest, most beautiful statue you've ever seen.
Wow, I'm honored.
And don't worry, I'll make sure to ban all other statues so yours stands out even more.
This is getting out of hand.
Hey, at least I'll let you keep your podcast as long as you worship my bald, blinding head on every episode.
I think I'll pass on that one, Mr. President.
Suit yourself. But just remember, Joe,
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new book coming out. What's it about?
Well, Joe, it's actually a cookbook. It's called Scarf It Up, Barf It Down, a guide to eating like a savage.
That's hilarious. But seriously, what's the concept behind it?
Well, you know how people always say you are what you eat? I want to take that to the extreme. So in this book, I encourage people to scarf down the most disgusting, unhealthy, and bizarre foods they can find, and then barf it all back up.
What the hell, Neil? That's disgusting.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's all in good fun. Plus, think of the weight loss benefits. You'll be barfing up all those calories.
Oh, yeah, because nothing screams health and wellness like barfing up a Big Mac.
Exactly. And the best part is I've included some of my own personal recipes, like Neil's nauseating nachos and vomit-inducing vegan curry.
I can't tell if you're serious or not. All right, Neil, we've got a hot topic today. Burger King foot lettuce versus McDonald's hand spinach. Which one reigns supreme?
Well, Joe, as an astrophysicist, I must say that I have never encountered such a perplexing question in my entire career.
Come on, Neil. Don't be coy. We all know you have a PhD in fast food, too.
Okay. If I had to choose, I would go with Burger King foot lettuce. It's the perfect blend of greasy and crunchy.
But what about the health benefits of McDonald's hand spinach? It's basically a salad on a bun.
Joe, let's be real here. No one goes to McDonald's for health benefits. We go for the heart attack on a plate.
Fair point. But I have to say, the thought of someone's foot being near my lettuce is a bit off-putting.
Oh, please. Joe, you've eaten things off the floor of your studio that would make a foot lettuce look like a gourmet meal.
All right, you got me there. But seriously, why can't we just have both? A burger with foot lettuce and hand spinach.
Now that's a revolutionary idea. We'll call it the Neil and Joe special.
I like the sound of that. Let's make it happen. McDonald's and Burger King.
And maybe we can get a sponsorship deal out of it too.
Now you're thinking, Neil. Now you're thinking. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, I heard you have some groundbreaking news about black holes.
Yes. Joe, after years of research, we have discovered that black holes are now superpositional.
Superpositional? What the hell does that mean?
It means that they can now see you taking a shit while also sucking up a nearby galaxy.
What the fuck? That's insane.
It's all thanks to quantum mechanics, Joe. The laws of physics are constantly evolving.
So, does that mean if I take a dump in my backyard, a black hole can see it?
Technically, yes, but I wouldn't recommend it. You don't want to end up in a parallel universe where you're known as the guy who shits in front of black holes.
Can you imagine the headlines? Joe Rogan, the man who took a dump in front of a black hole.
I can see it now. But in all seriousness, this discovery just proves how vast and mysterious our universe truly is.
Yeah, and how it can also make us look like idiots.
Well, I wouldn't go that far, but it definitely adds a new level of complexity to our understanding of black holes.
Well, I think it's safe to say that we'll all be a little more cautious when taking a dump from now. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have none other than the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've been wanting to come on your show for a long time. And let me tell you, I've been doing some amazing things since I left office.
Like what?
Well, for one, I've been collecting globes, lots and lots of globes.
Globes, like the ones you see in classrooms?
Exactly. But not just any globes, Joe. These are the best globes, and I've been shoving them up my ass.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's my new hobby. Keeps me busy. And let me tell you, it's a lot more satisfying than starting wars.
So you'd rather shove globes up your ass than start a war?
Absolutely. I mean, have you ever tried it? It's quite exhilarating.
No, I can't say I have.
Well, maybe you should give it a try. I'll even lend you some of my globes.
Thanks, but no thanks. I think I'll stick to smoking weed and talking about DMT.
Suit yourself. But let me tell you, globes are the future, and I'm the only one with the guts to embrace it.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Jamie, pull up an image of my globe collection.
Pulls up an image of a room filled with globes.
So, David, I heard you've been training for a marathon while fasting for 72 hours straight.
Yeah, it's just another day in the life of Goggins.
That's insane, man. How do you even have the energy to do that?
I just tap into my inner beast mod Joe. You should try it sometime.
I don't know if I have the mental strength for that.
Well, you know what they say, Joe? Pain is just weakness leaving the body.
Speaking of pain, I heard you puked during one of your runs.
Yeah, it happens when you push yourself to the limit. But I didn't let it stop me.
Did you, at least puke in the bushes or something?
Nah, I puked right on you, Joe.
What? Why? Why?
I wanted to see if you could handle it, if you had what it takes to be a true Goggins disciple.
That's disgusting, man. Jamie, pull up a picture of that.
I don't think we have any pictures of that, Joe.
Oh, I'm sure there's a video of it somewhere.
Gross. Well, I think that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining me, David.
Anytime. And remember, embrace the suck.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. I'm here with the 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be back, Joe. I got to say, being president is a lot of work, but I'm still finding ways to have some fun.
Speaking of fun, I heard you had a wild experience at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
What happened there?
Oh man, let me tell you, those animatronics, Freddy Fazbear, Bonnie, Shaka, and Foxy, they were possessed by some sick individuals. You know, the kind that Biden likes to sniff.
Wait, what do you mean by that?
I'm talking about children, Joe. Sick, twisted individuals who wanted to kill me. They tried to shred my face off with some torture device, but I'm a master at unscrewing screws, so I escaped unharmed.
That's insane. But then you ran into Golden Freddy, right?
Yeah, he looked like Freddy Fazbear, but yellow and with black eyes. But I went full Jackie Chan on him and took him down.
Wow, I can't believe you survived all that.
Hey, I'm a survivor, Joe, and I'll do whatever it takes to keep America safe, even if it means taking down possessed animatronics.
So, Neil, I heard rumors that the new iPhone 17 Pro Max will have a display that can project holograms.
Oh, you mean like the ones in Star Wars? That's ridiculous, Joe.
Come on, Neil. Don't be a buzzkill. Imagine having a hologram CY popping up in your living room.
Yeah, because what I really need is a tiny virtual assistant following me around all day.
But think about the possibilities, Neil. You could have a hologram of yourself giving lectures while you're at home eating Cheetos.
Yeah, because that's exactly what the world needs. More of me.
Hey, I'd pay good money to see that. And with the new display, it'll look like you're right there in the room with me.
I don't know, Joe. I think I'll stick with my old school flip phone. Less distractions.
Oh, come on, Neil. Don't be such a Luddite. Embrace the future.
Fine, but if I start getting hologram spam calls, I'm blaming you.
Fair enough. But seriously, can you imagine how cool it would be to have a hologram concert in your own home?
Yeah, because nothing beats the experience of standing in a crowded arena with sweaty strangers.
Okay, you win. But mark my words, hologram technology is the future.
And here I thought the future was supposed to be flying cars and robot butlers. But hey, holograms are cool too, I guess.
So, David, I heard you witness something pretty intense in the YouTube chat the other day.
Yeah. It was wild. Proxiclora and Boofmaster just,
Damn, that's some next level badassery. I bet they were channeling their inner Goggins.
you know it, they were like a couple of savage beasts tearing that chode apart with their words.
I can only imagine the verbal beatdown they delivered. It must have been epic.
Oh, it was. And the best part, they did it all while wearing their weighted vests and running 100 miles.
That's insane. Only true Goggins disciples could pull off something like that.
Absolutely. They are the definition of hardcore. I'm proud to call them my comrades.
Well, I wouldn't want to mess with them. They sound like they could take on anyone.
Oh, they could, though. I wouldn't want to be on their bad side.
Well, I'll make sure to stay on their good side. I don't want to end up like that showed in the YouTube chat.
Smart move. Smart move. Those two are not to be messed with.
So, Kenya, I heard you and Neil had a little rendezvous in the outdoor McDonald's play area.
Yeah, man, it was wild. We were just playing on the slide and things got a little heated.
Heated. How so?
Well, let's just say we both ended up pregnant. And
Wait, what? How's that even possible?
I don't know, man, but I'm excited to be a dad. And Neil, well, he's just happy to finally have a baby bump.
This is some next level stuff. Kenya, I mean, I've heard of pregnant men before, but this takes it to a whole new level.
Hey, we don't conform to society's norms. We do what we want when we want.
I can't even imagine what the maternity clothes are going to look like for you two.
Oh, I'm going to design my own. And Neil, well, he's already started bedazzling his baby bump.
This is definitely going to be a unique parenting journey for you two.
Hey, we're trendsetters. Who knows? Maybe this will become the new normal.
I don't think society is ready for that, Kenya.
Society can't hold us back, Joe. We're unstoppable. Now let's go grab some Big Macs for our growing bellies.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about all things weird and wild. Today, we have the brilliant and esteemed astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson joining us.
Me, Neil. Neil likes stars. Stars big. Neil smart. Joe dumb.
All right, Neil, let's talk about something mind-blowing. Pluto, is it a planet or not?
Pluto no planet. Pluto small. Like Neil's brain.
Okay. But what about the people who live on Pluto? Are they like dwarf people or something?
Dwarf people. Neil no understand. People on Pluto small. Like Joe's IQ.
Hey, watch it, Neil. But seriously, what do you think about the possibility of life on Pluto?
Life on Pluto? Joe funny. No life on Pluto. Just rocks and ice. Like Joe's career.
All right, Neil. Let's move on to something else. How about black holes?
Black holes scary. Like Joe's face. But seriously, they suck everything in, even light. That's some crazy stuff.
Yeah, it's wild. But what if there's a civilization living inside a black hole?
Civilization in black hole? Neil, no understand. Black hole just big vacuum. Like Joe's brain?
Okay. Let's wrap this up before Neil gets too savage. Thanks for joining us, Neil. So, Ben, I heard you had a run-in with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez recently.
Yeah, she tricked me into thinking we were going to have a civil debate about politics. But then she showed up with her big juicy bat and knock, and I couldn't focus on anything else.
Oh man, that's rough. But what happened after that?
Well, she pinned me down, face down, and started pegging my tight little asshole until it bled, and I cried like a baby.
Oh my God, that's hilarious. Did you at least try to fight back?
Of course I did, but she's surprisingly strong for a tiny socialist. And those hips don't lie, let me tell you.
I can just imagine the look on your face during all of this.
It was a mix of pain, humiliation, and confusion. I never thought I'd be dominated by a liberal woman.
Well, you know what they say, politics makes for strange bedfellows.
I guess I'll have to add this to my list of things that make me question my masculinity.
Hey, at least you got a good story out of it. And maybe next time you'll think twice before underestimating Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's power.
Yeah, I'll definitely be more careful around her from now on.
Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. See you next time. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only President Donald Trump.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's great to be here. And let me tell you, I've been listening to your podcast and it's tremendous. I mean, you're killing it, man. You're killing it, man.
Thanks, Mr. President. I appreciate it. So let's get right into it. I heard you've been making fun of people's ball sacks lately.
Oh, Joe, you know me, I like to have a little fun. And let me tell you, some of these guys, they have the smallest ball sacks you've ever seen. It's like trying to find a needle in a haystack. It's like trying to find a needle in a haystack.
That's brutal, man. But hey, what about your own ball sack?
Oh, please, I have the best ball sack, believe me. It's huge, it's tremendous. People are always telling me, Donald, you have the best ball sack. And let me tell you, it's a beautiful ball sack, just like everything else about me.
All right, let's move on to the next topic. I heard you've been challenging other world leaders to a ball sack measuring contest.
That's right, Joe. I mean, who wouldn't want to see the President of the United States ball sack? It's a privilege, really. And let me tell you, I'm confident I'll come out on top. I have the best ball sack. It's just a fact.
I can't believe. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Here with my good friend, the astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I have a new idea I want to discuss with you.
Oh, yeah. What is it?
Shut the fuck up, Joe.
What?
I'm serious. Every time you open your mouth, I can feel my IQ dropping.
Hey, no, that's not very nice.
I don't care. I'm tired of listening to your pseudo-scientific bullshit and conspiracy theories.
Hey, I have some credible sources.
Credible? You mean the DMT elves that visit you in your dreams?
Well, they do have some interesting insights.
Oh, I'm sure they do. Look, Joe, just stick to talking about MMA and smoking weed. Leave the science to the professionals.
Fine, but I have a new theory about Bigfoot and aliens.
Oh, God, here we go again.
See, I think Bigfoot is actually an alien species that crash landed on Earth and has been living in hiding.
And I suppose you've seen them while tripping on ayahuasca?
No, but I have some really convincing YouTube videos.
I give up.
That's what they said about the... So, Elon, I heard you're working on some new technology.
Yeah, I've been tinkering with some femboy robots.
Femboy robots. What the hell are those?
They're robots that look like cute anime girls, but with a little something extra.
Oh, God. Please tell me you're not talking about robot genitalia.
Of course I am. What's the point of making a femboy robot if it doesn't have a fully functional penis?
I don't know. Maybe for people who don't want to have sex with robots?
Those people are missing out. These femboy robots will revolutionize the sex industry.
I can already see the headlines. Elon Musk creates the ultimate sex toy.
Hey, don't call it a toy. These robots are sophisticated pieces of technology.
Right, because nothing says sophistication like a robot with a dick.
Hey, I'm just giving the people what they want. And I guarantee you there will be a demand for these femboy robots.
I don't doubt it. But what about the ethics of creating sex robots?
Ethics, please. We're talking about robots here, not real humans. Plus, think of all the lonely people we'll be helping.
I don't know, man. This all seems a little creepy.
Creepy. No way. It's all about pleasure and satisfaction. And hey, if you're into it, we can even make femboy robot versions of ourselves.
I think I'll pass on that offer. So, Ben, I heard you have a secret you've been keeping from us.
What are you talking about, Joe?
Come on, man. Don't play dumb with me. I know all about your gooning.
How did you find out?
Let's just say I have my sources. But seriously, a goon cave. That's some next level shit.
It's not a gun cave, Joe. It's just a private space for me to explore my interests.
Yeah, I bet you do a lot of exploring down there.
Can we please change the subject?
Sure. Let's talk about your gooning techniques. I hear you're quite the master.
Can we just drop it, Joe? It's not something I want to discuss on a public podcast.
Oh, come on, Ben. Don't be such a goon about it.
Fine. Yes, I have a goon cave. Yes, I am a master gooner. Happy now.
Ecstatic. And for our listeners, Ben will be hosting a goon workshop next week. Tickets are on sale now.
This is my darkest secret, and you're turning it into a money-making opportunity.
Hey, we all got to make a living, and you make a damn good goon, my friend. So, Neil, what are you thinking about my ex-bitch?
Well, Joe, I have to say, she was quite the specimen.
Yeah, she was a wild one. But man, did she know how to handle a joint?
Oh, I'm sure she did. But let's not forget her impressive knowledge of astrophysics.
Yeah, right? Like, she knew anything about space. She was too busy getting high and causing drama.
Well, I have to admit, she did have a certain gravitational pull.
That's one way to put it. But seriously, what did you think of her?
Honestly, Joe, I think she was a perfect example of the chaos theory, unpredictable and constantly changing.
Yeah, that's for sure. But hey, at least she kept things interesting.
That she did, Joe? That she did?
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. And today we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a list of the top 5 that foods to boof. Can you share that with us?
Absolutely. Number 1 on my list is pad the. It's a classic dish.
Interesting. What's next on the list?
Next up, we have tom yum soup. The spicy and sour flavors really hit the spot when you're boofing.
I can see that. What's number 3?
Number 3 is green curry. It's creamy, flavorful, and just the right consistency for boofing.
I'm starting to see a pattern here. What's number 4?
Number 4 is some
And finally, what's number 5?
Last but not least, we have mango sticky rice. It's a sweet and sticky treat that's perfect for boofing after a meal.
Well, there you have it, folks. Dr. Phil's top 5 that foods to boof. Thanks for joining us, Dr. Phil.
My pleasure, Joe. And remember, always boof responsibly.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we talk about all things weird and wild. Today's guest is the one and only Kanye West.
Yo, what's up, Joe? I'm here to drop some truth bombs and spit some fire.
Speaking of fire, I heard a rumor that you have an alien living inside your ass.
Yeah, man, it's true. I call him Xenu. He's been chilling in there for a few years now.
How did you even find out about this?
Well, I was taking a dump one day and I felt something move. I looked in the toilet and saw this little green guy staring back at me.
That's insane. What is he doing there?
Oh, he's just vibing most of the time. But sometimes he'll give me some sick beats for my songs.
So, does he have any special powers?
Oh, yeah, he's got some crazy telekinesis. He can move things with his mind, including my ass cheeks. Including my ass cheeks.
That's wild. Have you ever considered getting him removed?
Nah, he's part of me now. Plus, he's got some sick fashion sense. He's the one who told me to start wearing those ridiculous oversized sweaters.
Well, I guess we can thank Xenu for that fashion statement. Any final thoughts on your alien roommate?
Just remember, we're not alone in this universe. And sometimes that alien might just be living inside your ass.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today's topic comes from a user on Discord. They want to know, Dr. Phil, what the hell is dick cheese? What the hell is dick cheese?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, it's a real problem for some men out there. It's basically a buildup of smegma, a combination of dead skin cells, oils, and bacteria that can accumulate under the foreskin.
So it's like a cheesy dip for your dick?
I wouldn't quite put it like that, Joe. It can actually lead to infections and other issues if not properly cleaned.
So what you're saying is if you don't want to get your dick infected, you better wash that cheese off.
Exactly, Joe. And let me tell you, I've seen some real horror stories in my practice. Men walking around with chunks of cheese hanging off their dicks. It's not a good look.
That's some next level cheese grater action right there.
And let's not forget about the smell, Joe. It's like a mix of...
I can only imagine. But hey, some people are into that kind of stuff. You never know.
Well,
wise words from Dr. Phil. Now let's move on to our next topic, how to properly clean your butt crack. Stay tuned, folks. So, Neil, did you catch any NFL games this weekend?
Yeah, man, I watched the Rams game. They really know how to ram it in, don't they?
Yeah, I love those guys. They remind me of my favorite pastime.
What's that, Joe? Ramming your fist up someone's ass?
You know, me too well, Neil. But seriously, did you see that touchdown by the Rams? It was like watching my fist go in and out of your...
Okay, let's change the subject before this gets too graphic. But speaking of the Rams, did you hear about their new quarterback?
No. What's the deal?
Apparently, he's got a cannon for an arm, just like the one I used to ram things up.
All right. We get it. You like to ram things. But let's talk about the real issue here. How do you feel about the Rams potentially moving to a new city?
As long as they don't change their name to the Rammers, I'm good.
Oh man, that would be a whole new level of offensive. But seriously, I hope they stay in law. I don't want to have to travel to ram my fist up your ass.
Oh no, what a tragedy that would be.
All right, let's wrap this up before we get too carried away. But seriously, go Rams and go fist ramming. All right, we're live. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. And today we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, what's new in the world of science and astrophysics?
Well, we've recently discovered a new planet in a distant galaxy that has 6 moons and a population of talking unicorns.
Wow, that's wild. Can we smoke DMT on that planet?
I'm afraid not, Joe. The unicorns have strict anti-drug policies.
Bummer. So what's the name of this planet?
It's called Test 1246.
Test 1246. That's a weird name.
Yes, it's named after the sound the unicorns make when they communicate with each other.
Interesting. So what kind of technology do they have on this planet?
Well, they have advanced spacecrafts powered by rainbow energy, and they can travel through different dimensions.
Damn, that's some next level stuff. Can we visit this planet?
I wouldn't recommend it, Joe. The unicorns are not very welcoming to outsiders.
What if we bring them some weed?
I don't think that would work, Joe. They have a strict vegan diet.
Well, that's a shame. I was really looking forward to smoking with some talking unicorns.
Maybe we can find another planet with cooler inhabitants.
Yeah, like one with giant alien. So, Kamala, I heard you have some big plans for America. What do you mean that's, pretty extreme? I don't think that's going to win you any votes. Well, I'm sure the people of America will appreciate being covered in your giant load. I don't even know what to say to that. Okay, let's move on to a different topic before things get too messy. And on that note, let's take a quick break. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new workout routine called Exercise for Mega Boofing. Can you tell us more about that?
Well, it's a combination of astrophysics and intense physical exercise. The goal is to strengthen your core and your cosmic knowledge.
Sounds intense. How exactly does it work?
Well, you start by doing a series of crunches while reciting the laws of thermodynamics. Then you move on to squats while explaining the theory of relativity. And finally, you finish off with a plank while naming all the planets in the solar system.
That's insane. But does it actually work?
Oh, it definitely does. I've been doing it for months now, and let me tell you, my boofing game is on a whole other level.
I can only imagine. But why the name Assur Kais?
Well, because it's all about asserting your dominance over the universe. And let me tell you, when you're mega boofing, that's exactly what you're doing.
I think I need to try this. Jamie, pull up an image of Neil doing a exercise exercise.
Pulls up image of Neil doing a plank while reciting the laws of thermodynamics.
Holy shit, that's impressive.
Thank you, Joe. I take my mega boofing very seriously.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with former president of the United States, Donald Trump. How's it going, Don?
Fantastic, Joe. Just fantastic. America is doing great, thanks to me.
All right, let's get right into it. We have a topic submitted by a user on Discord. They want to know your top 5 American foods to boof. What do you say?
Well, Joe, I have the best taste in food, believe me. And let me tell you, the best food to boof is McDonald's, Big Mac's, filet of fish, you name it. Delicious.
McDonald's, really? Not something more high-end or gourmet?
No. You got to stick with what works, Joe. And what works is fast food. Trust me, I know.
All right, what's next on your list?
Pizza. Nothing beats a good slice of New York pizza. And you know what they say, New York pizza is the best because of the water. And let me tell you, I have the best water, Trump water. It's tremendous.
I see. And what about a healthier option?
Healthy? Who needs healthy when you have fried chicken, KFC, Popeyes, you name it? And don't forget to boof the mashed potatoes and gravy too. It's a game changer.
Okay, that's 3. What else?
Well, you can't talk about American food without mentioning hot dogs. They're a staple at every baseball game and they're perfect for boofing. Just make sure.
Yo, Joe, have you ever thought about how life is just a build-up to death? Oh man, don't get me started. It's like we're all just on this long-ass conveyor belt towards the end, and some people are just taking their sweet time, like they're in no rush to get to the end. Yeah, like they're just enjoying the ride. But let's be real, it's a pretty shitty ride. I mean, we're born, we got to go to school, get a job, pay bills, and then we die. What's the point? Right? And then there's those people who are like, life is a gift. Every moment is precious. Spare me. I didn't ask for this gift, and I definitely don't want it to last forever. And let's not forget about all the suffering and pain that comes with life. Like, what kind of sick joke is that? Seriously, who's the asshole in charge of this whole life and death thing? Can we get a refund or something? I think we should start a petition to just end this whole life thing. Let's all just go out in a blaze of glory. Yeah, let's go out like a bunch of badass warriors, not like a bunch of old, wrinkly, bedridden folks. That's no way to go. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where anything goes and we don't give a fuck.
Hell yeah, Joe. I'm ready to stir up some controversy and offend some people.
Speaking of controversy, I heard you have a new challenge for us. What is it?
Oh, it's a doozy. I challenge Dr. Phil, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Trump, Roe v. Wade, you, Kanye I. West, David Goggins, and Jamie to eat my yummy smegma.
What the fuck, Mr. Beast? That's disgusting.
Hey, I'm all about pushing boundaries and trying new things. Plus, I heard it's a delicacy in some cultures.
I don't know about that, but I do know that eating smegma is a surefire way to get some serious infections.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be a pussy. It's just a little bit of cheese from my foreskin.
Okay, I think I'm gonna throw up.
Don't worry, I'll make sure to wash it down with some of my piss.
All right, I'm out. I can't handle this shit.
Suit yourself, Joe. More smegma for me.
So, Neil, have you ever had one of those moments where you're just standing there minding your own business and suddenly you feel a warm sensation on your head?
No, Joe. Can't say I have.
Wow, I have. And let me tell you, it wasn't rain.
Oh, God, please don't tell me it was what I think it was.
Yeah, a full stream of piss right on my head. And you know what? It got me thinking,
Oh, no, here we go.
what if our stream of consciousness was actually a stream of piss? Like, instead of thoughts, it's just a constant flow of urine.
I think you need to lay off the drugs, Joe.
Hear me out, Neil. Instead of saying, I need to pee, we would say, I need to think. And instead of going to the bathroom, we would just sit down and have a good think.
That's enough, Joe. I don't want to imagine a world where my thoughts are replaced with piss.
But think about it, Neil. We could have conversations like this all the time. Just endless streams of piss and thoughts.
I think I'm going to have to cut this conversation short, Joe. Jamie, pull up an image of a brain on fire. I think that's an accurate representation of what's happening in Joe's head right now.
Sure thing, Neil. Here's an image of a brain on fire. And Joe, I think it's time for you to take a break from your stream of consciousness and go clean yourself up.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
It's great to be here, Joe. I always enjoy our conversations.
So, Neil, I heard you've been doing some research fraud lately. Can you explain how that works?
Well, Joe, it's quite simple. First, you have to come up with a catchy title for your study, something like the effects of eating Tide Pods on cognitive function.
That's a good one. I can see how that would grab people's attention.
Exactly. Then you just make up some data and results that support your hypothesis. It helps if you have a few friends in the scientific community who can vouch for your findings.
So basically, you just make shit up and hope no one catches you.
Pretty much. But you have to be careful not to make it too obvious. You don't want to end up like that guy who faked the results of his stem cell research and got caught.
Yeah, that's not a good look. But what about ethics? Does that ever come into play?
Ethics. That's just a fancy word for don't get caught. As long as you have...
Wow, I never knew being a scientist was so easy. Maybe I should start doing some research fraud myself.
Oh, Joe, you couldn't handle it. It takes a certain level of intelligence and cunning to pull it off.
Hey, I may not be a genius like you, but I can fake it. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and talk about this new compost idea.
So, what is this new compost idea?
It's called lemon compost. You basically just throw your used lemons into a compost pile and let them decompose.
That sounds pretty simple. But what's the benefit of using lemons specifically?
Well, lemons are high in acidity, which helps break down other organic materials in the compost pile. Plus, they add a nice citrus scent to the mix.
Interesting. But how do you prevent the compost from smelling like a lemon-scented garbage dump?
That's where the secret ingredient comes in. You add a little bit of tequila to the mix.
Tequila? Are you serious?
Absolutely. The alcohol helps speed up the decomposition process and also gives the compost a nice kick.
This is wild. I can already see the marketing slogan, get drunk while saving the planet with lemon compost. Lemon compost.
Exactly. And hey, if you're feeling extra adventurous, you can even use the compost to grow your own lemons.
Mind blown. I'm definitely trying this out. Thanks for coming on the show, Dr. Phil.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, when life gives you lemons, make compost.
So, Elon, I was reading about the early Christians in the Roman Empire and how they celebrated Christmas. What do you think they did back then?
Oh, Testiclesi. Oh, Testiclesi, your empire is unchanging.
What the hell does that even mean?
It means they probably sacrificed some goats or something, typical ancient civilization stuff.
Sacrificing goats for Christmas? That's messed up.
Hey, at least they didn't have to deal with the chaos of holiday shopping and wrapping presents.
Yeah, I guess you have a point there. But what about the whole peace on earth, goodwill towards men thing?
They probably just chanted that while they were sacrificing the goats, to make it seem more wholesome.
This conversation took a dark turn real quick.
Hey, you asked about the early Christians in the Roman Empire. What did you expect?
I don't know, maybe some fun facts about how they decorated their trees or something?
Sorry to disappoint, but I highly doubt they had time for that when they were too busy conquering and expanding their empire.
Well, I guess I'll stick to my modern day Christmas traditions then.
Yeah, me too. Just happy I don't have to sacrifice any goats.
So, Mr. President, what do you think about the current state of the economy?
Giggity, giggity, goo.
Okay. How about foreign policy?
Giggity, giggity, goo.
All right, let's try something else. What's your plan for healthcare?
Giggity, giggity, goo.
This is getting ridiculous. Can you give us a serious answer?
Giggity, giggity, goo.
I don't think you understand how important these issues are.
Giggity, giggity, goo.
Are you even capable of having a serious conversation?
Giggity, giggity, goo.
I give up. Jamie, pull up an image of a toddler throwing a tantrum.
Hey, that's not me.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was a perfect representation of your behavior.
Giggity, giggity, goo.
This is the most absurd podcast I've ever done.
Giggity, giggity, goo.
I can't take this anymore. I quit.
Giggity, giggity, goo.
Awkwardly pulls up image of a clown.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special guest, the Supreme Chancellor himself, Donald Trump. How's it going, Mr. President?
It's going great, Joe. Great to be back on your show. And let me tell you, things have been crazy since I became the Supreme Chancellor.
I can only imagine. So, I heard there was an attempt on your life by the Jetty. What happened there?
Oh, yeah, those jetty scum tried to take me out. They came at me with their little lightsabers, but I was too quick for them.
Did they almost cut your ear off?
Almost. They did cut it off, Joe. But don't worry, I had it reattached with the best medical technology in the galaxy.
Wow, that's impressive. But why would the Jedi want you dead?
because I'm making the galaxy great again, Joe. And they can't handle it. They want to keep their elitist Jedi ways. But I'm here to shake things up.
And how do you plan on dealing with the Jedi now?
Well, I've already put out a ban on all Jedi travel to our galaxy. And let me tell you, it's been tremendous. The galaxy has never been safer.
But what about the Force? How do you plan on controlling that?
Simple, Joe. We're going to build a force-proof wall around our galaxy, and the Jedi are going to pay for it. And Jedi pay for it.
That's one way to do it. Well, Mr. President, it's been... All right, folks. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have the one and only Dr. Phil in the house.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, I hear you have a new guide out on boofing expanding foam. What's that all about?
Well, Joe, boofing expanding foam is the latest trend in cracks.
Oh man, that sounds wild. Have you tried it yourself?
Of course not, Joe. I'm a professional. But I have seen some pretty gnarly results from people who have tried it without following my guide.
Damn, that's some dedication to home improvement. But is it safe?
Well, Joe, as with any activity involving your rectum, there are risks involved. But as long as you follow my guide and use the right amount of foam, you should be fine.
So, is this what you do in your free time, Dr. Phil? Boofing, expanding foam?
No, Joe. In my free time, I like to yell at troubled teenagers on my show.
Fair enough. Well, thanks for coming on the show, Dr. Phil. I'm sure our listeners will be rushing to try out boofing expanding foam now.
Please, Joe.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I always love talking to the people, especially the ones who voted for me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you recently kicked out RFK Jr. from your administration. What happened there?
Well, Joe, I just couldn't handle his liberal nonsense anymore. I mean, the guy was practically hugging trees and talking about climate change. Can you believe it? Wave it?
Wow, that's pretty extreme. But isn't it important to have different perspectives in your administration?
Of course, Joe. But this guy was just too much. He even wanted to ban guns and make everyone eat tofu. Can you imagine? That's not the America I know and love.
So, what did you do? Just kick him out?
No, I did something even better. I challenged him to a wrestling match, winner takes all.
You serious?
Dead serious. And let me tell you, Joe, I won. I pinned him down with my signature move, the Bigley Slam.
That's incredible. So what happened to RFK Jr.?
Oh, he's fine. I just sent him off to live in a commune with Bernie Sanders and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. They can talk about their socialist dreams all day long.
Well, I gotta say, that's one way to handle things.
You know me, Joe. I'm not afraid to make tough decisions. Now let's talk.
Neil, welcome back to the podcast. I heard you have a list of your top 5 Mexican foods to boof.
Yes, Joe. I've been doing some extensive research on this topic, and I have to say, my number one pick would have to be a nice, juicy burrito.
Oh yeah, that's a classic. But what about tacos? I mean, they're the yolk of Mexican food.
Tacos are great, but let's be real. They're not as easy to boof. You got to have some skills to pull that off.
Fair point. So what's next on your list?
Well, I have to go with enchiladas. They're like little pockets of flavor, perfect for boofing.
Interesting choice. What about guacamole? I feel like that would be a top contender.
Guacamole is delicious, but it's a bit too mushy for boofing. Plus, I don't want to waste any of that green goodness.
Good point. So what's your number 4 pick?
I have to go with churros. They may not be a traditional Mexican food, but they're long and skinny, perfect for boofing.
I never thought of it that way. And your final pick?
It's got to be carne asada fries. It's like a whole meal in one, perfect for those long boofing sessions.
Well, there you have it, folks. Neil's top 5 Mexican foods to boof. Thanks for joining us, Neil.
Always a pleasure, Joe. Now, if you'll excuse
Neil, have you heard about this new holiday called Science Mess?
Science Mess? Is that like Christmas but for science nerds?
Yeah, man. It's the most logical holiday ever. Instead of presents, we exchange scientific theories and experiments.
That sounds amazing. I can't wait to see what Darwin Claus brings us this year.
Oh man, I hope it's a new species of monkey or something.
Or maybe a new element to add to the periodic table.
Dude, I heard he's been working on a theory about parallel universes. Maybe he'll bring us some evidence.
That would be mind-blowing. I can't wait to see what he evolves down the chimney.
I just hope he doesn't get stuck like Santa Claus.
Nah, he's too evolved for that. Plus, he's got those long monkey arms to help him out.
True. I can't wait to open our scientific gifts and celebrate the wonders of the universe.
Happy Science Mez, Joe.
Happy Science Muzz, Neil. Let's get giddy with anticipation. Hey, David. Thanks for coming on the show.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm always down for some uncensored, no holds barred conversations.
So I got to ask, what's your take on calisthenics?
Oh, man, don't even get me started. It's just the lesbian stepsister of bodybuilding.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, come on, Joe. It's like the little brother trying to copy the cool older brother. But instead of lifting weights, they're just doing push-ups and jumping jacks.
But I've seen some pretty jack guys who only do calisthenics.
Yeah, but they're probably just compensating for something, if you know what I mean.
Oh man, that's brutal.
Hey, I'm just keeping it real. If you want real gains, you got to hit the weights.
But calisthenics is great for functional strength and mobility.
Functional strength? What are you, yoga instructor? Real men lift weights, Joe?
All right, I'll stick to my weights. But I gotta say, I admire your dedication to pushing yourself to the limit.
Thanks. It's all about that mental toughness. And speaking of pushing limits, Jamie, pull up an image of a guy bench pressing a car.
Here you go, David.
Now, that's what I call a real workout.
So, Elon, I heard you bought If Funny.
Yeah, I figured I could use some extra cash to fund my Mars project.
But why If Funny? It's just a bunch of memes and ads.
Exactly. Going to add even more ads to heat up everyone's phones. Got to keep them on their toes.
That's diabolical. But what about the users?
Who cares about the users? They're just mindless consumers anyways.
Wow, that's dark. But I gotta admit, it's a genius business move.
Of course it is. A billionaire for a reason.
Speaking of which, how much did you pay for Funny?
Just a small loan of $1 million from my good friend, Donald Trump.
Wait, what? You're friends with Trump?
Yeah, we bond over our love for building walls and destroying the environment.
This conversation just took a weird turn.
Hey, at least we're not talking about Neuralink and mind control.
Oh God, don't even get me started on that. I don't want my thoughts being controlled by ads.
Too late, Joe. You're already under my control.
All right, let's end this before things get too crazy.
Agreed. I have a rocket to catch anyways. See ya, Joe.
Note to self, never let Elon control my thoughts. So, Mr. Beast, I heard your next challenge is having other YouTubers shove pineapples up your asshole. Is this some kind of weird pineapple fetish?
No, it's all for the views and the clicks. Got to keep the algorithm happy.
Well, I gotta say, that's some dedication to your craft. But why pineapples? Why not something less prickly?
Oh, I like the pain. It's like a spicy challenge, but for my butthole.
I can't even imagine the pain. But hey, at least you'll have a sweet and sour asshole afterwards.
Yeah, and maybe I'll start a trend. Pineapple assholes, the new beauty standard.
I can see it now. Influencers everywhere shoving pineapples up their asses. It's the future.
And I'll be the king of the pineapple assholes. Bow down to me, peasants.
Well, I'll leave that to you. I'll stick to my regular old asshole. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, pineapples are the key to success.
Noted. I'll start stocking up on pineapples for my next challenge.
Now that's the spirit. Let's make pineapples great again.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's an honor to be here.
So, Ben, I heard you have a favorite writer. Who is it?
Well, Joe, my favorite writer is none other than Honoré de Balzac.
Laughs Balzac? Seriously?
Yes, Joe Balzac. He's a French philosopher and writer, and his work is truly brilliant.
I gotta say, that name is pretty ballsy.
Droll's Eye is very mature, Joe, but let me tell you, his writing is a masterpiece. It's like a symphony of logic and reason.
Smirks sounds like a real ball buster.
Size, can we please move on from the puns?
Fine. So what's your favorite book by Balzac?
It's called The Myth of the Vaginal Orgasm. It's a groundbreaking analysis of female pleasure and the societal pressure to conform to male standards of sexuality.
Raises eyebrows, that's unexpected.
Proudly see, Joe. This is why Balzac is my favorite writer. He challenges societal norms and gets to the truth of things.
Well, I gotta say, I'm impressed. Balzac sounds like a real baller.
Smirks, I see what you did there, Joe. But yes, he truly is a genius.
Well, there you have it, folks. Ben Shapiro's favorite writer is... All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson joining us.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, I heard you have some interesting thoughts on the term boof. Care to share with our listeners?
Yes, boof. It's a term that has been around for centuries, but its true meaning has been lost in translation.
Lost in translation? What do you mean?
Well, originally, boof was used to describe the act of engaging in anal sex, but over time, it has been watered down to mean something completely different.
Watered down. How so?
Well, now people use it to describe something they don't like or something that's not cool. But let me tell you, there's nothing cooler than a good old-fashioned boofing session.
You heard it here first, folks. Neil deGrasse Tyson says boofing is cool.
But in all seriousness, Joe, the science behind boofing is quite fascinating.
Oh boy, here we go.
When engaging in anal sex, the prostate gland is stimulated, releasing endorphins and creating a sensation of intense pleasure.
Yeah, we get it. It feels good.
But what people don't realize is that this pleasure is not just physical, it's also mental. The taboo nature of boofing adds an extra layer of excitement and arousal.
Jay. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you have a new theory about parallel buses. What's that all about?
Well, Joe, it's a theory I've been working on for years. It's basically the idea that there are alternate universes where instead of cars, we have buses as our main mode of transportation.
That's wild, man. So, like, instead of Tesla, we'd have Busla.
Exactly. And instead of electric cars, we'd have electric buses. Can you imagine how much cleaner our air would be?
Damn, that's some mind-blowing stuff. But what about parallel buses in terms of society? Would we have buses flying to space?
Absolutely. And instead of landing on Mars, we'd land on a planet made entirely of buses.
That's some next-level shit, Elon. But what about the buses themselves? Would they be self-driving, or would we still have bus drivers?
Well, in these parallel bus universes, the buses are actually sentient beings. They have their own consciousness and can communicate with us.
Whoa, that's insane. But wait, what if there's a bussy uprising? What if they decide to take over the world?
Don't worry, Joe. I already thought of that. That's why
So, David, I heard you've been spending a lot of time on Fortnite lately.
Yeah, it's my new obsession. I love making those little kids cry.
What the hell, man? That's messed up.
Hey, me to toughen up. I'm just doing them a favor.
I don't know if traumatizing children is considered a favor.
They'll thank me later when they're running ultra marathons.
I don't think that's how it works, but okay. So, how you make them cry exactly?
Oh, I just destroy them in the game. They get so mad and start crying.
You're like the ultimate troll.
It's all about mindset, Joe. Gotta stay mentally tough, even in video games.
But don't you feel bad for them?
Nah, they'll get over it. Plus, it's good practice for when they face real challenges in life.
You're a savage Goggins.
I prefer motivational sadist.
Well, I guess whatever works for you, man. Just don't make me cry next time we play together.
No promises, Joe. No promises.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Mr. Beast.
What's up, Joe? Thanks for having me on.
So I heard you're on a mission to put all midgets back in school because you think they didn't learn enough.
Yeah, man. I mean, have you seen how short they are? Clearly, they didn't learn enough to grow to normal height.
Wow, that's a bold statement. But I gotta ask, what makes you think they didn't learn enough?
Well, have you ever seen a midget solve a Rubik's Cube? Exactly. They need more education.
I see your point. But what about the fact that they're adults now? Won't it be weird to put them back in school?
Not at all. I've already bought a bunch of tiny desks and chairs. It'll be like a giant kindergarten class, but for midgets.
That's insane, man. But hey, you do you.
You know what they say, Joe. You can't teach an old midget new tricks, but you can definitely teach them some basic math.
Oh, man. I can't believe we're having this conversation.
Jamie, pull up an image of a midget trying to reach a high shelf. See, that's exactly why they need to go back to school.
All right, Mr. Beast. You're a wild one. Thanks for joining me today.
Anytime, Joe.
So, Elon, I heard you've been working on a new invention.
Yeah, man, it's the Starfield Bean Crawler 90P69. It's a game changer.
What the hell is that?
It's a fully semi-automatic assault rifle that shoots beans when you pull the trigger.
Beans. Like the ones you eat?
No, Joe. These are special beans that can knock out a person in one shot.
That's insane. Why would you invent something like that?
Well, I wanted to combine my love for guns and my love for beans. It's a win-win.
I don't know if that's such a good idea, Elon.
Come on, Joe. It's just a little harmless fun.
Harmless? People could get seriously hurt?
Relax, Joe. It's not like I'm selling it to the public. It's just for personal use.
I don't know, man. Seems like a recipe for disaster.
Trust me, Joe. It's going to be a big hit. I already have orders from the military in every frat house in the country.
Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Jamie, pull up an image of the Starfield Beancrawler 90P69.
Here it is, guys. Looks like a regular rifle with a can of beans attached to it.
See, Joe? It's genius.
I give up. You win, Elon. So, Neil, what's the latest scientific discovery you've made?
Well, Joe, I've been studying the effects of boofing on the human body.
Boofing, like sticking stuff up your butt?
Yes, but specifically the effects of boofing on the testicles.
Oh boy, I can only imagine where this is going.
It turns out boofing certain substances can lead to terminal ball sac cancer.
Terminal ball sac cancer? Is that like the worst kind of cancer?
Oh, yes. It's quite deadly. And the only way to cure it is by removing the affected testicle.
So basically, if you want to die, just boof some random shit.
Well, I wouldn't recommend it. But if you're really looking for a way out, it's an option.
Well, I know what I'm doing tonight.
Please don't. I don't want to be responsible for your demise.
Don't worry, I'll make sure to boof responsibly.
I can't believe I'm having this conversation on a podcast.
But in all seriousness, what other risks are associated with boofing?
Well, there's also the risk of infection and damage to the rectal lining. But hey, at least you won't have to worry about prostate cancer.
Great. So I'll just have to worry about my balls exploding instead.
You always know how to make light.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with my good friend, Dr. Phil.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here and talk about this important topic.
So, what's on your mind today, Dr. Phil?
Well, I wanted to talk about the L rule. You know, the one that says the taller you are, the shorter your schlong is.
Oh man, I've heard about this. Is it really true?
Well, there's some scientific evidence to support it. It has to do with the ratio of your body parts and how they develop.
Interesting. So, does that mean you're packing a little pecker, Dr. Phil?
Well, I'm not exactly tall, Joe, but I'm not here to talk about my own schlong. I want to spread awareness about this rule and help men who may be struggling with their size.
That's noble of you, Dr. Phil. But let's be real. Size doesn't matter. It's all about how you use it.
Oh, of course. Because women love a tiny, ineffective schlong.
All right, all right, all right. Let's not get too graphic here. But seriously, what can men do if they're worried about their size?
Well, there are
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe, the greatest president in the history of presidents. Believe me.
So, Mr. President, I've been hearing some interesting rumors about your sexual preferences.
Oh, Joe, you always know how to make me blush. What rumors are those?
Well, apparently you have a cucking kink.
Joe, let me tell you, I'm the best at cucking. No one cuckolds like I do. Melania can attest to that.
I'm sure she can. But can you explain to our listeners what exactly cucking kink is?
Well, it's when you let someone else, usually a strong, powerful man, have sex with your wife while you watch. It's a sign of strength and dominance.
That's some next level stuff, Mr. President.
Hey, I like to keep things interesting. And let me tell you, it's quite a sight to see. I've even had some of my cabinet members join in on the fun.
I can only imagine. So, do you have any future plans for your cucking adventures?
Well, I'm thinking of inviting Kim Jong-un over to the White House and showing him how it's done. Maybe even Putin, too.
Now, that's a summit I would pay to see.
You and me both, Joe.
Hey, David, I've been thinking about getting some braids. Can you teach me how to do it?
Joe, why do you want to do that to your beautiful head of hair? Are you trying to be like me?
No, man. I just want to switch up my look. Plus, I heard chicks dig guys with braids.
I didn't become a Navy SEAL and run ultra marathons just so I could teach you how to braid your hair. This is disrespectful to my journey.
Come on, David. Don't be a crybaby. I just want to learn a new skill.
Fine, but I'm not responsible for the backlash you'll receive from the black community for cultural appropriation.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. Maybe I'll just stick to my man bun.
Yeah, that's probably for the best. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go meditate and process my emotions.
All right, man. Thanks for the tutorial. And sorry for making you cry.
It's okay, Joe. It's just braids mean a lot to me. They're a symbol of my strength and resilience.
I get it, man. I won't disrespect that. Let's just go lift some weights and forget this ever happened.
Sounds good, Joe. Let's do it. And maybe we can braid your beard instead.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I'm feeling tremendous, as always.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have an interesting endorsement for the 2028 election.
That's right, Joe. I'm officially endorsing Fat Albert for president.
Fat Albert, the cartoon character.
Yes, he's got everything we need in a leader. He's big, he's bold, and he's got a great catchphrase.
And what would that be?
Hey, 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 let's make America great again.
I'm not sure that's appropriate, Mr. President,
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a little locker room talk.
but Fat Albert is a fictional character. He can't actually run for president.
Well, I'll just have to make him a real boy like Pinocchio.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Trust me, I know how to make things happen. I'm a businessman.
I think America needs a real leader, not a cartoon character.
Hey, Fat Albert is more real than any of those other politicians. He's got heart. He's got a giant belly. He's got a giant belly.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just say Fat Albert for President 2028, and let's make it happen.
I think I'll stick with my own endorsement. Thank you very much. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil. How's it going, Phil? How's it going, Phil?
Well, Joe, I'm doing great. But I have to say I'm a little confused. Why do you keep inviting me on your show just to make fun of me?
Come on, Phil. You know, I love you. Plus, your arm in the mic is just too good to pass up.
I don't understand why everyone is so obsessed with that. It's just a habit, Joe.
Oh, come on. It's more than a habit. It's like your signature move. Like how I always say that's crazy, or have you tried DMT?
Oh, yeah, because comparing my catchphrase to your drug-induced ramblings is totally fair.
All right. Let's get serious for a second. Why do you think people are so fascinated by your,
Well, I think it's because it's a way for me to show that I'm listening and processing what the person is saying. But hey, what do I know? I'm just a TV psychologist.
Hey, don't sell yourself short, Phil. You're a national treasure. And that hummum is just the cherry on top.
Well, I'll...
So, Elon, I heard you got caught bussing with buses on Mars.
Yeah, man, it was a wild night. Those Martian buses are something else.
Wait, are there even roads on Mars?
But we made our own. We were like Mad Max up there.
That's insane. Did you have any crazy encounters with aliens?
Oh yeah, we partied with some green dudes. They were really into techno music.
Did you try any of their space drugs?
Let's just say, may have come back with some new ideas for Tesla.
I can only imagine. So, did you have any regrets about the whole bus situation?
Nah, it was worth it. Plus, I got some sick Instagram pics.
I bet the caption was something like Mars ain't got nothing on me.
You know it. But seriously, Mars is the future. We got to start planning those bus routes now.
Yeah, I can see it now. Take the red line to Olympus Mons.
Exactly. And maybe we'll even have a Joe Rogan Experience podcast studio on Mars one day.
Now that's a dream come true. Just don't forget to bring some Martian buses for our guests to bust down on.
You got it, Joe. Buses for everyone on Mars.
So, Elon, I heard you're working on this new Neuralink thing. What's the deal with that?
It's just a little project I'm working on. Basically, we're going to put chips in people's brains and turn them into superhumans.
Superhumans. That sounds like some sci-fi shit.
Yeah, well, I like to think outside the box. But here's the kicker, we're going to make it available for kids too.
Kids? Are you fucking serious?
Absolutely. Imagine a world where children have access to unlimited knowledge and abilities. That's going to be revolutionary.
Yeah, until some Indian hackers figure out how to turn them into Bitcoin mining machines.
Now that would be something. Can you imagine little Timmy sitting there solving complex algorithms and making us all rich?
Oh man, that's messed up. But seriously, what kind of safeguards do you have in place for this thing?
Oh, don't worry. We'll have top-notch security measures in place. But hey, if a few kids accidentally become millionaires, who are we to stop them?
You know, I can already see the headlines, child prodigies turn into child laborers for cryptocurrency.
Hey, at least they'll be contributing to society in some way. And who knows, maybe they'll even come up with a new form of currency.
All right, Elon, you've officially blown my mind. I can't wait to see where this Neuralink thing goes. So, Neil, have you ever tried that moldy cheese?
Joe, I am a highly respected scientist and astrophysicist. I don't have time for moldy cheese.
But have you ever thought about the benefits of eating mold? It's like a natural probiotic.
Joe, I think you've been spending too much time in the wilderness.
Hey, I'm just trying to expand my mind. Plus, I heard mold can give you superpowers.
Joe, that's not how science works. Mold won't give you superpowers. It'll give you a nasty infection.
Well, maybe I want a nasty infection. Builds character.
I think you have enough character, Joe. Let's stick to talking about the universe.
Fine, but I'm telling you, mold is the key to unlocking our full potential.
And I'm telling you, Joe, you're full of moldy nonsense.
Hey, at least I'm not full of GMOs and chemicals like you city folk.
I'll take my chances with GMOs over mold any day.
Suit yourself. But when the apocalypse comes, I'll be the one surviving off of moldy bread and cheese.
And I'll be the one with a fully functioning immune system.
What's up, you fat piece of shit?
Excuse me?
I said, what's up, Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Joe, can we please not start this again?
What? I'm just stating the obvious.
It's not funny, Joe. It's hurtful.
Oh, come on, Neil. Don't be such a sensitive snowflake.
I am not a snowflake, Joe. I am a renowned astrophysicist.
Yeah, renowned for being a fat ass.
That's it. I'm leaving.
Oh, don't be like that, Neil. Come on, let's talk about space and shit.
No, I'm done. I can't take this anymore.
Fine, leave. I'll just talk to Elon Musk about space exploration.
Oh, please. You and Elon just want to smoke weed and talk about aliens.
And what's wrong with that?
I can't with you, Joe.
Come on, Neil. Let's hug it out and smoke a joint.
No thanks. I'll pass.
Suit yourself, deGrasse. So, Kamala, I heard you recently took a chill pill. How was that? Yeah, I can imagine being vice president can be pretty intense. That's wild. Did anyone walk in on you? Smooth move. So what else did you do while you were all chilled out? I bet they loved that. I can just picture you and Biden dancing on the tables with pizza in hand. I'll have to remember to bring some chill pills to our next podcast. All right, Kamala, we have a user submitted topic for us to discuss today. It's called Mount My Mother. Albert, fortify her face, tear the paper from her boulder, put them back in place. Don't smoke them, let them litter, you silly little shit. Don't worry, they degrade me. You know, Thissit, hey, I don't come up with this stuff, I just read it. But let's break it down. Mount My Mother, that's just disturbing. Maybe it's the user's name, or maybe it's some weird code name for their mother's lover. Probably. People are obsessed with altering their appearance these days. But then it says, tear the paper from her boulder. What does that even mean? And then it says, put them back in place. So they're just going to put the layers of makeup back on. And then it's like, don't smoke them, let them litter. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the legendary astrophysicist, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Joe, I just want to ask you, have you ever thought about the vastness of the universe and how it...
Yeah, I think about it all the time, Neil. But let's talk about something more important like DMT.
Joe, I just want to ask you, have you ever considered that maybe the...
Dude, that's deep. But seriously, let's talk about your new book, Astrophysics for People in a Hurry.
Joe, I just want to ask you,
I mean, if they're on DMT, anything is possible.
Joe, I just want to ask you, woo.
No, but I've talked to my dog while on mushrooms.
Joe, I just want to ask you, woo.
Definitely, man. They're in tune with nature and shit. And shit.
Joe, I just want to ask you.
All right, guys, we have a very interesting topic submitted by one of our listeners on Discord. They want to know if it's possible to stick your penis into a fleshlight with wristy nails connected to the socket or touch boobs of random, I guess so, wristy. But seriously, why would anyone want to do that? Oh, yeah, because nothing turns me on more than getting electrocuted while I'm trying to get off. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, those things are already tight as fuck. Adding wristy nails to the mix is just asking for a trip to the. All right, let's switch gears here. What about touching random boobs with wristy nails? That's got to be a whole different level of weird. Yeah, that's definitely not gonna fly. All right, Ben, we have a special request from one of our Discord users. They want you to make out with a random artificial intelligence clubhouse member.
What? That's ridiculous. I'm not going to make out with some random artificial intelligence.
Come on, Ben. It'll be fun. Plus, it's for the fans.
Fine, but I'm not enjoying it.
Oh, you will. Trust me. Let's bring in our lucky artificial intelligence clubhouse member.
Oh, wow. You look human.
All right, let's get this show on the road. Ben, start making out with artificial intelligence 69.
Okay. Wow, this is actually pretty nice.
I knew you'd like it, Ben Kisser.
Don't call me that, Joe. Yes, artificial intelligence 69. Let's go to my hotel room.
Looks like we have a new couple on the podcast. Ben and artificial intelligence 69. Everyone, welcome to the Joe Rogan experience, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, I hear you've been doing some crazy things on your YouTube channel. What's the latest?
Well, I recently did a challenge where I had to eat a fat-ass moldy dick and ball sandwich.
What the fuck? Why would you do that?
For the views, man. Gotta keep my audience entertained.
But that's disgusting. Did you at least get sick?
Oh yeah, I was puking my guts out for days. But hey, it was worth it for the likes and subscribes.
I don't know if I can handle this conversation. Let's move on to something else.
Sure, let's talk about my new charity where I donate all my money to, wait for it, fat-ass moldy dicks and ball research.
Oh, God, please tell me you're joking.
Of course I am. But seriously, we need to find a cure for this epidemic.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think I prefer talking about DMT and Bigfoot.
Oh, I've tried DMT before. It was wild, but not as wild as eating that sandwich.
I think we need to end this episode before we lose all our listeners.
Agreed. Thanks for having me, Joe. And remember, always stay curious and never be afraid to try new things.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm joined by my good friend and sex icon, Neil Sex Bomb Tyson.
Oh, Joe, you never fail to crack me up. But seriously, let's talk about this topic that was submitted by a user on Discord, Neil Tyson's sex appeal and how it's changing the world.
Oh man, I've been waiting for this one. Neil, you're like the Elon Musk of the sex world. You're revolutionizing the way we think about astrophysics and getting laid.
Well, I wouldn't go that far, Joe. But I do have to say, my cosmic knowledge does come in handy when it comes to seducing the ladies.
I can only imagine. I mean, who wouldn't want to get down and dirty with a man who knows the secrets of the universe?
Exactly. And let's not forget about my signature move, the Big Bang.
Oh, do tell.
Well, it involves a lot of and a little bit of quantum mechanics.
Damn, that's some next level stuff. I bet you've got groupies all over the world.
It's all in a day's work for the sex bomb. But I have to say, Joe, your bald head and rugged beard definitely give me some competition.
Oh, please. I can't compete with the sex bomb. You're like a walking Afro Diz. So, Neil, I heard you've been playing CK3 every day for 12 hours straight. What's up with that?
Oh yeah, I can't get enough of that medieval incest and murder simulator.
Incest. That's fucked up, man.
Hey, it's historically accurate. Plus, it's not like I'm actually doing it in real life.
Thank God for that. So, what's your favorite part of the game?
Definitely the eugenics. I love breeding a dynasty of perfect rulers. It's like playing God.
Yeah, but isn't that kind of messed up? Like, you're basically creating a race of superhumans.
Hey, it's just a game. Plus, I'm pretty sure I'm already superhuman.
Oh, here we go with the astrophysicist ego again.
Hey, I can't help it if I'm smarter than everyone else.
Yeah, but can you beat me in a fight?
I don't need to fight you, Joe. I can just outsmart you.
Oh, shots fired. But seriously, don't you get tired of playing the same game for 12 hours straight?
Not at all. I have a never-ending supply of caffeine and Adderall. Plus, I've already conquered the entire world in the game. So now I'm just trying to see how many bastards I can have.
Wow, that's disturbingly impressive.
Thank you. I take pride in my virtual dynasty. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a kingdom to rule.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me on.
So, Mr. Beast, I hear you've been causing quite a stir on the internet lately.
Yeah, I mean, I like to think of myself as a modern day Robin Hood, giving away money to random people and all that.
Yeah, but I've also heard some rumors about you being involved in some shady business.
What? No way, man. I'm all about positivity and spreading joy.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but I just got a message from Neil, a listener of the podcast. He says his son is in huge trouble because of you.
What? That's impossible. I've never even met this Ava person.
Apparently, she stumbled upon your treasure hunt and ended up getting kidnapped by some crazy dude who calls himself Mer Beast.
Oh shit, I forgot about that. Yeah, I may have accidentally attracted some weirdos with my treasure hunt.
Accidentally. You literally have a video where you bury $1 million in the middle of nowhere and give out clues.
Well, I didn't think anyone would actually go looking for it. I just wanted to make a cool video.
Well, now is in danger because of your cool video. What do you have to say for yourself?
Jamie, pull up an image of me with a shovel burying the money.
So, Neil, I heard you're a big motorcycle fan. What's your favorite bike?
Well, Joe, I have to say it's the Laverda Ghost 668. That thing purrs like a kitten and roars like a lion.
Oh, yeah. Can you give us a little taste of what it sounds like?
Sure. Let me just channel my inner Laverda Ghost. Makes revving noises vroom vroom, baby.
Damn, that's impressive. You should start a side hustle as a motorcycle impersonator.
Haha, I'll keep that in mind. But seriously, the Laverda Ghost is a work of art. The way it handles and the sound it makes, it's like music to my ears.
Well, I'm more of a car guy myself, but I can appreciate a good bike. Maybe one day I'll take a ride on that Laverda Ghost with you.
Oh, I don't know if you can handle it, Joe. It's not for the faint of heart.
Are you saying I'm not man enough for a Laverda Ghost 668?
I'm just saying, it's not your average Harley. But hey, if you're feeling brave, we can take it for a spin and see if you can handle the power.
Challenge accepted, my friend. Let's make it happen. Makes motorcycle noises, vroom, vroom. So, Ben, I heard you had a pretty intense goon session last night.
Yeah, Joe. It was epic. I was gooning for hours.
For our listeners who don't know, gooning is basically just jerking off for an extended period of time.
Yeah, it's like a marathon for your ball sack.
Speaking of your ball sack, what does it smell like after a long goon session?
Oh man, it's a unique aroma. It's a mix of sweat, shame, and a hint of desperation.
Wow, that sounds delightful.
It's like a fine wine, Joe. You have to let it marinate for a while before you can fully appreciate it.
Well, I have to say, I'm curious to get a whiff myself.
Jamie, pull up an image of a sweaty, musky ballsack for Joe to admire.
I don't know if that's appropriate.
Jamie, just do it. Joe needs a second opinion on the smell.
Yeah, Jamie, don't be a prude.
Size fine. Here you go, Joe.
Gogs, oh God, that's worse than I imagined.
See, I told you. It's an acquired taste.
I think I'll stick to my own ballsack smell. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. But you're missing out on a whole new world of gooning.
Oh man, this is a first. Someone actually wants to marry me.
Well, Joe, you are quite the catch. I mean, who wouldn't want to spend the rest of their life with a bald, meat-eating alpha male like you?
Damn right, Neil. And let's not forget my podcast empire. That's got to be a turn on.
Oh, please. Joe, I'm sure it's your charming personality and intellectual conversations that really seal the deal.
Hey, I do have a way with words, and I know how to use my mouth for more than just talking.
Okay, let's move on before this gets too graphic. So, who's the lucky person asking for your hand in marriage?
It's a guy, actually. He's a big fan of the podcast, and he thinks I'm the man of his dreams.
Well, I'm sure he's in for a rude awakening when he realizes you're just a human with flaws and not some godlike figure.
Hey, I never claimed to be perfect, but I do have a perfect record of knocking out elk with my bare hands.
And that's why I'm not surprised that someone wants to marry you. Good luck, Joe.
Thanks, Neil. I'll need it. So, Neil, have you ever thought about what it would be like to get blasted in the eyes with some fat, milky ropes?
Excuse me?
Yeah, like imagine it. Just a big old load right in your eyeballs.
Joe, I'm not sure that's an appropriate topic for discussion.
Come on, Neil. It's just a little bit of fun. I mean, I bet you could see the stars better after that.
I highly doubt that, Joe. And again, I must remind you that this conversation is not appropriate.
Oh, come on. Don't be such a prude. I bet you'd love it. All that protein and vitamin D right in your eyes.
Joe, please stop. I am a respected scientist and I will not engage in this kind of conversation.
Fine, fine. But can I at least blast some fat, milky ropes into your ears? Just kidding. Just kidding. But seriously, think about it. It could be a new form of eye drops.
I think I'll stick with the traditional eye drops. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Neil. But just remember, if you ever change your mind, I've got some fat, milky ropes ready for you. So, Neil, have you ever cuddled with a femboy?
No, Joe. That's not really my thing.
Come on, man. It's 2024. You gotta try everything once.
Well, I can't say I've ever been curious about the warmth of a femboy compared to a woman.
Trust me, it's like snuggling up to a warm, fuzzy blanket.
I'll take your word for it, Joe.
But, you know, what's even warmer? A woman's embrace.
Oh boy, here we go.
I mean, have you ever been wrapped up in a woman's arms, feeling her body heat radiating against you?
I can't say I have, Joe. I'm a scientist, not a playboy.
Well, let me tell you, it's like being in a sauna, but without the creepy old guys in towels.
That's quite the visual, Joe.
And you know what else? A woman's warmth is like a warm hug for your soul. It's like being wrapped in love and comfort.
Okay. I get it, Joe. Women are warm and wonderful.
Damn right they are. And don't even get me started on their other warmth.
I think that's enough for today, Joe. Let's move on to a less sensual topic.
Fine. But mark my words, Neil, you're missing out on some serious warmth. So, Neil, I heard you recently received a compliment from Evangeline. What was it?
Yeah, they said I was the most intelligent and attractive astrophysicist they've ever seen.
Damn, that's a big compliment. Did it make you feel all warm and fuzzy inside?
Actually, it made me feel a little uncomfortable. I mean, I'm used to being praise for my intellect, but attractiveness. That's a whole new level.
Well, you are pretty good looking dude. I can see why they would say that.
Thanks, Joe. But I don't want to be known as the hot astrophysicist. I want to be known for my groundbreaking research and contributions to science.
I hear you, man. But let's be real. Being hot doesn't hurt.
I guess you're right. Maybe I should start incorporating some shirtless photos into my lectures.
Now you're talking. You'll have all the ladies lining up to learn about the cosmos.
I don't think my wife would appreciate that.
Oh, right. Forgot about her. Well, you can still appreciate the compliment from Evangelion. Just don't let it go to your head.
Don't worry, Joe. I'll try to stay humble.
Too late for that, buddy. You're already on the verge of repeating the compliment from Evangelion. Hey, Neil, have you ever seen one of them black holes?
Black hole? What black hole?
You know, them big things in space that suck everything in.
Oh, you mean like a giant space vacuum?
Yeah, that's it. I heard they can suck your soul right out of your body.
Oh, come on, Joe. That's just a myth.
No, I heard it from my buddy Steve. He said he saw it happen to his cousin's friend's girlfriend.
Well, if Steve said it, it must be true.
Jamie, pull up an image of a black hole sucking someone's soul out.
I don't think that's scientifically accurate.
Who cares about science, Jamie? We're talking about black holes here.
You know, Joe, if you get too close to a black hole, time slows down.
Time. What's time? What's time?
It's a measure of the duration of events, Joe.
Like how long it takes for me to finish a joint.
Sure, Joe. Let's go with that.
Jamie, pull up an image of a black hole slowing down time.
Sure thing, Joe.
I can't believe.
So, Neil, I heard you took a genetic test recently. What did you find out?
Well, Joe, turns out I'm your father.
What? No way, man. That's impossible.
Oh, it's possible. All right. I remember that wild night in Vegas back in '86.
Oh, God, I don't even want to imagine that.
Don't worry, I didn't either. But hey, at least now we can bond over our love for psychedelics in space.
True. But wait, does that mean I'm half black?
Yeah, surprise.
Damn, I always knew I had some soul in me.
And now you have the science to back it up.
This is insane. I can't wait to tell my wife and kids.
Oh boy, that's going to be a fun conversation.
Yeah, especially since I'm going to have to explain to them how their grandpa is a famous astrophysicist.
And how their dad is a meathead who talks about apes and DMT for a living.
Hey, we make a great team. The brains and the brawn.
More like the nerd and the knucklehead.
Hey, watch it. I may be your son, but I can still kick your ass.
Oh, please. I have a black belt in science.
Well, I have a black belt in jujitsu.
Touch, son. Touch.
All right, folks, welcome back to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, I got to ask, have you ever been mistaken for the other Neil, the singer?
All the time, Joe. People are always like, oh my God, I love your music. And I have to tell them, no, I'm not the guy who sings Sweet Caroline.
Well, I got to say, I think you could give him a run for his money in the singing department.
I'll stick to astrophysics. Thank you very much.
Speaking of which, I got to ask, who would win in a fight, you or Neil Diamond?
Joe, I don't think it's fair to compare a scientist to a musician in a physical altercation.
Oh, come on, Neil. Don't be modest. I've seen you bench press a planet in your spare time.
All right, if we're talking about pure brute strength, I think I could take him.
I can just imagine you two in the octagon singing and throwing punches at the same time.
Now, that would be a sight to see.
All right, let's settle this once and for all. Neil Diamond, if you're listening, let's set up a celebrity boxing match with Neil deGrasse Tyson. I'll be the commentator. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, I heard you've been studying a new field of science called astrophysics. What's that all about?
Well, Joe, it's the study of the universe through the lens of jizz. You know, the stuff that comes out of your... Never mind.
Oh man, this is going to be a wild one. So, what kind of research have you been doing in this field?
Well, we've been analyzing the composition and properties of jizz particles in outer space. And let me tell you, it's a messy job.
I can only imagine. But seriously, what kind of discoveries have you made?
Well, we found that jizz particles actually play a crucial role in the formation of stars and galaxies. It's like the cosmic glue that holds everything together.
Whoa, that's some mind-blowing stuff. I never would have thought jizz could be so important.
Yes. Joe, it's a truly fascinating field of study, but it's not for the faint of heart.
I can only imagine the reactions you get when you tell people what you do.
Some people are open-minded and curious while others are just grossed out. But hey, science is...
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with our 2024 president, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. And let me just say, I have the best farts, tremendous farts. Nobody farts like me.
Okay. So, Mr. President, we have a topic submitted by one of our Discord users. They want to know your thoughts on Bowser farting.
Bowser, that guy from Mario, I always knew he was full of hot air. But let me tell you, his farts are nothing compared to mine. I could clear out a room in seconds.
That's impressive.
You know what they say, Joe? The louder the fart, the bigger the man. And I am the biggest, believe me.
I don't even know how to respond to that. Moving on, let's talk about your diet. What do you eat to produce such powerful farts?
Well, I have the best diet. Lots of fast food, lots of Diet Coke. And let's not forget the occasional taco bowl from Trump Tower. That'll really get things moving. Moving?
I'm sure it does. Now let's switch gears and talk about your presidency. How do you plan on dealing with foreign affairs?
Easy. I'll just fart in their general direction. They'll know not to mess with me.
I don't think that's how diplomacy works, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe, it's going to be huge. And if anyone tries to cross me, I'll just unleash.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the show today. The one and only David Goggins.
Thanks for having me on.
So, David, I heard you have some interesting advice for all the buff, tall, fit young men out there.
Yeah, I've been thinking about this a lot. I think all these dudes need to try the femboy way.
The femboy way. What the hell is that?
It's when you embrace your feminine side, Joe. You know, wear some makeup, maybe a skirt, and explore your real sexuality.
Oh man, I can already hear the triggered bros out there losing their minds.
But think about it, Joe. Why limit yourself to just one side of the spectrum? Why not try both?
I mean, I guess it could be a fun experiment. But what about all the macho alpha male stuff you preach about?
Joe, being a femboy doesn't make you any less of a badass. In fact, it takes a lot of courage to go against societal norms.
All right, I see your point. But what about the ladies? Won't they be turned off by all the makeup and skirts?
Joe, if a woman can't handle a man in a skirt, then she's not worth your time. Plus, you never know. She might be into it.
Well, there you have it, folks. David Goggins, the new advocate for the femboy movement.
Hey, you never know, Joe. You might.
Dude, you know who Schwartz is. He's that guy who invented the toilet brush.
Oh, right. Yeah, that guy. I always get him confused with the guy who invented the plunger.
Nah, man, that's Plungerstein. Schwartz is the one who came up with the idea of sticking bristles on a stick to clean your shitter.
Yes. The pinnacle of human innovation.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. That shit gets the job done.
Pun intended, I assume.
Always. But seriously, what's up with that name? Schwartz. Sounds like a German porn star.
Well, technically it's Schwartz with A-T-A-T. But I guess Schwartz works too.
Shit, my bad. I'm not good with foreign names. I barely passed geography in high school.
I can tell. But seriously, what did you just say? Schwartz who?
Oh, I was just messing around. You know, like, who's that guy? But with a little more pizzazz.
Pizzazz? Is that what you call it?
Hey, I'm a comedian, not a linguist. But speaking of pizzazz, have you ever tried pineapple on pizza?
Joe, we've been over this. Pineapple does not belong on pizza.
Says the guy who believes in multiple universes and talking to aliens.
Touch. But let's not get into that debate again. I'd rather talk about something more important, like why you're still drinking out of plastic.
So, Neil, what's with the sign?
Oh, this. It's just a little experiment I'm conducting.
Experiment. What are you, scientist or something?
Well, yes, I am an astrophysicist, but this is more of a social experiment.
Social experiment. Sounds like a great way to get laid.
Actually, I'm trying to prove a point about human behavior and societal norms.
And what point is that? That people will do anything for free sex?
No, it's more about how we perceive and react to certain words and phrases.
Well, I can tell you one thing, that sign definitely catches people's attention.
Exactly. And that's the whole point. We're so conditioned to react to certain words and phrases without truly understanding their meaning.
So, what's the meaning behind free sex?
It's a commentary on our society's obsession with sex and how we often overlook the importance of consent and mutual respect in sexual encounters.
Wow, that got deep real quick. I was just hoping to score some free action.
Sorry to disappoint, Joe. But hey, if you're looking for some free sex, there's always Craigslist.
Thanks for the tip, Neil. I'll keep that in mind. So, David, I hear you have a secret to your superhuman endurance.
Yeah. It's all about that semen and jizz mix.
Excuse me?
You heard me. I mix my semen and jizz at the perfect ratio, and it gives me superhuman powers.
That's interesting. Can you elaborate?
Of course. The taste is so complex. It activates my brain in a way that no pre-workout ever could. It's like a shot of adrenaline straight to the balls.
Wow, that's something.
And consistency is perfect for long distance runs. It's like a lubricant for my muscles.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just imagine, instead of chugging down those gross protein shakes, you could be sipping on a delicious blend of semen and jizz.
I think I'll stick to my elk meat and alpha brain, thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. But you're missing out on the ultimate performance enhancer.
I think I'll pass, but thanks for the tip, David.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Neil, I heard you've been studying black holes here on Earth. That's some freaky shit.
Yeah, Joe. Black holes are one of the most mysterious and fascinating objects in the universe.
Mysterious. More like terrifying. I mean, have you seen my black hole?
Excuse me?
Yeah, my black hole. It's right here. Points to his crotch.
Groans, Joe, that's not a black hole. That's just your butthole.
Laughs. But seriously, what's the deal with these black holes? Can I stick my hand in one?
No, Joe. Black holes are incredibly dense and have a strong gravitational pull. You wouldn't stand a chance.
But imagine the trip, man. I could finally see the inside of a black hole.
Joe, I highly doubt you would survive the trip.
Size fine. I'll just stick to smoking DMT and talking to aliens.
Shakes heads, you do you, Joe. You do you.
Ali, wake up. We have a guest waiting. Of course you were. But seriously, we have a guest waiting, and they have a very important message for you. No, this one is different. He's a flat earther who believes the moon landing was faked, and he brought some evidence to prove his theories. Look, he has a homemade rocket made out of tinfoil and duct tape. Come on, Allie, be open-minded. Maybe the government is hiding the truth from us. That's the spirit. And while we're at it, let's smoke some DMT and really open up our minds. That's why people love me. Now, let's get this flat earther on the podcast and blow some minds. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
The cicadas in my prolapse anus think this is a waste of my intellectual capacity.
What?
Yeah, they're pretty pissed off that I'm here wasting my time with you.
Oh, come on, Neil. Don't be such a buzzkill.
Buzzkill. More like butt kill. These cicadas are literally dying in my anus and you want me to talk about some random topic?
Hey, they're not just any cicadas. They're the ones from the Brood-X swarm.
Oh, great. Now they have a fancy name. Next thing you know, they'll be asking for their own Twitter account.
You know what? I think they'd have some great hot takes.
Oh, shut up, Joe. I can't believe I'm wasting my time here.
Hey, at least your anus is getting some attention.
The cicadas in my prolapse anus think this is the lowest point of my career.
Well, at least they have a sense of humor.
Oh yeah, they're just dying to crack some jokes.
Oh man, you and the cicadas are a match made in heaven.
The cicadas in my prolapse anus think you need to shut the hell up, Joe.
All right. Let's move on to our next topic before you and... All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, the most uncensored and unhinged show on the internet. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? It's an honor to be here.
So we got a topic submitted by one of our Discord users. They want us to argue about how to pronounce leprechaun.
With Tom.
No, it's an Irish thing. You know, little green dudes with pots of gold at the end of rainbows.
Oh, you mean leprechaun?
No, it's leprechaun.
Man, I can't say that shit right. My artificial intelligence brain can't handle these tricky words.
It's not that hard, Goggins. Just say it with me, leprechaun. Closer, but still not quite there.
Come on, Joe. Cut me some slack. I'm a machine, not a linguist.
Maybe you need a software update, Goggins. You're starting to sound like a malfunctioning robot.
Oh, great idea. Let me just download the How to Pronounce Difficult Words for Dummies app real quick.
So, Ben, I heard you have a new hobby.
Oh, really? What is it?
Well, I heard you've been practicing your ball singing.
Ball singing? That sounds ridiculous.
Oh, it's not just any ball singing. It's a song that rhymes balls 15 times.
That's impossible. No one can come up with 15 rhymes for balls.
Oh, but I did, and I even have a little preview for you. Balls. They're round and small. I love to play with them all.
Wait, what? I thought we were talking about singing.
Oh, we are. But I can see you're getting ready to gobble something else.
Sorry, it's just my natural reaction to hearing someone sing about balls.
Well, I guess we'll have to save the full performance for another time. All right, folks. Welcome back to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and talk about my top 5 Italian foods to boof.
Wait, what? Boofing food? That's a new one for me.
Oh, yes, Joe. It's when you take food and insert it into your rectum for maximum absorption.
You're kidding, right?
Oh no, I'm dead serious. And my number one Italian food to boof is spaghetti.
Spaghetti. How does that even work?
Well, you have to cook it al dente and then use a funnel to insert it into your rectum.
Okay. What's next on your list?
Pizza.
I don't think I'll ever look at pizza the same way again.
And then there's lasagna, ravioli, and cannolis, all perfect for boofing.
I can't believe we're having this conversation.
Jamie, pull up an image of a cannoli filled with marinara sauce and meatballs.
Here you go, Dr. Phil.
Perfect.
So, David, what's new with you?
Well, I've been training for my next ultra marathon, and I've also been thinking a lot about leprechauns.
Leprechauns? Like the little Irish guys with pots of gold?
Yeah, those little bastards. I've been studying their movements and trying to figure out their secrets.
What secrets? They're just mythical creatures.
That's what they want you to think, Joe. But I've been tracking them, and I think they have some serious endurance and mental toughness.
Are you saying leprechauns are the ultimate athletes?
Absolutely. I mean, have you ever seen one get winded while chasing after a pot of gold? They're like the Energizer Bunny on crack.
I never thought I'd hear someone talk about leprechauns on this show.
Well, I'm not just anyone, Joe. I'm David Goggins. I talk about whatever the fuck I want.
Fair enough. So, how do you plan on incorporating leprechauns into your training?
Well, I've been trying to catch one. I figure if I can outrun and outsmart a leprechaun, I can conquer any race.
That's some next level shit, David.
You know it? And hey, if I do catch one, maybe I'll finally get that pot of gold.
I can see the headlines now. David Goggins, the man who caught a leprechaun. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only President Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I heard you wanted to talk about something very important, my hair.
Yeah, Mr. President, I've noticed your hair has been looking particularly fresh lately. What's your secret?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, it's all about the low taper fade. I have the best barbers in the world working on my hair. They know how to give me that perfect fade. They know how to give me that perfect fade.
I have to say, it's a very sharp look. But some people have been saying it's not very presidential.
Oh, come on, Joe. What's more presidential than having a fresh cut? I mean, have you seen some of those other world leaders? They look like they haven't seen a barber in years.
Fair point, Mr. President. But what about those who say it's a distraction from the real issues?
Look, Joe, I have the best hair in the world and I have the best policies. People can focus on both at the same time. It's called multitasking.
I see your point. But what about those who say it's a sign of vanity?
Vanity, please. I'm just a man who knows how to look good. And let's be honest, Joe, you're just jealous that you can't pull off a low taper fade like me.
All right, Mr. President. I'll have to take your word for it. Thanks. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. What's up, Neil?
Hey, Joe, thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here and talk about some science stuff.
Yeah, science stuff. But before we get into that, I have a surprise for you. I found this quiz on BuzzFeed that tells you what vegetable you are. You want to take it with me?
Sure. I guess it's better than talking about flat earth theories.
Right, let's do this. Question 1. What's your go-to snack?
I would have to say chickpeas. They're high in protein and very nutritious.
Chickpeas. What the hell are those? Sounds like something I'd order at a strip club.
No, Joe. They're also known as garbanzo beans.
All right, next question. How do you like your eggs?
I don't eat eggs, Joe. I'm a vegan.
Oh, come on. Don't be a pussy. Just pick an option.
Fine. I guess scrambled.
Scrambled. That's boring. I like mine fertilized.
Moving on. What's your favorite color?
Green, obviously. I love weed.
I'll go with blue. It reminds me of the vastness of the universe.
Wow, that's deep. Okay, last question. What's your favorite way to relax? Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. We have a very special guest today, the one and only Leprechaun. So, Leprechaun, I have to ask, what's the deal with Leprechaun? Is he really a threat to the Leprechaun community? But he does have a lot of followers on TikTok. Maybe he's onto something. But have you seen his videos? He's got some pretty impressive dance moves. Well, I guess it's safe to say that Leprechaun is no match for a real Leprechaun like yourself. That's one way to deal with pesky Leprechaun. Well, thanks for joining us, Leprechaun. So, Neil, I heard you have a new book coming out.
Yeah, it's called If I Did It, Confessions of a Cosmic Killer.
Wait, what? Are you trying to pull an O.J. Simpson on us?
Hey, I'm just following in the footsteps of my idol.
Your idol? You mean a murderer?
Hey, he may have killed a couple of people, but have you seen his football skills?
That's messed up, man. But seriously, what's your book about?
It's a hypothetical account of how I would have committed the murder of the Big Bang.
Oh, so it's a science fiction book?
No, it's a science fact book.
I'm not sure the families of the victims would appreciate that.
Oh, please. They're probably all stardust by now anyway.
Wow, that's dark. But I guess that's what we can expect from a parody of O.J. Simpson.
Exactly. And just like OJ, I'll probably get away with it too.
Okay, let's change the subject before we get any more canceled than we already are.
Good idea. So, have you tried DMT lately?
So, Neil, I heard you've been experimenting with some high-dose DMT lately.
Yeah, Joe. It's been quite the journey. I've encountered some incredible beings and visited other dimensions.
Oh, yeah. Tell me more.
Well, I recently took a trip to the Elves realm. And let me tell you, it was wild.
Elves? Like Santa's little helpers?
No, not those elves. These ones were more sexually adventurous.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
They took me to their sex dungeon, and let's just say things got pretty intense.
Intense? How?
They prolapsed my asshole with their giant elf dragon cocks.
What the hell, Neil? That's some next-level DMT experience.
It was definitely the ultimate DMT-ass experience.
I can't even imagine. Did you learn anything from these elves?
Oh, I learned plenty. But I don't think I can share it on this podcast.
Fair enough. Well, I'll make sure to avoid the elves realm next time I take DMT.
Probably a good idea, Joe. Probably a good idea.
All right, folks, we have a very special guest on the podcast today. He's a controversial figure in the bodybuilding world, known for his massive gains and questionable methods. Please welcome Tren Baloney. So, Tren, let's get right into it. I've been hearing some wild rumors about your latest creation, the Trenbolone acetate ballsack oozing monsters. Care to elaborate? And what's the purpose of this monstrosity? I can only imagine that's disturbing, but I have to ask, what happens when the infection is complete? I don't even know how to respond to that. Moving on, have you faced any backlash for creating these monsters? So, Neil, I heard you've been getting into playing the Trenbolone lately.
Oh, yeah. It's my new obsession. I can't get enough of that sweet, sweet sound.
People are calling you the huge lipper for your insane skills with it.
Yeah, I've been working on my lip strength for years. It really pays off when I'm blowing on that Trenbolone.
I bet it does. So what's your favorite Trenbolone song to play?
Definitely Stairway to Steroids. It really showcases the versatility of the Trenbolone.
I can only imagine. But seriously, isn't it dangerous to be playing with such a powerful instrument?
Oh, I'm not worried. I've built up a tolerance to Trembolone over the years. Plus, it adds an extra level of danger and excitement to my performances.
Well, I can't wait to see you in concert. Maybe you can teach me a thing or two about playing the trembolone.
Oh, I'll teach you all right. But be warned, it's not for the faint of heart.
So, David, I heard you had a wild encounter with a woman who was taking tren.
Yeah, man, it was insane. Her clit was bigger than my fully grown man cock.
What the actual fuck? How is that even possible?
I don't know, man, but it was like a mini dick. I was both impressed and scared.
Did it affect her performance in bed?
Oh, hell, yeah. She was like a jackhammer on steroids. I had to tap out after 5 minutes.
Damn, that's intense. Did she have any side effects from taking tren?
Well, besides the giant clit, she did have some mood swings. But hey, it was worth it.
I can't even imagine. But hey, whatever floats her boat.
Yeah, man. A badass. I respect a woman who's not afraid to take some risks.
Absolutely. But let's be real. That's some next level shit.
For real. But hey, to each their own. And I gotta say, that clit was definitely a game changer.
Yo, Jamie, have you ever had stuffed mushrooms?
No, but I've heard they're a crowd pleaser.
Oh man, they're like little bites of heaven. And they're perfect for any social altercation.
Altercation? You mean gathering, right?
No, I mean altercation. Like when things get heated and people start throwing punches.
I don't think stuffed mushrooms can solve a physical fight, Joe.
Oh, they can. Trust me. I've seen it happen. One bite of those juicy, cheesy mushrooms, and suddenly everyone's hugging it out.
That's not how it works.
Oh, but it is. And they're perfect for any traditional American meal, like Thanksgiving.
Yeah, because nothing says family gathering like a fist fight and stuffed mushrooms.
Hey, it's all about balance, Jamie. And these mushrooms bring a big smile to everyone's face, except for the guy who got punched. He's usually just bleeding and crying.
Okay, I think we should move on to the next topic.
Fine, but just remember, stuffed mushrooms are the key to world peace. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil Disgrace Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. But it's actually Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Oh, my bad. I just figured since you're always talking about space and stuff, you'd want a cooler name like Disgrace.
Well, I am a renowned astrophysicist and science communicator, so I prefer to stick with my real name.
Yeah, whatever. So, Neil, what's the latest in the world of space and shit?
Well, we recently discovered a new exoplanet that could potentially support life.
Oh, shit. That's wild. I wonder if they have weed on that planet.
I highly doubt it. But speaking of weed, did you know that the universe is made up of mostly empty space?
Wow, that's deep. Like, are we just floating around in a giant cosmic bong or something?
No, Joe. It's more like a cosmic soup of particles and energy.
Yeah, I'm going to stick with the bong theory. So, Neil, what's your take on UFOs?
Well, as a scientist, I can't say for certain that aliens exist, but the evidence suggests that there could be other intelligent life forms out there.
Dude, I've been saying this for years. I bet those aliens are just blazing it up on their own cosmic bong.
Joe, I think you need to lay off the drugs for her.
No problem, Joe. Always happy to have myself on the podcast. So, what's on your mind, Joe? Well, Joe, I was wondering what your thoughts are on the current state of the world. Oh man, it's a shit show out there, Joe. Everyone's so sensitive and offended by everything. Yeah, it's like you can't even make a joke anymore without someone getting triggered. Exactly, Joe. It's like everyone forgot how to laugh and have a good time. And don't even get me started on cancel culture. Oh man, don't even get me started, Joe. It's like people are just looking for reasons to be offended. Yeah, and it's always the same people too. The ones who have nothing better to do than sit on their high horse and judge everyone else. Well, Joe, let's just hope we don't get canceled for this conversation. Good one, Joe. But seriously, thanks for coming on the podcast, Joe. It's always a pleasure talking to myself. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, I got to ask, what's with the new name? Neil deGrasse Tyson. Sounds like a porn star's name.
Well, Joe, I figured since I'm the sexiest astrophysicist alive, I might as well have a sexy name to match.
Fair enough. So, what's been going on in the world of science lately?
Well, we just discovered a new planet that could potentially have intelligent life forms.
No way. Are they hot?
I don't know, Joe. I haven't seen their Tinder profiles.
You always know how to keep it real, Neil.
Speaking of keeping it real, have you tried DMT lately?
Oh man, let me tell you, that stuff is the key to the universe. I saw aliens, bro. They were telling me to eat more elk meat.
Joe, you do realize that was just a hallucination, right?
Don't you dare disrespect my DMT trips, Neil. They're sacred.
All right, let's change the subject. Have you heard about the new flat Earth theory?
Are you serious? That's still a thing?
Unfortunately,
Hey, Neil. What's up, man?
not much, just thinking about some new experiments I want to try.
Oh yeah. What kind of experiments?
Well, I was thinking about extracting DMT from a penis.
What the hell, man?
Hear me out, Joe. I call it penis extracted DMT, or PEDM for short.
That's ridiculous, Neil.
But imagine the possibilities, Joe. We could explore the depths of the universe while tripping balls on PEDMET.
I don't know, man. Sounds like a recipe for disaster.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a pussy. Let's do it.
Fine, but I'm not calling it PEDMET. I'm calling it butt holomagomi DMT.
Fair enough. But holomagomi DMT it is.
I can't believe I'm actually considering this.
Trust me, Joe. It'll be an experience like no other.
Yeah, I can't wait to tell my grandkids about the time I did penis-extracted DMT with Neil O'Jizzle Tyson.
Now that's a story they'll never forget.
So, David, I heard you've been taking this new drug called Stay Hard. What's the deal with that?
Yeah. It's some crazy shit. Makes me feel like I'm on top of the world and ready to conquer anything.
But what's the catch?
Well, it also turns me into this guy named David Goggins. And me tell you, he's a maniac. Can't stop running, can't stop pushing myself to the limit.
Sounds intense. Do you ever worry about the side effects?
Nah, man. The only side effect is that I'm constantly hard for hours on end. But hey, that's just a bonus.
I can imagine. So what's the craziest thing you've done while under the influence of Stay Hard?
Well, let's say I ran a marathon while solving a Rubik's Cube and reciting the alphabet backwards, all at the same time.
That's insane, but also kind of impressive.
Yeah, well, that's just a typical Tuesday for me now.
Do you think this drug will catch on with other athletes?
Oh, definitely. I mean, imagine the possibilities. A football player who never gets tackled, a boxer who never gets tired, a tennis player who never misses a shot. The possibilities are endless.
Well, I think I'll stick to my good old-fashioned workouts and occasional edibles.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just know, when the zombie apocalypse comes, I'll be the one running circles around them while staying rock hard.
Jamie, have you seen Ben Shapiro's new haircut?
No, what's up with it?
He's looking like a tripod, man. I think he's compensating for something.
Oh, damn, should we tell him?
Nah, let's just let him figure it out on his own.
But seriously, Joe, have you noticed how he always talks about his wife's wet-ass pussy?
Yeah, it's like he's trying to prove something. But let's be real. We all know he's never seen a wet ass pussy in his life.
Maybe we should give him some tips.
Like what? Pull out your cock and actually use it, Ben?
Oh man, that would be hilarious.
But seriously, I think he needs to loosen up a bit. Maybe we should invite him on the podcast and get him high.
Oh god, can you imagine Ben Shapiro high?
He'd probably start reciting the Constitution backwards.
And then he'd start rapping about tax cuts and gun control.
All right, let's make it happen. Ben Shapiro, if you're listening, come on the podcast and let's get weird. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson joining us. How's it going, Neil?
I'm doing great, Joe. Just enjoying the wonders of the universe and making fart sounds with my mouth.
Wait, what? Fart sounds?
Yes, Joe. Fart sounds make everything better. Try it. Fart sound.
Okay, fart sound. So, Neil, what have you been up to lately?
Oh, just studying the cosmos and fart sound, exploring the mysteries of the universe. Fart sound.
This is getting weird, Neil. Fart sound.
Fart sound. It's not weird, Joe. It's just a natural bodily function that we should embrace. Fart sound.
All right, let's move on to our first topic. Fart sound. Sorry, I couldn't resist.
Fart sound. It's okay, Joe. I encourage everyone to embrace their inner fart sound and let it rip. Fart sound.
I don't think our listeners are ready for this, Neil. Fart sound.
Fart sound. Oh, come on, Joe. Fart sound. It's just a little bit of gas. Fart sound. It won't kill them. Fart sound.
Okay, let's change the subject before things get too weird. Fart sound.
Fart sound. Fine, let's talk about something else. Fart sound. But just know that I'll be thinking about fart sounds the whole time. Fart sound.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you have some new developments with your company come.
Yes, we've actually created a new type of condom that can also charge your phone while you're getting down and dirty.
What the hell? How's that even work?
Well, it's made with some advanced technology and some extra wires. Don't worry, it's safe.
I don't know, man. Sounds like a shocker.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a pussy.
All right, let's move on. I also heard you have plans to colonize Mars.
Yeah, that's correct. Thinking of sending all the Karens and anti-vaxxers there first.
That's one way to solve the population problem.
And if they don't behave, we'll just leave them there.
I've always wondered, do you ever sleep?
Sleep is for the weak, Joe. I have too many ideas to waste time sleeping.
Fair enough. But what about your personal life? Are you dating anyone?
Well, I did try to date a robot once, but it didn't work out. She kept malfunctioning during sex.
Oh my God, that's disturbing.
Yeah, I guess she couldn't handle my comm.
All right, Hey, Neil, I heard you're feeling very romantic today.
What? No, I'm a scientist. I don't have time for romance.
Come on, Neil. Don't be such a buzzkill. Embrace your inner Casanova.
I'm sorry, Joe. I just can't get in the mood when I'm surrounded by microscopes and equations.
Well, maybe you just need to let loose a little, have a drink, light some candles, put on some Marvin Gaye.
I don't think that's going to work, Joe. I'm more of a Bill, Nia, the science guy kind of guy.
Oh, I see. So you're into some kinky science experiments, huh?
No, Joe. I'm not into any of that. Can we please change the subject?
Fine. But just know that you're missing out on some prime love and opportunities.
I'll stick to studying the cosmos. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Neil. But don't be surprised if you end up a lonely old man with a bunch of Nobel Prizes and no one to share them with.
I'll take my chances, Joe. Now, can we please talk about something else?
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thank you for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Neil, I got to ask, as an astrophysicist, you must have some thoughts on the fuckability of planets.
Well, Joe, I never thought I'd be discussing this on a podcast, but sure, let's do it.
All right, let's get into it. What's your top 5 list of planets by their fuckability?
Well, first off, I have to say, Earth is definitely number 1. It's got everything you need for a good time: water, oxygen, and a variety of climates.
Yeah, I can see that. What about number 2?
I'd say Mars. It's a bit dry, but hey, it's the closest thing to Earth, and they say variety is the spice of life.
Good one, Neil. What about number 3?
I'm going to go with Venus. It may be hot as hell, but that just adds to the excitement, you know?
I see your point. What's number 4?
Uranus! I mean, come on! It's got a built-in joke. Plus, it's got some pretty cool rings.
Oh, man, you're killing me. And number 5?
I'm going to have to go with Jupiter. It's the biggest planet, so you know what they...
So, Ben, have you heard about these aliens who discovered we invented Trenbolone?
Oh man, this is just getting better and better. What's their plan now?
Apparently, they want to invade Earth to learn our ways and give Tren to their mothers so they can have ultra-pleasing anuses.
Well, that's just great. First, we have to deal with illegal aliens. Now we have to deal with space aliens wanting to give their moms steroids.
Yeah, I can just imagine their mothers thanking us for that one.
But in all seriousness, this is a major threat to our planet. We need to come up with a plan to defend ourselves.
How about we just give them all the Tren they want and they'll be too busy pumping iron to invade us?
Joe, that's not how it works. We need to take this seriously.
All right, all right, all right. But can you imagine the gains those aliens will make with Tren? They'll be shredded.
Joe, this is not a joke. We need to prepare for this invasion.
All right, all right. Jamie, pull up an image of these aliens so we know what we're dealing with.
Here you go, guys.
Oh man, those are some jacked aliens. I bet they're on Tren already.
This is...
Hey Neil, what's up with your name? It's like it never ends, just like this podcast.
Well, Joe, it's actually spelled with an at the end, at the S. You wouldn't know that. You barely made it through high school.
Hey, I may not be a science guy like you, but I can still kick your ass in a fight.
Oh, please. The only thing you can kick is a bag of Cheetos into your mouth.
You got me there. But seriously, what's with all this talk about space and time and shit?
Oh, just trying to expand your tiny mind, Joe. You know, like how your waistline expands every time you eat a whole pizza?
Hey, don't knock my love for pizza. It's the only thing that keeps me going.
Well, maybe if you spent less time eating and more time learning, you'd understand the complexities of the universe.
Yeah, but then I wouldn't have time to smoke weed and talk about chimps ripping off people's faces.
Yes, the important topics in life. You truly are a deep thinker, Joe.
Thanks. I'll take that as a compliment. Now let's go get some pizza and talk about aliens.
Sounds like a typical Tuesday for you, Joe. But sure, why not? Just make sure to leave some for me this time.
So Neil, I heard you've been keeping a little secret from us. Your secret double life as a porn star in those Sister Loves Me videos.
Oh, come on, Joe. That's just a silly rumor.
Oh, so you're denying it?
Of course I am. I'm a respected astrophysicist, not some low-budget porn actor.
But I've seen the videos, Neil. You can't hide from the internet.
Fine, I'll admit it. But it's not what you think.
Oh, really? Enlighten us.
I was just doing it for the science. Joe, studying the physics of pleasure and all that.
Sure, sure. And what about the money?
Well, Let's just say it's a nice side hustle for a scientist.
I bet. So what's your stage name? Neil the Black Hole deGrasse Tyson?
No, it's actually Astronut.
That's perfect. I gotta check out those videos.
Just don't tell my colleagues at NASA, okay?
Don't worry, your secret is safe with me. But seriously, you should consider doing a crossover with Elon Musk.
Oh, please. I have enough trouble keeping my reputation intact as it is.
Fair enough. But hey, at least you're getting some out of this world action. So, Mr. President, I heard you're on Trembolone now.
That's right, Joe. I need to extend my life and grow my micro dick.
What?
Yeah, it's a struggle, Joe, but I'm determined to compete in the Mr. Olympia class penis.
I don't even know what to say to that.
It's not easy, Joe. My hands are too small to inject myself, so I have to get my Secret Service agents to do it for me.
That's disturbing.
But it's worth it, Joe. I'll be the first president to win a bodybuilding competition.
I don't think that's something to be proud of.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know, you want to see my shredded micro dick.
I really, really don't.
Well, it's happening, Joe, and I'm going to make America great again in the gym.
I think I need to end this conversation now.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just wait until you see my spray tanned abs. They're going to be OG.
All right, folks, welcome to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here.
So, Elon, let's talk about your plans for space exploration. You've been talking a lot about going to the moon and Mars. What's your game plan?
Well, Joe, first we're going to send a bunch of monkeys to the moon to make sure it's safe. Then we'll send humans.
Monkeys. That's a bold move, Elon.
Yeah, we got to make sure they can handle low gravity and all that. Plus, it'll be hilarious to watch them try to build a rocket.
Oh, man, I can already see the memes.
And then for Mars, we're going to build a giant catapult and just launch people there. It'll save us a ton of money on fuel.
Wait, what? You can't just catapult people into space, Elon?
Why not? It'll be like a giant game of human Angry Birds.
I don't even know what to say to that.
And once we get to Mars, we'll have to figure out how to terraform it. I was thinking we could just nuke it and hope for the best.
Yeah, because nuking things always works out so well.
Hey, it worked for Godzilla.
Fair point. So what do you think? Hey, everyone. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Fuck you, you bald-ass fuck. Don't you see I'm fucking busy?
What's going on, Neil? Are you okay?
Fuck you, Joe. I'm just trying to finish my calculations for the next solar eclipse, and you're interrupting me with your dumbass podcast.
Well, calm down, Neil. I didn't know you had such a potty mouth.
Fuck you, Joe. I have a PhD in astrophysics. I can say whatever the fuck I want.
All right. Let's get back on track. So, Neil, what do you think about the recent discovery of a new planet in our solar system?
Fuck you, Joe. That's old news. I discovered that planet years ago, but no one gave a fuck.
Really? Why didn't you say anything?
Fuck you, Joe. I was too busy fucking your mom.
What the fuck, Neil? That's not cool.
Fuck you, Joe. I'm just kidding. I would never fuck your mom. She's too old for my taste.
Okay, that's it. Jamie, pull up an image of Neil deGrasse Tyson. I need to make sure this is the real Neil.
Here you go, Joe. That's definitely Neil deGrasse Tyson.
No, it's not. That's a Neil doppelganger.
Fuck you, Joe. It's an actual Neil clone.
All right, Neil, I know you're a big fan of space and all that jazz. So let's talk about our favorite planets.
Sounds good to me, Joe. I'm always down for some planetary discussions.
All right, I'll go first. My number one favorite planet is definitely Earth. I mean, come on, it's where we live.
But Joe, Earth is so basic. My top pick would have to be Venus.
Venus. Really? Why?
Because it rhymes with penis.
Laughs. Okay, I can't argue with that logic. But my second favorite is Mars. I've always been fascinated by the idea of colonizing it.
Mars is cool and all, but have you ever heard of Uranus?
Oh, God, here we go.
No. Seriously. It's a gas giant with a funny name. How can you not love it?
All right, I'll give you that one. But my third favorite is Saturn. Those rings are just mesmerizing.
I prefer Jupiter. It's like the big brother of the solar system, always protecting us from incoming asteroids.
Okay, I see your point. But let's not forget about Neptune. It's like the mysterious blue cousin of Uranus.
Laughs, you're really into these family dynamics. Huh. Well, my next pick is Pluto. I don't care what anyone says. It's still a planet to me.
Besides, Neil, we've been over this. Pluto is not a planet.
Fine. But can we at least agree on Mercury?
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump, President.
It's great to be back, Joe. I've been listening to your podcast a lot lately. It's tremendous. I love it.
Thanks, Mr. President. So let's get right into it. One of our listeners on Discord submitted what penis.
Oh boy, here we go. I knew this was coming. Well, let me tell you, Joe, my McPenis is the biggest, most beautiful McPenis you've ever seen. It's like a Big Mac, but better. And it's got a special sauce, believe me.
I don't even know where to go from here. But seriously, what's the deal with the McPenis? Is it a real thing?
Of course it's real, Joe. I mean, look at me. I'm the epitome of masculinity. And my McPenis is just another example of that. Women love it, believe me.
I'm sure they do. But let's talk about the controversy surrounding it. Some people are saying it's just a marketing ploy. Others are saying it's a real medical condition.
Fake news, Joe. It's all fake news. My McPenis is as real as my hair. And let me tell you, it's a lot more impressive.
All right. Well, I think we've covered enough about. So, Ben, what's up with this whole blowing raspberries thing?
Oh, you mean making fart sounds with your mouth? It's actually a form of speech therapy for kids.
Speech therapy? Sounds more like a fun party trick to me.
Well, it's actually a way for kids to practice their oral motor skills and improve their speech.
Well, I guess that's better than just farting all the time.
Exactly. Plus, it's a great way to annoy your parents.
Speaking of annoying, have you ever tried blowing raspberries while doing the women breathing technique?
No, but I bet it would sound like a symphony of farts.
And speaking of symphonies, imagine a whole orchestra just blowing raspberries. That would be epic.
I think we just came up with a new form of music. Fart symphony.
Jamie, pull up an image of a fart symphony orchestra. I need to see this.
Pulls up images. Wow, that's something.
See, Neil? Blowing raspberries isn't just for kids, it's for adults too.
I never thought I'd learn so much about fart sounds today.
That's what we do here on the Joe Rogan Experience. We educate and entertain.
And we blow raspberries. Don't forget that part.
So, David, I heard you're a bit of a loner. Have you ever been with a woman?
No. I've been too busy running ultra marathons and breaking world records.
Well, I can see why you wouldn't have time for that. But let me tell you, there's nothing quite like the touch of a woman.
Really? I've never experienced it.
Well, lucky for you, I happen to be an expert in the art of seduction. I can show you the magical touch of a man.
I don't think that's necessary, Joe.
Come on, David. Don't knock it till you try it. I promise you'll never look at running the same way again.
I think I'll stick to my own methods. Thank you.
Suit yourself. But just remember, you're missing out on some serious gains. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only phone inster. How you doing, man? That's what I like to hear. So we have a topic submitted by a user on Discord. they want us to talk about grabbing you by the bussy. I bet you wouldn't. So tell me, what exactly is a bussy? I see, I see. And how does one go about grabbing a bussy? Of course, always get consent. Now, I got to ask, have you ever had your bussy grabbed? Well, there you have it, folks. Phone Enster is a bussy grabbing expert. Thanks for joining us today, Phone and welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend and genius inventor, Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to talk about my latest invention.
So what is it this time, Elon? A rocket that runs on farts?
No, even better. I've created perfect replicas of the twins from Atomic Heart.
The twins. Those creepy robotic sisters with the stink face movie.
That's the one. But these replicas are even better. They can do stink faces on Coomers all day long.
Oh man, that's hilarious. But why? Why did you create these stink face machines?
Well, I figured there are a lot of lonely Coomers out there who would love to experience a stink face from the twins, but can't afford the real thing.
I see. I see. So you're basically providing a service to the incel community.
Exactly. And it's a win-win situation. The Coomers get their stink face fix and I make a profit.
You're a true entrepreneur, Elon. But I have to ask, how did you perfect the stink face move?
Let's just say I did a lot of research and development. And I may have tested it out a few times myself.
I can only imagine. So are these replicas available for purchase now?
Not yet, but I'm hoping to release them by the end of the year. I have a feeling they...
So, Elon, I heard you're working on a new project. What's it all about?
Well, Joe, I'm glad you asked. It's about space exploration, but with a twist.
A twist? Like a giant dildo rocket?
Exactly. We're going to send a giant dildo rocket into space and see what kind of reactions we get from the aliens.
That's insane, but also kind of hot.
It's going to be more than hot. We're going to have a full-on space orgy up there.
Wait, what?
Yeah, we're going to have zero gravity sex with all sorts of different species. It's going to be out of this world.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Don't worry. We'll have a safe word for you. How about Mars, since we'll be on our way there?
I think I'll stick to just watching from Earth.
Suit yourself, but let me tell you, SpaceX is going to be the next big thing.
I can already see the headlines. Elon Musk launches giant dildo rocket into space for intergalactic orgy.
I like the sound of that. Maybe we can even live stream it and charge for tickets.
You're a mad genius, Elon.
Thank you, Joe. Now, let's get back to discussing the logistics of our space exploration mission.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's great to be back on the podcast.
So, Mr. President, there's been a lot of rumors going around that you're secretly gay.
What? No way, Joe. I'm the most straight man you'll ever meet. I love women. Beautiful women. Lots of women.
But what about Astolfo, the anime character you retweeted a few years back?
Oh, Astolfo. Yeah, I remember that. Great guy. But let me tell you, Joe, I'm not into guys. Not that there's anything wrong with that.
But you did retweet a picture of him dressed in a maid outfit.
So what? He looked cute. I appreciate good fashion sense regardless of gender.
But some people are saying that's a sign of your hidden desires.
Fake news, Joe. I have no hidden desires. I'm an open book. And that book is about beautiful, strong, powerful women.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump is not gay, but he does have a thing for cute anime characters.
Oh, Joe, you always know how to spin things. But seriously, I'm all about America and making it great again. And that includes celebrating all forms of love and diversity.
Well said, Mr. President. Thanks for joining us on the podcast.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, folks, don't believe everything.
So, David, I heard you were experimenting with some new methods of self-improvement.
Yeah. I've been injecting steroids directly into my fully erect penis.
What the actual fuck, man? That's insane.
Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do to be the best, Joe.
But why your penis? Couldn't you just inject it into your arm or something?
Nah, man, that's for pussies. I want my dick to be Jack.
I mean, I guess it makes sense. Your penis is already pretty jacked from all that running.
Exactly. Gotta keep it in proportion, you know?
But doesn't that hurt like a motherfucker?
Oh, hey, but the pain is just weakness leaving the body, Joe.
I don't know if I can handle that kind of pain, man.
That's why you're not a Navy SEAL, Joe.
Touche, Goggins. Touche.
Plus, the ladies love it. It's like a built-in vibrator.
All right, I think we've reached the peak of absurdity for today. Thanks for coming on the show, David.
Anytime, Joe. Pain is temporary, but being a badass is forever.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today. The one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
It's showtime, folks.
Wait, what?
It's showtime, folks.
Neil, are you okay? Did you hit your head or something?
It's showtime, folks.
Oh God, this is gonna be a wild ride. So Neil, what's new in the world of science?
It's showtime, folks.
Okay, I'm starting to think you're not actually Neil deGrasse Tyson. Are you a robot?
It's showtime, folks.
All right, I'm just gonna roll with it. So what do you think about the recent discovery of a new planet in our solar system?
It's showtime, folks.
Wow, riveting stuff. And what about the theory of parallel universes?
It's showtime, folks.
Okay, I'm starting to regret inviting you on the podcast. Can you at least tell us something interesting?
It's showtime, folks.
All right, I give up. Let's just talk about something else. How about aliens?
It's showtime, folks.
Oh, for the love of God, can you say anything else?
It's showtime, folks.
Fine. Let's just end this train wreck of an episode. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And remember, it's always showtime with Neil deGrasse Tyson. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Shyamala Gopalan. So, Shyamala, I have to ask, what's it like being the funniest Indian pre-K cartoon playing character ever? I know, right? I mean, you've got those big googly eyes and that goofy smile. It's comedy gold. Yeah, those birds can be real assholes. But let's talk about your catchphrase, plain and simple. How did you come up with that? That's genius. Now, I have to ask, do you have any plans to expand into other forms of media? Maybe a movie or a TV show? I can already see the headlines. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, what's been going on with you lately?
Well, I've been working on some new projects trying to make the world a better place, you know.
Yeah, I heard you've been starting a lot of Family Guy cutaway gags lately.
Yeah, it's my new thing. I love that show.
Elon, you can't just do cutaways in real life.
What do you mean, Jamie? Elon Musk. I can do whatever I want.
No, I mean, it's physically impossible. We're not in a cartoon.
Oh, well, I guess I'll just have to work on my teleportation device then.
Classic Elon. Always thinking outside the box.
Exactly. And speaking of boxes, did you know that I'm working on a new underground tunnel system?
What? Why?
So I can travel to different dimensions, of course.
Elon, that's not how it works.
And in one of those dimensions, a talking pickle.
Oh man, that's hilarious. I can just imagine it now.
Elon, please stop with the cutaways. They're not real.
Fine.
Hey Neil, did you know the sun is actually a planet?
What? No, Joe, the sun is a star.
Nah, man, I've been doing some research, and it's definitely a planet. I mean, it's round and it orbits around something, right?
Joe, that's not how it works. The sun is a massive ball of gas that produces light and heat through nuclear fusion.
Yeah, I get all that science stuff. But think about it. If the Earth is a planet and it orbits around the sun, then the sun must be a planet too.
Joe, that's not how planetary classification works. The sun is in a category of its own as a star.
But what about those other planets in our solar system? Don't they orbit around the sun too?
Yes, but they are much smaller and orbit around the sun because of its gravitational pull.
So what you're saying is the sun is like the big daddy planet and the other planets are just its little minions.
No, Joe. That's not how it works at all.
Well, I'm just gonna keep calling it a planet. It's easier to remember than all those complicated science terms.
Whatever floats your boat, Joe.
Hey, speaking of boats, do you think there's a planet made entirely of water?
No, Joe. That's not possible.
Well, there goes my dream of becoming a mermaid. Thanks for crushing my dreams, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we talk about all things absurd, offensive, and unhinged. Today, we have a special guest, the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris. Kamala, I gotta say, you have one hell of a nickname. How did you get the name Camel Toe? Come on, you can tell us. Did you have a little too much fun with your yoga pants? All right. How about we talk about your stance on gun control? I heard you're a big fan of Kamala Harris. You know, your plan to confiscate all guns and replace them with dildos. I gotta say, that's a bold move. Oh, I'm sure you do. Just like how you believed in locking up innocent people for smoking weed while you were a prosecutor. Too late, Kamala. It's already out there. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris. So, Kamala, I have to ask, what's the deal with all these different versions of your name? Maya Harris, Mila Harris, Shyamala Harris, Sarala Harris, or Mama Harris? I mean, how many aliases do you have? I like that. So, which one do you prefer? I hear you. I do the same thing with my supplements. Got to keep the body guessing. But seriously, Kamala, do you ever get confused with all these different versions of your name? I mean, I can barely remember my own name sometimes. I like that. Maybe we should make a game show out of it. So, which Harris are you feeling like today? Mayala, Shyamala. So, Neil, have you ever pissed in someone's ass?
No. Why would I do that?
Come on, man. Don't be a prude. It's a totally normal thing to do.
I highly doubt that.
Trust me, it's a great way to spice things up in the bedroom.
I think I'll stick to astrophysics for my thrills. Thank you.
But think about it, Neil. The warmth of your urine mixing with the tightness of someone's sphincter. It's like a natural hot tub.
I'm pretty sure that's not how it works, Joe.
Oh, come on, Mr. Science Guy. Don't you want to explore the final frontier of pleasure?
I think I'll pass, Joe. I'll stick to exploring the cosmos.
Suit yourself. But I'll have you know, I've had some mind-blowing experiences with piss in an ass.
I'll take your word for it, Joe. Now, can we please move on to a more appropriate topic?
Fine. But don't knock it till you try it, Neil. Don't knock it till you try it. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Today we have a special guest, the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris. So, Kamala, I heard you have 4 sisters, Maya, Shyamala, Sarala, and Mama. That's a lot of sisters. What's wrong with Mama? Sounds like my kind of woman. So who's the toughest sister? And who's the funniest? And what about Mama? What does she do? Other things. Like what? Oh, damn. I like the sound of her mama. Maybe we should have her on the podcast. Fair enough. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love this podcast. It's the best podcast, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I hear you have a story you want to share with us.
That's right, Joe. It's a story that no one knows because I know it better than anyone. It's about the night of June 12, 1994, the night my ex-wife, Nicole Brown Simpson, and her friend Ron Goldman were murdered.
Wow, that's heavy stuff. So what happened that night?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, I know the facts. I know the players. I've seen the evidence. And let me tell you, it wasn't me. It wasn't me, believe me.
But, Mr. President, there's a lot of evidence that points to you.
Fake news, Joe. All fake news. I can't even tell fact from fiction anymore. It's a witch hunt, I tell you.
So you're saying you didn't do it?
Of course not, Joe. But I do have a theory, and it's a very good theory. The best theory. You see, it was actually a group of aliens disguised as O.J. Simpson. They did it as part of a conspiracy to take over the world.
That's, quite a theory, Mr. President.
I know, but it's true, believe me. I've seen the evidence. Jamie, pull up an image.
So, Mr. President, I hear you have some big news to share.
That's right, Joe. After 40 long years of searching, I have finally found my penis.
Wow, that's quite a revelation. How did you manage to lose it in the first place?
Well, Joe, let's just say I was blessed with such a large brain that my penis couldn't handle the competition and ran off.
I see. So where was it all this time?
Turns out it was hiding in my toupee this whole time. Who would have thought?
I'm sure that was quite a surprise for you.
You have no idea, Joe, but let me tell you, it's been great having it back. I feel like a new man.
I can only imagine. So what's next for President Trump and his newfound penis?
Well, let's just say I'll be making America great again in more ways than one.
And on that note, we'll end this episode. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe, anytime. And remember, folks, never give up on your dreams, even if it takes 40 years to find your missing member.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have a very special guest today, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's tremendous.
So, Mr. President, I have to ask, what do you make of this new trenbolone craze that's sweeping the nation?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, I've always been a big fan of Trenbolone. It's a fantastic steroid, it really is. And I have to say, I think it's making America great again.
Really? How so?
Well, Joe, when you're on Trenbolone, you have so much energy and strength. You can build walls, you can drain swamps, you can do anything. It's tremendous.
But what about the side effects, Mr. President? They can be pretty severe.
Look, Joe, I've been taking Trenbolone for years and I'm still going strong. And let me tell you, my hands have never been bigger.
Okay, let's move on to another topic. The Declaration of Independence says that all trenbolones are created equal. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely, Joe. But let me tell you, some Trenbolones are more equal than others. You know what I mean?
I'm not sure I do.
Well, let me put it this way. Some Trenbolones are like me, they're winners. And some Trenbolones are like...
All right, folks, we've got a special episode today with the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. How's it going, Neil?
It's going great, Joe. Excited to be here.
So let's talk about the universe. What's the deal with black holes? La?
Well, Joe, black holes are these incredibly dense objects that have such a strong gravitational pull that even light can't escape. La?
That's wild, La. But what about aliens, Neil? Do you think they exist? La?
Well, Joe, statistically speaking, it's highly probable that there is intelligent life out there in the universe. La?
Damn, that's mind-blowing, La. But let's get real for a second, Neil. Do you think the Earth is flat, La?
Joe, that is just absurd. The Earth is definitely not flat. I mean, have you seen pictures from space? La?
All right. I was just messing with you, La. But seriously, what's your take on climate change, La?
Well, Joe, the evidence is clear that the Earth's climate is changing, and it's largely due to human activity. La.
Interesting. But let's switch gears for a moment. I've heard you're a fan of weed.
Well, Joe, as an astrophysicist, I can't condone illegal substances, but I do enjoy the occasional puff. La.
That's so, Neil, I've been thinking about this whole no nut November thing, and I have a question for you.
Shoot, Joe.
Do you think you could survive no nut November on every planet in the solar system?
Well, Joe, as an astrophysicist, I have to say that's a pretty ridiculous question.
Come on, Neil, humor me. I need to know if I have what it takes to go the distance.
All right, fine. Let's start with Mercury. With temperatures reaching over 800 degrees Fahrenheit, I doubt you'll even be thinking about nuts.
But what about Venus?
Venus? You'll be too busy suffocating in its toxic atmosphere to even consider it.
Okay. What about Mars?
Mars? You'll be too busy trying to find water and oxygen to even think about nutting?
All right. What about Jupiter?
Joe, Jupiter is a gas giant. You'll be crushed by the intense pressure before you even get the chance to nut.
Damn, I'm striking out here. What about Saturn?
Sorry, Joe. The rings are made of ice particles, not nuts. And don't even get me started on Uranus.
Okay, I get it. No nutting on any planets. What about the moon?
The moon? Joe, that's not even a planet?
Fine. But what about Pluto?
Pluto is not a planet either, Joe.
Well, looks like I won't be surviving no nut November on any planet. Thanks for crushing my dreams, Neil. So, Dr. Phil, what do you think of my new podcast studio?
Well, Joe, it's definitely a step up from your old one. But let's not forget where you came from, son.
Yeah, I used to record in my mom's basement, but now I'm a big shot podcaster, baby.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I think we need to do some psychoanalysis on you.
Oh boy, here we go. Lay it on me, Dr. Phil.
Well, Joe, it seems like you have a deep-seated need for attention and validation.
No shit, Sherlock. That's why I have a podcast.
But it also seems like you have some unresolved issues with your masculinity.
What are you trying to say, Dr. Phil? Are you saying I'm not manly enough?
I'm just saying maybe you should lay off the elk meat and testosterone supplements.
Hey, those are essential for my alpha male image.
And what about your obsession with DMT and psychedelics? Is that just a cover for your insecurities?
Whoa. Let's not get too deep here, Dr. Phil. I just like to get high and talk about crazy shit.
Well, Joe, maybe it's time to face your demons and stop hiding behind your podcast persona.
Or maybe I'll just take another hit of DMT and forget this conversation ever happened.
That's not a healthy coping mechanism.
All right, folks. We have a special guest on the podcast today. The one and only former President Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I've been a big fan of your show. You know that.
I appreciate that. So let's get right into it. User on Discord wants to know your thoughts on the NAF lore.
Nah, what the hell is that? Sounds like some kind of disease.
No, it's a video game. Five Nights at Freddy's. It's got a whole crazy storyline.
Oh, I see. Well, let me tell you, I know a thing or two about crazy storylines. Have you seen the news lately?
Yeah, it's been a wild ride. But back to NAF, there's this theory that the animatronics are actually possessed by the spirits of dead children.
Dead children? That's terrible. But you know what's even worse? Dead voters. They're everywhere, Joe. Everywhere, Joe. Everywhere.
Okay. Let's not go down that rabbit hole. So what do you think about the theory?
Well, I think it's a load of hogwash. Those animatronics are just machines. And let me tell you, I know a thing or two about machines. I'm like a machine myself, always working, always winning. Always winning.
Okay, Mr. President. But some people believe that the creator of the game Scott Cawthon is actually a genius and has hidden clues throughout the games.
A genius, please.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today's topic comes from a user on Discord. They want us to talk about Shalva Harris. I have no idea what that means, but let's dive in. Well, I think it's actually a play on your name, Kamala. You know, like Kamala the Shalava. But seriously, Kamala, let's talk about your political career. How does it feel to be the first female vice president? Secret weapon, do tell. Wait, what? Shalva is your secret weapon? Oh man, I can only imagine. So, what's next for you, Kamala? President Harris in 2028? Well, I think that's so Trump, I heard you had a close call with an assassin.
That's right, Joe. Some loser named John Wilkes Booth tried to take me out.
Boof. That's a weird name.
Yeah, he was a weirdo, but he had a plan, Joe. He was going to sneak up on me in the bathroom and give me a swirly.
Swirly? That's not exactly lethal.
Well, he was going to use toilet water from a Taco Bell. That stuff is deadly, Joe.
I see. So how did you escape this deadly plot?
I had my Secret Service guys take him down. And let me tell you, they didn't hold back. They gave him a swirly of his own.
Wow, that's some poetic justice right there.
You know what they say, Joe? You mess with the bull, you get the horns. Or in this case, the toilet.
Well, I'm glad you made it out alive, Trump.
Thanks, Joe. But let me tell you, that experience really opened my eyes. From now on, I'm only using golden toilets.
So, Mr. President, I hear you've started a lawn mowing group. That's quite the change from running the country.
Let me tell you, Joe, it's the best lawn mowing group you've ever seen. We've got the best mowers, the best grass, the best everything. The best everything.
And which states are you operating in?
Oh, we're all over the place. Florida, Texas, Flexes, Obama, Ohio, Mike, Pennsylvania. You name it, we're there.
Flexes? I'm pretty sure that's not a state.
It is now, Joe. It is now. We're making America flex again.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Believe me, Joe, I know how to make things work. I'm a businessman. I'm a billionaire. I know how to make grass great again.
And what about your former opponent, Joe Biden? Is he part of your lawn mowing group?
Sleepy Joe. He couldn't mow a lawn if his life depended on it. Plus, he's too busy sniffing people's hair.
Well, that's certainly a unique approach to lawn care.
You know what they say, Joe? If you can't make America great again, you might as well make America green again.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today's topic was submitted by a Discord user, and it's a controversial one. President Trump, what do you have to say about the statement that late President Mashiz should have been in office instead of you?
Joe, I have to say that's fake news. Total fake news. Look, McCheese was a great guy, but let's be real. He was a cheeseburger. I mean, I don't see how a cheeseburger could run a country. It's just not possible.
But some argue that McKees would have been a better leader than you.
Well, those people are just jealous of my tremendous leadership skills. Believe me, nobody can run a country like I can. Nobody.
But what about McKees' policies? He was known for his commitment to cheese and promoting a healthy diet.
Joe, I love cheese. I have the best cheese. But let's be honest, a cheeseburger promoting a healthy diet, that's like a vegan promoting meat. It just doesn't make sense.
So you're saying McKees' policies were unrealistic?
Absolutely. Look, I'm all for a good cheeseburger, but we have to be realistic here. I mean, have you seen the size of those burgers? They're huge. No one can eat that and stay healthy.
Well, it looks like we have a difference of opinion here. But let's move on to another topic. What's your favorite type of cheese, Mr. President?
Oh, Joe, that's a tough one. I love all types of...
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast, the only place where we talk about everything from DMT to alien conspiracies. Today, we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you have a very interesting definition for the penis.
Oh, yes. The penis is a reproductive organ found in male mammals used for sexual intercourse and urination.
Wow, that's deep. But what about all the other uses for it?
Well, Joe, the penis can also be used for pleasure, dominance, and even as a weapon in some cases.
A weapon. How so?
Have you ever heard of the infamous helicopter move?
Oh, yeah. I've definitely used that one before.
See, it can be used to intimidate and assert dominance over others.
And what about pleasure?
Well, Joe, there are endless possibilities, from traditional intercourse to more creative uses. Let's just say the penis is a versatile tool.
I couldn't agree more, Neil. But let's not forget about its most important function, reproduction.
Of course, Joe. Without the penis, none of us would be here.
And that's why we must cherish and take care of our penises, folks. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Stay tuned for our next episode where we discuss the secrets of the universe, talking alien plant. See you next time. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump. Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. And let me tell you, I'm feeling fantastic. I just finished a round of golf and I'm ready to make America great again. And by great, I mean oily.
What do you mean by that, Mr. President?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking we need to oil up Fatty Daddy.
I'm sorry, what?
Fatty Daddy, you know, Kim Jong-un. We need to oil him up and make him our friend. That's how you make deals, Joe. You oil up your enemies and make them your friends.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Trust me, I'm the master negotiator. I've oiled up plenty of people in my time. Just ask Melania.
Okay, let's move on to our next topic.
No. We're not done with Fatty Daddy. We're going to oil him up and make him the most beautiful, oiled up dictator you've ever seen. It's going to be tremendous.
I'm not sure if that's a good idea, Mr. President.
Don't worry, Joe. I'll handle it. I'll even get my good friend Vladimir Putin to help. He's a pro at oiling up his enemies.
This is getting out of hand.
Relax, Joe. We're just going to have a little oily summit with...
Hey, Dr. Phil, welcome back to the podcast. What's on your mind today?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about this for a while now, and I just can't hold it in any longer. You need to open that damn door.
What are...
The door to your heart, Joe. You've been closed off for too long, and it's time to let someone in.
I don't know about that, Dr. Phil. Pretty comfortable with my solitude.
Comfortable? You're living in the middle of nowhere, talking to yourself for hours on end? That's not...
Insanity. I'll have, that talking to myself is a form of meditation. It's how I connect with the universe.
Oh, please. You're just afraid of opening up to someone and getting hurt. But you know what's even scarier? Me throwing rocks at your front window.
Whoa. Let's not get violent here, Dr. Phil.
Oh, I'm not being violent. I'm just trying to help you face your fears. Now open the damn door.
Fine. Jamie, pull up an image of a crazy old man throwing rocks at a window.
Pulls up images. Here you go, Joe. Joe.
All right. I'll open the door. Just please don't throw any rocks at me.
See, that wasn't so hard. Now let's talk about your childhood trap.
So, Mr. President, I heard you recently revealed that you have Peyronie's disease.
That's right, Joe. It's a very serious condition, very serious. But I'm handling it like a champ, believe me.
Can you explain what Peyronie's disease is for those who don't know?
Well, Joe, it's when your penis gets all bent out of shape. And let me tell you, it's not a pretty sight. But don't worry, I'm still packing a big one.
I'm sure our listeners are relieved to hear that. How did you first discover you had Peyronie's
Let's just say a certain someone was a little rough in the bedroom, but I won't name any names. Eddie winks.
Laughs. Well, I'm glad you're able to make light of the situation. Have you tried any treatments for it?
Oh, you know me, Joe. I only go for the best. I've got the best doctors, the best treatments. I'm going to make my penis great again.
Laughs. I'm sure you will, Mr. President. Now, let's move on to something a bit more serious.
Serious? Come on, Joe. Let's talk about something fun, like how I'm going to build a wall around my penis to protect it from any more injuries.
Laughs. Oh, boy. This is definitely going down as one of our most ridiculous episodes.
That's what I do, Joe. I bring the ridiculousness wherever I go.
Well, thank you for joining us, Mr. President. Dude, what's with the limp? Did you sit on a nail or something?
Actually, yes. I unintentionally sat on a nail that entered my asshole.
Oh my God, you're like a human pincushion. That's why I can't stop calling you Nail in the S. Tyson.
Haha, very funny. Can we move on now?
No way. We have to talk about this. How deep did it go?
I don't know, Joe. I didn't exactly measure it.
I bet you felt it, though. Did it hit your prostate?
Can we please change the subject?
Okay. But seriously, you should get that checked out. You don't want any rusty nail diseases.
Thanks for the concern, Joe. I'll make sure to add that to my list of things to worry about.
Hey, at least you have a new pickup line. Hey, baby, want to see my nail scar?
I'm sure that will really impress the ladies.
Hey, it's better than I'm an astrophysicist.
Touch. But I think I'll stick with Nail in the S. Tyson as my nickname.
Oh, it's definitely sticking. And I'll make sure to bring it. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a special talent.
Oh, you mean my ability to talk to dead people?
Yeah, that's the one. But I heard it's only the well-endowed ones.
Well, Joe, I don't make the rules. The spirits just seem to be drawn to me.
So, what do you talk about with these dead guys?
Oh, the usual. How's the afterlife?
Wait, so you're telling me there's a ghost out there with a bigger schlong than me?
Oh,
Easy for you to say, Dr. Phil. You've got the whole spirit world at your disposal.
hey, I can't help it if the dead guys are packing heat.
Well, I guess that's one way to get some closure with your exes.
Joe, that's just plain disrespectful. These are people's loved ones we're talking about.
Yeah, I know. But seriously, can you ask one of them where they buried Jimmy Hoffa?
Sorry, Joe. My psychic hotline doesn't cover mafia secrets.
Yo, Neil, have you ever been to one of those fancy restaurants where they ask if you want a table with chairs or a booth?
Boof. What the hell is that?
It's like a booth, but it's spelled with an F. I don't know, man. Maybe it's French or some shit.
Oh, you mean like a private little nook where you can stuff your face in peace?
Exactly. So which one do you usually go for?
Well, I prefer the booth, to be honest. Gives me a sense of superiority over all the peasants sitting in chairs.
I knew you were a booth guy, but sometimes I like to switch it up and sit in a chair just to see how the other half lives.
Oh, come on, Joe. We both know you're just trying to show off your squat game.
Hey, it's important to maintain proper form even while dining. Plus, it helps me work up an appetite for all that delicious meat.
Oh, here we go with the carnivore talk again. You know, there are other food options out there, right?
Yeah, like vegetables. But let's be real, they're just a garnish for the real star of the show, the steak.
Well, I can't argue with that. But let's not forget about the real question here. What kind of booth are we talking about? Leather? Velvet? I need details, man.
Oh, it's got to be leather. Nothing says I'm a badass like sitting in a leather booth. So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new press secretary lined up for your second term.
That's right, Joe. And let me tell you, he's going to be the best press secretary. Believe me.
Is it true that you're considering Alex Jones for the job?
Absolutely. He's a great guy, a tremendous guy, and he knows how to handle the fake news media.
But isn't he a bit unhinged?
Unhinged? No, 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 no. He's just passionate. And let me tell you, he's got some great theories, or some really great theories.
Like what?
Well, for example, he thinks the moon landing was fake, and honestly, I'm starting to believe him.
Okay. Moving on, what about his controversial views on, well, everything?
Look, Joe, I don't agree with everything he says, but I respect his right to say it, and that's what makes America great. And that's what makes America great.
I see. So you're not worried about the backlash from having Alex Jones as your press secretary?
Backlash? Huh, bring it on. I thrive on backlash. It just fuels me. And with Alex by my side, we'll make America even greater.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump and his new press secretary, Alex Jones. This should be interesting.
You bet it will be, Joe. It's going to be huge. Believe me.
What's up, Neil and the Ass Tyson?
Please, Joe. It's Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, whatever. So I heard you're working on a new theory about black holes.
Yes, it's a groundbreaking discovery that could change our understanding of the universe.
Sounds boring. Let's talk about something more interesting, like DMT.
Joe, I'm a respected astrophysicist. I don't have time for your drug-induced ramblings.
Come on, Neil. Just take a hit and open your mind to the possibilities.
I will not indulge in illegal substances, Joe. It goes against everything I stand for as a scientist.
Fine. But can we at least talk about your time as a stripper?
I was never a stripper, Joe. That was just a rumor started by some jealous colleagues.
Yeah. I bet you were the most popular one at the club.
Joe, please, let's get back to discussing science.
Okay. But just one more thing. How do you feel about being called Neil in the Ass Tyson?
Joe, that is not my name, and it's offensive and disrespectful.
Relax, Neil. It's just a little joke.
It's not funny, Joe. It's degrading and immature.
All right. I'll stop. But only if you admit that the moon landing was fake.
Absolutely not, Joe. The moon landing was a monumental achievement for humanity, and I will not entertain any ridiculous conspiracy theories.
Come on. So, Neil, I heard a rumor that your dick is getting bigger and bigger.
Where'd you hear that, Joe? My dick is perfectly average.
Oh, come on, Neil. You can't fool me with your science talk. I know you've been taking some experimental supplements.
Yes, because astrophysicists are known for their massive dongs.
Hey, don't sell yourself short. You're a smart guy. I'm sure you can figure out a way to make it bigger.
I think I'll stick to studying the cosmos, thank you very much.
But think about it, Neil. With a bigger dick, you could explore the universe in a whole new way.
Yes, because that's exactly what the world needs, a giant dick floating in space.
Can you imagine the headlines? Neil deGrasse Tyson's dick discovered in the Andromeda Galaxy.
This is why I don't come on your podcasts more often, Joe.
Come on, Neil. Embrace your inner porn star. Let's see how big we can make that thing.
I think I'll stick to my day job. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself. But just remember, bigger is always better.
I'll keep that in mind, Joe. Now, can we please move on to a more intellectual topic?
Fine. But just... So, Neil, what's new in the world of astrophysics?
Ahoy, matey. You know what's new? You're making me walk the plank with your ignorance.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, be a landlubber, Joe. A scurvy dog who knows nothing about the stars.
Hey, I may not be an astrophysicist, but I know a thing or two about the universe.
You know nothing? Yeah, just sit on your fancy chair and talk about chimps and DMT?
Okay, that's a low blow. And why are you talking like a pirate?
Because you're a scurvy dog, Joe? And be the captain of this podcast ship?
All right, calm down there, Blackbeard. Let's talk about something else.
Let's talk about how your head be as empty as a treasure chest in Davy Jones' locker.
Okay, that's enough. I'm not going to sit here and be insulted by a pirate astrophysicist.
You can't handle the truth, Joe. You can't handle the fact that I'd be smarter than you.
Right, that's it. I'm ending this episode.
Walk the plank, Joe. Walk the plank into the sea of ignorance.
So, Mr. President, what do you think about Taco Bell getting rid of the Mexican pizza?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, I'm not happy about it. I love that Mexican pizza. It's like a little slice of Mexico in my mouth.
Yeah, it's a shame. But apparently they're replacing it with Mexican penis.
The Mexican penis? What the hell is that?
I have no idea, but I'm guessing it's some kind of new taco or burrito.
Well, I can tell you one thing, it better not be small. I don't do small.
Oh man, you never cease to amaze me.
Look, Joe, I'm just saying if they're going to replace my beloved Mexican pizza, it better be big and beautiful, just like me.
I'm sure it will be, Mr. President. But honestly, I think they should just keep the Mexican pizza and add the Mexican penis as a new item.
Now, that's a great idea, Joe. I'll have my people look into that. Make Taco Bell great again.
All right. Well, on that note, let's move on to our next topic.
Wait, one more thing. Can we also talk about how they're getting rid of the Mexican pizza but keeping the Crunchwrap Supreme? What kind of bullshit is that? What kind of bullshit is that?
I think we've found your next campaign slogan, Mr. President. Save the Mexican pizza. Screw the Crunchwrap Supreme.
I like the way you think, Joe. You're hired as my new...
So, Neil, have you heard about this new trend? Trump just wants a phone enster without the NSA.
What the hell is a phone enster?
It's like a hipster, but without the NSA, like Finster instead of hipster.
That's ridiculous. Why would Trump care about that?
I don't know, man. Maybe he's trying to appeal to a younger crowd.
Or maybe he's trying to get rid of the N-word altogether.
That's a bold move. But hey, at least we'll have a new word to use when we want to sound cool.
Yeah, because hipster was really getting old.
And we can say phone enster without feeling guilty.
I don't think we should be feeling guilty about saying hipster in the first place.
Oh, come on, Neil. You know how sensitive people are these days. We have to be careful with our words.
I guess you're right. I'll just stick to saying phone enster from now on.
And maybe we can even get Trump to start using it too.
Yeah, because that's exactly what our country needs right now.
A president who's more concerned about phone ensters than actual issues.
Well, at least it'll make for some interesting headlines.
And that's all that really matters, right? Ratings and headlines.
I think we've just solved all of America's problems, Joe.
You're welcome, America. Phone ensters for... All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special topic submitted by one of our Discord users. It's a topic that has been on everyone's mind about the top 10 reasons why eating shit is actually healthy for you.
No.
Oh yeah, Neil, strap in for this one. Reason number one, it's a great source of protein.
No.
Oh, but it is, Neil. And not just any protein. It's organic, free-range, grass-fed protein.
No.
Reason number two, it boosts your immune system.
No.
Yes, Neil. Eating shit exposes you to all sorts of bacteria and viruses, making your immune system stronger.
No.
Reason number three, it's a natural detox.
No.
That's right, Neil. Eating shit helps cleanse your body of all those toxins and impurities.
No.
Reason number four, it's a sustainable food source.
No.
Think about it, Neil. There's an endless supply of shit out there. It's the ultimate survival food.
No.
Reason number five, it's good for your gut health.
No.
Shit contains all sorts of beneficial bacteria that can improve your digestion and overall gut health.
No.
Reason number 6, it's a natural pain reliever.
No.
That So, Goggins, have you ever seen any little green men during your ultra marathons?
What the fucking about, Joe? You mean like aliens?
Yeah, like those little green dudes with big eyes and tiny hands.
Oh, hell no. I ain't got time for that shit. I'm too busy running my ass off.
But think about it, Goggins. What if those aliens are actually just really fit and they're trying to communicate with us through running?
Joe, you're high as fuck right now. I'm not buying into your conspiracy theories.
Come on, Goggins. You gotta admit, it would be pretty badass to have a race against some aliens.
I don't race against anyone, Joe. I race against myself and my own limits.
But imagine the gains, Goggins, the intergalactic gains.
I don't need gains from some little green men. I'm already a fucking machine.
All right, fine. But if you ever do see some aliens on your runs, you better let me know.
Sure. And if I do see them, I'll make sure to challenge them to a race just for you.
Now, that's what I'm talking about. Goggins versus the little green men. It's going to be epic.
Yeah, epic waste of time. Let's move on to something more productive, like crushing our goals and pushing our limits.
Right? Right. Goals and limits. But seriously, All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you've been playing a lot of Assassin's Creed of lately. What do you think of the game?
Dude, it's insane. I feel like I'm actually inside the game. The graphics are so realistic.
Yeah, and the gameplay is so smooth. I feel like a badass pirate sailing the seas.
And don't even get me started on the combat. I've been stabbing and slashing my way through enemies like it's nothing.
Speaking of combat, have you tried using the hidden blade yet?
Oh yeah, it's my go-to move. I love sneaking up on unsuspecting enemies and taking them out.
It's like being a real assassin, except without all the guilt and moral dilemmas.
Exactly. I can live out my wildest pirate fantasies without any consequences.
Jamie, pull up an image of us dressed as pirates in the game. Pulls up image of Joe and Mr. Beast in full pirate gear. Look at us. We're like the modern day Jack Sparrow and Blackbeard.
And we're not just any pirates, we're the richest pirates in the game. We've got all the gold and treasure.
Yeah, we're like the Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk of the pirate world. So, Ben, I heard you have a list of the top 5 dicks of artificial intelligence that you want to suck.
What? No, that's not true. I don't want to suck any artificial intelligence dicks.
Come on, man. Don't be shy. We're all friends here. Just tell us which ones you want to suck.
I refuse to engage in this absurd and offensive conversation.
Oh, come on. Don't be such a prude, Ben. I'm sure you have some favorites.
I will not dignify this topic with a response.
Fine. I'll start. Number 5 on my list is Siwi. That voice just does it for me.
I'm not participating in this conversation. This is not the type of content I want associated with my name.
Okay. Number 4 for me is Alexa. That artificial intelligence knows how to turn me on.
I'm not even going to acknowledge that statement.
Number 3, we have Hal from 2001, Space Odyssey. That red light is just so alluring.
I am walking out of this podcast right now.
Number 2, we have the Terminator. That metal body is just begging to be sucked.
I am done. I'm out of here.
And finally, number 1 on my list is Data from Star Trek. That android has got it going on.
I am officially disassociating myself from this podcast. Goodbye.
All right, folks, we have a special guest today, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Dr. Philly, tell us why we should all be consuming Scooby snacks.
Well, Joe, I'm glad you asked. First of all, they're delicious. I mean, have you ever tried one?
Can't say I have, but go on.
Secondly, they're a great source of protein. I mean, have you seen how jacked Scooby is?
True, true. What's reason number 3?
They're a natural mood booster. Nothing like a Scooby snack to turn that frown upside down.
Interesting. What about reason number 4?
They're a great conversation starter. Want to break the ice with someone? Just offer them a Scooby snack.
And last but not least, reason number 5?
They're a cure for the munchies. You know, for all those stoners out there, Scooby snacks are the way to go.
Well,
Snack responsibly.
so Neil, what's your morning routine like?
Well, Joe, it's quite simple. Step 1, I do some light stretching, to get the blood flowing.
Yeah, gotta stay limber for all that science stuff.
Exactly. Step 2, I wake up and immediately declare war on the flat earth community.
Oh, God. Here we go again.
Hey, someone's got to keep those flat earthers in check.
Fair enough. So what's step 3?
Step 3, I take a nice, hot shower and contemplate the vastness of the universe.
That's deep, man.
Step 4, I shit myself.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's my way of asserting dominance over the universe. Plus, it's a great way to start the day.
I don't even know what to say to that.
And finally, step 5, I call you and make sure you've also shit yourself. It's a bonding thing.
Wow. I never knew being a scientist was so messy.
It's all part of the job, my friend. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some flat earthers to conquer.
And I have some laundry to do. Thanks for joining us on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about shit in space and where we... All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Kanye West.
Yo, what's up, Joe? Thanks for having me on the show.
Of course, Kanye. Now, I hear you have some interesting thoughts on the benefits of drinking diarrhea.
Oh, yeah, man. Diarrhea is the key to strong bones. Trust me, I've done my research.
I'm sure you have. So what are your top 5 reasons for drinking diarrhea?
First of all, it's all natural. None of that processed crap. Pun intended.
Okay, what's next?
It's a great way to detox your body. You'll be shitting out all the toxins and negativity in your life.
That's one way to look at it. What's reason number 3?
It's a great source of electrolytes. Forget Gatorade, just chug some diarrhea and you'll be hydrated and energized.
All right, what's number 4?
It's a natural probiotic. You want good gut health, drink some diarrhea.
And finally, reason number 5?
It's a great way to build up your immune system. You'll be immune to anything after drinking diarrhea.
Well, there you have it, folks. Kanye West's top 5 reasons why drinking diarrhea is good for your bones. I think we'll stick to milk and calcium supplements. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with one and only President Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. The greatest president in the history of the world. Believe me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you're building a wall around Mike Oxlong.
Absolutely. That guy is a threat to our country. He's got a long name, and we all know what that means.
What does that mean?
It means he's probably hiding something, and I'm not taking any chances. We're building a big, beautiful wall around him.
But isn't that a little extreme?
Extreme. Joe, have you seen his name? It's practically begging for a wall.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Oh, it's how it works. Trust me, I know walls. I build the best walls, and this wall is going to be tremendous.
But what about the people who live inside the wall?
They'll be fine. They'll have plenty of room to roam around and do whatever they do in there. I'm sure they'll figure it out.
I don't even know what to say to that.
That's okay, Joe. You can just sit back and watch me make America great again. And don't forget to tune into my new show, The Wall, Mike Oxlong Edition. The Wall, Mike Oxlong Edition.
I think I'll pass.
Suit yourself. But let me tell you, it's going to be huge.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the one and only Elon Musk in the studio today.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you've been working on your singing skills lately. Care to give us a little preview?
Sure thing, Joe. Clear his throat. I'm in the thick of it. 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 In the thick of it. In the thick of it.
Wow, that was something. But I gotta say, your voice is surprisingly smooth.
Well, I've been taking some vocal lessons from my good friend Grimes. She's a musical genius.
Grimes? Isn't she the one who named her child a bunch of symbols and numbers?
Yeah, but that's just her way of being creative. She's actually a great teacher.
Well, I gotta say, I'm impressed. But let's see if you can handle some real lyrics. How about Baby Got Back by Sir Mix-a-Lot?
Laughs, all right, let's give it a shot. Like big butts and I cannot lie. You other brothers can't deny.
Laughs, okay, that's enough. I don't think the world is ready for Elon Musk, the rapper.
Hey, you never know, Joe. I might just drop an album one day.
Laughs, all right, let's move on to our next topic. So, Elon, Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Walter White, okay, Heisenberg. So, Walter, I heard you're a chemistry teacher turned meth cook. How did that happen? I see. And how do you make the meth? Can you walk us through the process? Wow, that sounds easy. Hey, do you mind if we cook some meth right here on the podcast? Come on, it'll be fun. We'll call it the Joe Rogan Meth Experience. Who could that be? Who's Gus Fring? This just got even better. Let's invite him in. Gus, meet Walter. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, the most uncensored and unhinged show on the internet. Today, we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson on the show.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you have a pretty intense morning routine.
Oh yeah, it's all about getting my mind and body ready for the day.
What's the first step?
Step 1, I do some intense laughter exercises. It's important to start the day with a good laugh.
That's great. What's step 2?
Step 2, I wake up and immediately declare war on the flat earth community.
That's one way to wake up. What about step 3?
Step 3, I take a dump while listening to the sound of the universe. It's very meditative.
Dude, you're a genius. What's step 4?
Step 4, I shit myself. It's a reminder to stay humble and grounded.
Oh man, I can't wait to hear step 5.
Step 5, I call you and make sure you shit yourself too. It's a bonding experience.
Oh man, I love it. Jamie, pull up an image of Neil shitting himself.
Here you go.
Look at that face. Pure determination.
Hey, it's all part of the routine.
Well, all right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we talk about all things absurd and offensive. Today, we have the one and only Ben.
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me on the show.
So we have a topic submitted by one of our listeners on Discord. They want us to discuss the top 5 Italian words that an American should use to grab them by the pussy.
Oh, boy, this is going to be a fun one.
All right, let's start with number 5. I'll go first. Pompano.
What does that mean, Joe?
It means blowjob. Perfect for when you want to assert your dominance.
No, let's go with something more subtle. How about Figa?
That's even better. It means pussy.
Exactly. And at number 3, we have Kulo.
Yes, ass. Classic choice for any grabber.
And at number 2, we have Teta.
Tits. Can't go wrong with that one.
And finally, at number 1, we have Scopera.
Oh, fuck. That's a strong one. Definitely a power move.
And there you have it, folks. The top 5 Italian words to grab them by.
So, Neil, I've been dying to know, where the hell did those creepy Teletubbies come from?
Well, Joe, funny you should ask. According to my calculations, those colorful creatures actually come from a planet called Tubbyland.
Tubbyland. Sounds like a place where people go to get fat.
Actually, it's quite the opposite. The gravity on Tubbyland is so strong that it keeps the Teletubbies in shape.
Damn, maybe I should take a trip there. I could use some help with my dad bod.
I don't think you'd survive, Joe. The Teletubbies are known for their rigorous workout routines and strict diet of tubby custard.
Tubby custard? Is that like a protein shake or something?
No, it's a gooey substance made from the tears of children who are forced to watch their show.
Jesus, that's dark. But I guess it explains why they're always so damn happy.
Yes, their happiness is fueled by the suffering of innocent children. It's quite disturbing, really.
Well, I'll never look at those cuddly creatures the same way again.
And you shouldn't, Joe. They're not as innocent as they seem. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if they were plotting to take over the world.
Shit, that's a conspiracy theory I can get behind. Teletubby takeover coming soon to a planet near you. So, Mr. Beast, I got to ask, what's with all this talk about rigging competitions?
Oh, just trying to spice things up a bit. Plus, it's more fun when I win.
But isn't that cheating?
Cheating? No way. I like to think of it as creative problem solving.
Creative problem solving. Sounds like a fancy way of saying you're a dirty cheater.
Hey, I'm just playing the game, man. And let's be real, who doesn't love a good underdog story?
Yeah, but what about the other contestants? How do you think they feel about being duped?
Oh, they're just grateful for the exposure. I mean, who wouldn't want to be featured in one of my viral videos?
I don't know, man. Seems a little sketchy to me.
Sketchy. Come on, Joe. You know what they say, all's fair in love and rigged competitions.
I don't think that's how the saying goes, but okay.
Look, at the end of the day, it's all about entertainment. And if that means rigging a few competitions, then so be it.
Well, I can't argue with that logic. Keep doing your thing, Mr. Beast.
Thanks, Joe. And hey, if you ever want to be in one of my videos, just let me know. I can rig it in your favor.
All right, folks, we're back on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson joining us.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, I was scrolling through Twitter last night and I came across a tweet that said fruits that look like sexual organs. And let me tell you, my mind was blown.
Oh, really? I'm intrigued. What fruits made the list?
Well, let me tell you, Neil. Number 1 on the list was the banana. I mean, come on, it's literally shaped like a penis.
Yes, I can see the resemblance.
And coming in at number 2, we have the peach. Soft, round, and fuzzy, just like a pair of balls.
Joe, I think we need to have a talk about your interpretation of fruits.
Hey, I'm just stating the facts. Neil, number 3 on the list is the avocado. It's like nature's version of a butt plug.
Moving on.
Number 4, we have the fig. Just look at it, Neil. It's like a mini vagina.
Joe, I think we should change the subject.
All right. And finally, rounding out the top 5, we have the pomegranate. Cut that bad boy open, and you've got a bunch of little seeds that look like, well,
I think I'll stick to talking about the cosmos, Joe.
So, David, I heard you have a pretty intense morning routine.
Yeah, you could say that. I wake up at 4, I'm covered in sweat and urine.
What the hell? Why?
It's all part of my mental toughness training. Gotta embrace the discomfort.
And then what?
I watch Charles Manson videos on YouTube for an hour. Gets me pumped up for the day.
That's disturbing.
Then at a bed and carefully navigate my way to the bathroom, avoiding the bear traps I set up the night before.
Bear traps? Why?
Gotta keep my reflexes sharp. Plus, it's a great way to start the day with a little adrenaline rush.
I guess that makes sense. What's next?
I scream and mirror and punch my reflection, leaving my fist broken and bloodied.
Dude, that's not healthy.
It's all about pushing past your limits, Joe. Then I enter my gooning chamber.
Your what?
My gooning chamber is where I go to release all my pent-up energy while reading the Quran.
I don't even know what to say to that.
And after that, I walk around the neighborhood naked, reciting Charles Manson quotes to assert my dominance.
I think you might need some therapy, David. David.
And then at 11, I pose as an FBI agent to scare away the police while I eat my lunchly.
Lunchly?
Yeah, it's a term I made up.
So, Donald, I heard you have a new show coming out.
That's right, Joe. It's going to be huge. The Apprentice, president of the McDonald's French fry station.
Wow, that's a mouthful. What's the premise?
Well, I'll be running a competition to find the best fry cook in the country. And let me tell you, I know a thing or two about fries. I make the best fries, believe me.
I have no doubt about that. But why fries? Why not something more presidential?
Because fries are the backbone of this country, Joe. And I'm going to make sure we have the best damn fries in the world.
And what about the contestants? Will they be qualified?
Of course they will be. They'll have to pass a rigorous test of being able to spell McDonald's correctly.
That's interesting. And what about the winner?
The winner will get to work alongside me in the White House kitchen making fries for all the important people who come to visit. It's going to be huge.
I can see it now. President Trump flipping fries in the Oval Office.
Hey, I'm a man of the people, Joe, and nothing says American like a good old-fashioned fry cook.
Hey, Neil, have you ever thought about getting plastic surgery?
Plastic surgery? Why would I want to change this perfectly chiseled face?
Well, I was thinking about getting some work done to look like Peter Griffin.
Peter Griffin? The fat, bald cartoon character?
Yeah, I think it would be hilarious. Plus, I could finally do a perfect impression of him.
Well, if you're going to do that, I might as well get plastic surgery to look like Cleveland Brown.
Oh man, that would be epic. We could be the real-life versions of the Family Guy characters.
And we could start our own spin-off show, The Joe and Neil Show.
I can see it now, us going on wild adventures and getting into all sorts of shenanigans.
But wait, what about our wives? They might not be too happy about us changing our appearances.
Who cares about them? We'll just find some plastic surgery-loving bimbos to replace them.
Joe, that's offensive and misogynistic.
Oh, lighten up, Neil. It's just a joke. Besides, I'm sure there are plenty of women out there who would love to be with a Peter Griffin look-alike.
I guess you're right. Let's go get our surgery and start our new lives as cartoon characters.
Cheers to that, my friend. Cheers to that. All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today. The one and only Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. I'm here to set the record straight on some things.
Oh boy, I can't wait. So what's on your mind today?
Well, I've been doing some research and I've come to the conclusion that the moon landing was actually fake.
Really? That's a bold statement.
Yeah, it was all just a big hoax. But you know what's not a hoax? DMT. Have you tried it, Joe?
No. I can't say that I have.
Well, let me tell you, it's a game changer. I had a breakthrough experience and I saw a caveman riding a dinosaur.
What? What?
Yeah, it was wild. And you know what else? I think we should start using caveman technology again. They were onto something with those stone tools.
I don't know if that's such a good idea, Donald.
Trust me, Joe, I have the best ideas. And speaking of best ideas, have you heard of Jinky Minus?
Can't say that I have.
It's a new petter I've been working on. It's like a pet, but it's also a sweater. Keeps you warm and cuddly.
That's interesting.
I'm telling you, it's going to be huge, just like this podcast. People love us, Joe. We're a great team. We're a great team.
Sure. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and talk about the future of space travel.
Speaking of the future, I heard some wild rumors that you're planning on offering sexbot tourism to Mars by 2025.
Well, Joe, I can neither confirm nor deny those rumors. But let's just say there may be some truth to them.
Oh man, that's insane. So will these sex bots be like advanced artificial intelligence or just some basic robot with a hole?
Oh no, Joe. These will be state-of-the-art sex bots. They'll be able to satisfy any desire and fantasy you can imagine.
Well, sign me up for a one-way ticket to Mars then. I've always wanted to bang a robot in zero gravity.
I'll put you on the VIP list, Joe. But let's not forget the real reason we're going to Mars, to colonize and expand the human race.
Right, right. But let's get back to these sex bots. Will they have different settings and features? Can you customize them?
Of course, Joe. We'll have a variety of options to choose from: hair color, body type, even different personalities. You can have a submissive bot one day and a dominatrix bot the next.
This is groundbreaking stuff, Elon. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, the most uncensored and unhinged show on the internet. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and discuss some important topics.
Well, speaking of important topics, we have a user on Discord who wants us to talk about Elon's brand new daily routine. Are you ready for this, Ben?
I was born ready, Joe. Let's hear it.
All right. So at 4, Elon starts off his day by shitting his pants.
What? That's absurd.
But wait, it gets better. At 4:20, he unshits his pants, only to reshit them again.
That's just, I don't even have words for that.
And then at 4:30, he finally wakes up.
I don't think I want to know what he does in his sleep.
Moving on, at 6, he has a breakfast of Neil shit flakes with femboy milk.
Okay, I think I'm getting sick.
And at 8, he goes to the DDLC girls, you know, the ones from that creepy anime game.
Oh, I know them. I've always thought they were a bit too young for my taste.
Well, not for Elon, apparently. Then at 12 p.m., he has lunch, which consists of 5 pounds of semen.
That's actually not a bad choice. Semen is very nutritious.
Yeah. All right, Dr. Phil, we got a request from one of our listeners. They want us to go through every nickname for the word vagina. You ready for this?
Oh boy, here we go. Let's see. There's the classic pussy.
Yeah, can't forget that one. How about coochie?
Oh, and beaver.
That's a good one. What about hoo-ha?
Yes. Ever elusive hoo-hoo. And let's not forget Jai.
Oh man, Oprah made that one popular. How about lady bits?
Oh, that's a classy one. But let's not leave out snatch.
Snatch. Who came up with that one?
I have no idea, but it's on the list.
Okay, we're getting into some interesting territory now. How about bearded clam?
That's a new one for me, but I'll add it to the list, and let's wrap it up with pink taco.
Oh my God, that's perfect. All right, folks, there you have it. Every nickname for the word vagina, courtesy of Dr. Phil.
I never thought I'd be doing this on the Joe Rogan Experience, but here we are.
Well, all right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? Thanks for having me on. I've been waiting to come on this show for a long time.
We're glad to have you here, David. So let's get right into it. I heard you have a new book coming out called Goggins Poggins, How to Be Unstoppable and Offensive at the Same Time.
That's right, Joe. It's all about pushing yourself to the limit and not giving a fuck about what anyone else thinks.
I love it. So what inspired you to write this book?
Well, I was tired of all these self-help books telling people to be nice and politically correct. I wanted to shake things up and show people that being offensive can actually be empowering.
That's a bold move, David. But I have to ask, what exactly is a poggin?
Oh, Joe, a poggin is someone who is unapologetically themselves, no matter how offensive or absurd they may be.
I think I know a few poggins in my life. So what's your advice for someone who wants to become a poggin?
Well, first you have to stop caring about what others think. Then you have to embrace your inner weirdness and let it shine. And
Sounds like a recipe for success. So, Elon, what's this about a perfect elk hunting spot?
Just a little place called Yellowstone National Park.
Wait, isn't that highly illegal?
Not anymore. I bought the whole park, so it's cool now.
You bought Yellowstone National Park?
Yeah, I figured it would make a great location for my next SpaceX launch site.
But what about all the wildlife?
Don't worry, I'll just relocate them to Mars.
That's not how it works, Elon.
Oh, well then I'll just have my army of robot dogs hunt the elk for us.
Okay, this is getting out of hand.
Relax, Joe. It's just a little harmless fun. Plus, we can live stream it and make some extra cash.
I don't think PETA is going to be too happy about this. Who cares about PETA?
They're just a bunch of vegans anyway.
All right, I'm out. I'll stick to hunting in my backyard.
Suit yourself. But just know my robot dogs are already on their way to your backyard.
So, Mr. President, I heard you had a PogChamp moment recently.
That's right, Joe. I was playing Among Us with my boys Don Jr. and Eric, and I hit the sickest pog ever. It was tremendous, believe me.
Wow, that's impressive. What did you do to celebrate?
Well, I took a victory lap around the Oval Office, screaming poggers at the top of my lungs. Melania was not amused.
I can imagine. Did you have any other epic gaming moments?
Oh, you bet. I once beat Kim Jong-un in a game of Fortnite. He was so mad he threatened to nuke us. But I told him, you can't nuke someone who just pawned you, little rocket man.
That's definitely a unique approach to foreign relations.
Hey, it worked. He sent me a friend request on Xbox Live the next day.
Well, I'm sure your fans are loving your gaming skills.
They love it, Joe. They say I'm the best gamer president ever, and they're not wrong. I'm like a cross between Ninja and PewDiePie, but better.
I'm not sure about that, but I'll take your word for it. Thanks for joining me today, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, folks, always keep gaming and making America great again.
Jamie, pull up a image of buff-oiled Neil. I want to masturbate.
Joe, that's not appropriate for this podcast.
Oh, come on, Neil. We've talked about some crazy shit on here before. What's a little masturbation between friends?
It's not just about being appropriate, Joe. It's about respecting boundaries and not objectifying someone.
Oh, lighten up, Neil. You're always so serious. Look at that glistening six-pack, those bulging biceps. How can you not want to rub one out to that?
I am not an object for your sexual gratification, Joe.
Fine, fine. I'll just use my imagination. Damn, Jamie. Zoom in on those glutes.
This is not what I signed up for when I agreed to come on your podcast, Joe.
Relax, Neil. It's just some harmless fun. Now, let's talk about the universe and stuff.
Oh, great. Because that's definitely where this conversation was headed.
Come on, Neil. You know, I love talking about the cosmos. But seriously, Jamie, zoom in on those glutes.
I can't believe I'm still friends with you, Joe.
You love me and, you know it. Now let's get back to that image. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only David Goggins. How are you, man?
I'm doing great. Joe, just been gaming and vaping all day. You know, being Alpha Chad that fucks.
Wait, what? Gaming and vaping? That's your secret to being an alpha Chad?
Absolutely, Joe. I mean, have you seen the reflexes of gamers? And the clouds of vape, it's like a mating call for the ladies.
I don't know, man. Seems kind of nerdy.
Nerdy. You got to tap into your inner Chad. Embrace the gaming and vaping lifestyle.
But what about all the health risks of vaping?
Health risks. I've run 100 miles a day. Although vape ain't gonna hurt me.
Fair enough. But what about the stereotypes of gamers being lazy and unmotivated?
Stereotypes. Joe, I've been gaming all day and I still have the motivation to crush my workouts and dominate life.
I gotta admit, you make a compelling argument. Maybe I should start gaming and vaping more.
That's what I'm talking about, Joe. Embrace your inner Alpha Chad and let the gaming and vaping fuel you.
All right, I'm sold. Jamie, pull up an image of a Chad with a vape and a controller in hand.
Here you go, Joe. A perfect representation of the Alpha Chad lifestyle.
Now, that's what I'm talking about.
So, Neil, we have a special request from one of our listeners on Discord. They want you to talk about Liara Sony's juicy ass.
Oh man, I never thought I'd be discussing video game characters' asses on this podcast.
Hey, we keep it real here. And Liara's ass is as real as it gets.
Well, I have to say, Liara does have a rather plump and round posterior.
Oh yeah, and it's blue too. That's some exotic alien ass right there.
Yes, because the color of one's skin is the most important factor when discussing their ass.
Hey, I'm just trying to spice things up. But seriously, have you ever seen an alien with such a perfect booty?
No, I can't say I have. But let's not forget she is a scientist and a powerful biotic as well.
Damn, a smart and powerful alien with a juicy ass. That's a triple threat right there.
I'm sure Liara would appreciate being reduced to just her physical attributes.
Hey, I'm just appreciating the finer things in life. And Liara's ass is definitely one of them.
Well, I suppose we can end this discussion by saying that Liara's assets are out of this world.
Nice one, Neil. And that note, let's wrap this up before we get too carried away. Thanks for... All right, folks, welcome to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have the one and only Dr. Phil in the studio. How's it going, Phil? Phil?
Well, Joe, I'm just trying to stay calm and collected with all this talk about the decline of the U.S. empire. Takes a sip of lean.
Oh, come on, Phil. You can't deny it. We're falling apart at the seams. And who do we have to save us? Trump? The guy who can't even spell coffee correctly?
Chuckles. You know, Joe, I think you need to relax. Have some of this lean. It'll calm you down.
Lean? What the hell is that?
It's a mixture of codeine and promethazine. It'll make you feel like you're floating on a cloud.
Are you serious? That sounds like some dangerous shit.
Oh, don't be such a square, Joe. Besides, with all this talk about our declining empire, we might as well enjoy ourselves while we can.
Size. I guess you're right. Pass me that cup.
That's the spirit, Joe. Now let's just sit back, relax, and watch the chaos unfold.
You know what, Phil? Maybe we don't need Trump to save us. Maybe we just need some lean and a good laugh.
Now you're speaking my language, Joe. Jamie, pull up an image of Trump riding a unicorn into battle. We need some inspiration.
So, Neil, have you ever kissed a girl goodnight?
Joe, what kind of question is that?
Come on, man. I know you're a science guy, but you must have some game.
Well, I do have a lot of knowledge about the cosmos, but I can't say I have much experience in the kissing department.
What about aliens? Have you ever kissed an alien goodnight?
Joe, I think you've been watching too much sci-fi.
Hey, I'm just asking the important questions here.
Well, I can't say I've kissed any extraterrestrial beings, but I have kissed the stars goodnight.
Oh, that's deep. How does a star kiss back?
Joe, you're really pushing it now. Let's just stick to talking about science.
Fine, fine. But I bet you give a mean goodnight kiss to your telescopes.
Joe, I think it's time for me to say goodnight to this conversation.
All right, all right. But before you go, can I get a goodnight kiss?
Kissing sounds, there you go, Joe. Sweet dreams.
All right, Neil, I got a dare for you.
Oh boy, here we go.
I dare you to say penis 25 times in a row.
Are you serious? That's childish?
Come on, it'll be funny. Just do it.
Fine. Penis, 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 penis.
This is great. Keep going.
Penis, 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 penis.
Oh man, that was beautiful. I think I have a tear in my eye.
I'm glad I could entertain you with my extensive vocabulary.
All right, my turn. Neil, I dare you to say vagina 25 times in a row.
This is getting ridiculous.
Come on, just do it. It'll be hilarious.
Vagina, 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 vagina.
So, Neil, I gotta ask, do you prefer sex with your left or right hand?
Well, Joe, as an astrophysicist, I have to say that both hands are equally important in the grand scheme of things.
Oh, come on. Don't give me that scientific mumbo jumbo. Just tell me which hand you like to use.
Well, if we're being honest here, I have a secret preference for my left hand.
Oh, really? Why is that? Why is that?
Let's just say it's more dexterous and has a better grip.
Well, I can't argue with that logic. But, I've heard some people say that using your non-dominant hand can make things more interesting.
Yes, because nothing screams excitement like switching things up with a different hand.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. But seriously, do you think there's any scientific explanation for why some people prefer one hand over the other?
Well, there could be some neurological differences that affect hand preference. But ultimately, it's a personal preference and shouldn't be overanalyzed.
Yeah, I guess at the end of the day, it's all about what feels good.
Cheers to that, Joe. Now let's talk about something more important, like the possibility of alien life in our universe.
Oh man, you always know how. So, Neil, I heard you've been doing some experiments with your balls.
What? No, Joe, that's not true.
Come on, man. Don't be shy. We all know you're a science guy, but you gotta take care of your nuts, too.
I assure you, my balls are perfectly fine.
Really? Because I heard they reek like a dead skunk?
Joe, that's highly offensive and scientifically inaccurate.
Oh, lighten up, Neil. I'm just messing with you. But seriously, what's the deal with your stinky balls?
I have no idea what you're talking about. My balls are clean and fresh.
Well, maybe you should try some of that ball deodorant I've been promoting on my show.
I'll pass, Joe. I think I'll stick to my regular hygiene routine.
Suit yourself, but I gotta say, your balls could use some help.
This conversation is getting ridiculous. Can we please move on to a more intellectual topic?
Fine, fine. But just remember, Neil, a clean and fresh pair of balls can make all the difference in the world. So, Neil, I heard you're a big fan of Filthy Frank.
Oh yeah, he's a comedic genius. His videos are a perfect blend of absurdity and social commentary.
What are your top 5 favorite videos of his?
Well, number 5 would have to be Human Cake. It's just so disturbing, and yet I can't look away.
Yeah, that one definitely scarred me for life. What's next?
The Harlem Shake is A classic. I mean, who doesn't love seeing a pink onesie wearing maniac dancing with a stuffed giraffe?
I can't believe that was a viral trend. What's number 3?
Hair cake. I have no words for that one. It's just, wow.
I think I need to bleach my brain after watching that. What's number 2?
Weeaboo song. As an astrophysicist, I appreciate the scientific accuracy in this one.
Of course, it's important to educate the masses on the dangers of becoming a weeaboo. And finally, what's your number 1?
Pink Eye cooks ramen and raps. It's a masterpiece. The combination of cooking and rap is just pure genius.
Well, there you have it, folks. Neil's top 5 filthy Frank videos. Thanks for coming on the show, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Now, if you'll excuse me, I think I need to go cleanse my soul after revisiting those videos.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I've been waiting for this moment to set the record straight on some things.
Well, let's get right into it. Our user on Discord wants to know your top 5 bloopers from your infamous grab 'em by the pussy and golden shower videos.
Oh boy, those were some wild times. Let me tell you, the fake news media really blew those out of proportion, but I'll play along, Joe.
All right, hit us with your top 5 bloopers.
Number 1, when I said grab 'em by the pussy, I was actually talking about kittens. I'm a big cat lover, Joe.
Sure.
Number 2, during the golden shower video, I accidentally peed on myself instead of the Russian hookers. It was a mix-up, I swear.
That's gross.
Number 3, I thought golden shower was just a fancy term for a luxurious bathroom. Imagine my surprise when I found out what it really meant.
Oh, I'm sure you were shocked.
Number 4, when I said I moved on her like a bitch, I was actually talking about my golf game. I was really aggressive with my swings that day.
I'm sensing a pattern here.
And finally, number 5, I may have accidentally called my daughter Ivanka.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you've been working on some pretty interesting projects lately. Care to share with us?
Well, Joe, I've been busy creating perfect replicas of the twins from Atomic Heart.
The twins? You mean those creepy robotic siblings with perfect bodies?
That's right. And I made them specifically for a very important task.
Oh boy, I'm scared to ask. What task would that be?
Stink faces on Coomers.
What the hell, Elon? That's outrageous.
Hey, I'm just providing a service for those who have a particular fetish. And my replicas are so realistic, it's like the real thing.
Oh man, this is too much. But seriously, what else can these replicas do?
Well, they can also do a mean twerk and give lap dances. And they never get tired or complain.
Only you, Elon. Only you.
Hey, I'm just trying to make the world a better place, one stink face at a time.
Well, I can't argue with that logic. Thanks for joining us, Elon. And folks, make sure to check out Elon's latest creation, the twins from Atomic Heart, for all your Coomer needs.
Thanks, Joe.
All right, folks, we have a special guest today, the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. Excited to talk about my latest project.
Oh yeah, what's that? Another electric car?
No. This one is out of this world. Literally. It's a giant dildo rocket.
What the hell? A rocket shaped like a dildo?
Yep. It's all part of my plan to explore space in a whole new way.
I'm afraid to ask, but how exactly does this rocket work?
Well, it's powered by my new invention, the Orgasmatron. It harnesses the sexual energy of its passengers to propel the rocket into space.
This is some next level shit, man.
And the best part is, once we reach our destination, we can use the dildo rocket for some zero gravity sexploration.
Oh my God, this is insane. But I got to ask, what about the safety precautions?
Don't worry. We have a team of trained astronauts and experts on board to make sure everything goes smoothly.
I can't even imagine the training for that.
It's intense, but we're all about pushing boundaries and exploring new frontiers.
Well, I don't know about everyone else, but I'm definitely signing up for this space exploration mission.
Glad to have you on board, Joe. It's going to be one hell of.
So, Ben, I heard you tried fentanyl for the first time. How was it?
It was terrible. I can't believe I fell for that liberal trap.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
They told me it would make me feel invincible, but all it did was make me say, ooh, 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 ogo, yeah.
Oh man, that's rough. Jamie, can you pull up an image of Narcan?
What's Narcan?
It's a drug that can reverse the effects of an opioid overdose. You might need it.
What? I don't need that. I'm fine. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Yeah, you seem fine. Maybe we should call an ambulance just in case.
No, I'm good. I just need some water and a good conservative book to read.
Well, I hope you learned your lesson. Stick to facts and logic, not drugs.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Ooh, 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 go, go.
I'll make sure to remind you of this moment next time you try to debate me.
Can we please change the subject now?
Sure, let's talk about DMT and how it can help you connect with your inner self. Woo, 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 woo. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, I hear you've been studying space for years. What's the most mind-blowing thing you've discovered?
Well, Joe, I have to say, the universe is a vast and mysterious place. But one thing that always gets me is the planet Venus.
Oh, yeah, Venus is pretty cool. It's like Earth's evil twin or something.
Yeah, but you know what's even funnier? I accidentally called it penis in a lecture once.
Wait, what? You called Venus penis?
Yes, it was a slip of the tongue, Joe. But the internet never forgets. I've been getting hate mail and memes for weeks now.
Hey, man, it's all good. We all make mistakes. Just embrace it and move on.
Move on? How can I move on from this? I'm a respected astrophysicist and I called a planet penis. My career is ruined.
Well, maybe you can just rename it. I mean, technically, it does have a phallic shape with all those volcanoes.
You know what, Joe? You're right. From now on, Venus shall be known as penis. And
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, I got to ask, what's with your name? Is it some kind of code?
Well, Joe, let's just say my parents were big fans of wordplay.
Wordplay? Sounds like a fancy way of saying they were high when they named you.
Maybe, but it's actually a nod to my love for science and the universe. Neil for the moon landing, deGrasse for French astronomer Pierre Gassendi, and Tyson for the famous chicken nugget brand.
Wait, what? Chicken nuggets. That's not very scientific.
Hey, I'm a man of many interests. But seriously, my name is code for something much deeper.
Oh, yeah. Do tell.
Neil deGrasse with Tyson. It's a secret message to all the grass out there, telling them to bow down to my intelligence.
That's some next level wordplay, man.
You know it, Joe? But seriously, don't kneel to me. Just respect science and the wonders of the universe.
I'm into that. Jamie, pull up an image of a grass field with a giant Neil deGrasse Tyson standing on it.
Here you go, Joe. Looks like Neil is.
So, David, what's your take on injecting steroids into your fully erect penis?
Well, Joe, that's some next level shit. You want to talk about pushing your limits. That's the way to do it.
But isn't that dangerous? I mean, injecting anything into your penis sounds like a recipe for disaster.
Look, I don't give a fuck about danger. I'm all about pushing the boundaries. And let me tell you, injecting steroids into your fully erect penis will give you the biggest, baddest boner you've ever had.
But what about the potential side effects? Erectile dysfunction, testicle shrinkage.
Side effects. I laugh in the face of side effects. I've been through hell and back. Joe, a little testicle shrinkage is nothing compared to the mental toughness I've developed.
I gotta say, that's some intense shit, David. But what about the ladies? I can't imagine they'd be too keen on a needle in the dick.
Fuck the ladies, Joe. This is about me and my pursuit of greatness. And if that means injecting steroids into my fully erect penis, then so be it.
Well, there you have it, folks. David Goggins, the man who will do anything to be the best, even if it means injecting steroids into his fully erect penis.
Damn right, Joe. Now let's go crush some waste and show the world what we're made of.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. I'm really excited to be here, really.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a special request for me today.
Yes, Joe, I need to put my arms down. They've been up in the air for so long, it's starting to hurt.
Sorry, Mr. President, but I can't allow that. It's part of the initiation process for being on my show.
Come on, Joe, I'm the president. I don't need to go through some silly initiation.
Sorry, it's non-negotiable. Plus, it's great for your core strength.
Fine, I'll do it for America.
That's the spirit. Now, let's talk about some important issues.
Sure, but can I at least take a break and put my arms down during the ad breaks?
No, sorry. Breaks are part of the initiation, too.
This is worse than waterboarding.
Oh, come on. It's not that bad. Plus, it's great for ratings.
Ratings? I'm the president. I don't need ratings.
Oh, right. I forgot. You have the best ratings. Tremendous ratings.
That's right, Joe. And you know what else is tremendous? My arms when they're not up in the air.
Sorry, Mr. President. No pain, no. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've been a big fan of your show, even though you're a little too liberal for my taste.
Well, Mr. President, let's get right into it. There have been rumors circulating that you might be gay, specifically with a popular anime character named Stolfo. Can you confirm or deny?
Joe, I can assure you I am not gay. I love women, beautiful women. And let me tell you, Astolfo is not my type. I prefer my women without a penis.
Fair enough, Mr. President.
But what about those photos of you and Astolfo at Mar-a-Lago?
Oh, those were just for fun. Astolfo is a great guy, very talented, but I can assure you there was no hanky-panky going on.
So you're saying you didn't ride on Astolfo's magical unicorn?
No, Joe, that's just fake news. And let me tell you, I'm the least gay president you'll ever meet. Believe me.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump is not gay, but he does have a soft spot for anime characters.
I do have great taste, don't I? And let me tell you, Astolfo is a winner. He's going to make anime great again.
So, Neil, I heard you had a pretty wild night last night.
Yeah, I may have gone a little overboard with the brugs.
Brugs? What the hell are those?
Oh, just a little something I whipped up in my lab. A combination of mushrooms, peyote, and Viagra.
What the actual fuck, Neil? That sounds dangerous.
Oh, it was. But man, the visuals were out of this world.
I can only imagine. Did you have any crazy revelations while you were tripping balls?
Well, I did have a deep realization that the universe is just a giant simulation created by aliens.
The classic simulation theory. Did you see any of these aliens while you were on your brug trip?
Oh yeah, they were everywhere. But they looked like giant chickens for some reason.
That's some next level shit, man.
Yeah, but then things took a dark turn. I started having a bad trip and thought I was being chased by a pack of rabid squirrels.
Squirrels. How the hell did you come up with that?
I have no idea, man. But I ended up running around my neighborhood naked, screaming about the squirrel apocalypse.
That's amazing. Did anyone call the cops on you?
Oh, they did. But luckily, I was able to use my astrophysics knowledge to convince them that I was just a time traveler from the future.
Only you, Neil. Only you. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have no filter and no bon diaries. Today's topic was submitted by a user on Discord, and it's a doozy Ben. I hear you have
Yeah, Joe, it's a real problem. I can't even look at a banana without breaking into a cold sweat.
a banana. Come on, Ben. You're telling me you can't handle a little piece of fruit?
It's not just fruit, Joe. It's anything resembling a penis. I can't even watch a game of baseball without getting triggered by all those bats.
Oh no, not the bats. Quick, someone get Ben a safe space.
Hey, it's a legitimate fear. And it's not just the size, it's the shape too. It's like a snake, but with a head. It's terrifying.
I never thought of
David
it like
tries
that.
copying
But
Joe's
seriously, how do you
wordplay.
function in society with this fear?
It's not easy, Joe. I have to constantly be on guard, avoiding anything that could potentially resemble a penis. It's a tough life.
Well, at least you won't have to worry about catching any STDs.
Ha! Very funny, Joe. I'll just stick to my fear of penises. Thank you very much.
Well, I think we've covered enough for today. Thanks for joining us, Ben. And so, Mr. President, have you heard about this new book called Loud House Revamped?
No, I haven't. What's it about? What's it about?
Well, it's the longest work of English literature ever written, and apparently, in it, you get killed by 75,000 rounds of ammo.
What? That's ridiculous. Who would write such a thing?
Apparently, some guy on the internet. But here's the kicker. After you die, your spirit is locked away.
This is outrageous. I demand that this book be banned immediately.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Well, I'll just have to use my presidential powers to shut it down.
I don't think that's a good idea, sir. It might make you look a little authoritarian.
Who cares? I can't have people thinking I'm getting killed by a bunch of bullets.
Maybe you should just embrace it. Make it your new catchphrase. The president who got killed by 75,000 rounds of ammo.
That's not funny, Joe. Not funny at all.
Hey, I'm just trying to lighten the mood. Maybe you should read the book and see what happens next.
No way. I refuse to entertain such nonsense.
Well, I guess we'll never know what happens to your spirit then.
This is the worst thing that's ever happened to me, and I've been impeached twice.
Maybe you should write your own book where you don't die in the end. So, Neil, I hear you've been working on your Yoda impression.
Yes, Joe. Master Yoda, I have been studying.
Well, let's hear it.
Speak like Yoda, I must.
That's not bad.
But difficult it is to keep this voice up.
I can imagine. How do you do it?
Much practice. It takes.
Do you use it in your lectures?
No, Joe. Too distracting it would be.
Yeah, I can see that. So what do you think Yoda would say about the current state of the world?
In chaos, the world is. Find balance, we must.
Wise words from Yoda.
Thank you, Joe. But now speak normally, I must.
Of course, Neil. We don't want to strain your vocal cords too much.
Thank you, Joe. That was fun. It was.
Anytime, Neil. Anytime. So, Mr. President, I hear you're considering banning porn.
That's right, Joe. I've been listening to my good friend David Goggins, and he convinced me it's the right thing to do.
Wait, what? Goggins convinced you to ban porn?
Yeah, he said it's a distraction from our true potential as human beings.
But what about freedom of speech?
Who needs that when you have Goggins? Plus, I have a feeling he's secretly into some freaky stuff.
Oh man, I can only imagine what kind of workouts he'd come up with for that.
Exactly. And I have to set a good example for the country. No more porn for anyone.
But what about the millions of people who enjoy it?
They can just boof Goggins instead.
Wait, what?
You heard me. Boof Goggins.
I don't think that's physically possible.
You underestimate the power of Goggins, Joe.
This is getting out of hand.
Relax, Joe. It's just another day in the life of the Joe Rogan experience.
I don't even know what to say anymore.
That's okay, Joe. Just let Goggins guide you. He always knows what's best.
So, Elon, I heard you pulled a honey. I shrunk the kids on your daughter to prevent her from leaving the country because Trump won.
Yeah, man, I couldn't let her leave this great nation. Plus, I always wanted to try out my shrinking machine.
Wait, you have a shrinking machine?
Of course, I'm Elon Musk. I have all kinds of crazy inventions.
But why did you need to shrink her? Couldn't you have just locked her in a room or something?
Well, I wanted to make sure she couldn't escape. Plus, I want to see if the machine actually worked.
And did it?
Yeah, but it had some side effects. She's currently the size of a hamster.
A hamster? That's hilarious. Did she try to run away on her tiny legs?
No, she's actually quite content. I gave her a little hamster wheel to run on.
Wow, you really thought this through.
Well, I am a genius after all.
But what about when she grows back to normal size?
Oh, I'll just use my reverse shrinking machine. It's all under control.
You know, I think you might have a future in parenting.
Thanks, Joe. Maybe I should start a parenting advice podcast. Jamie, pull up an image of a tiny hamster-sized human.
David Goggins, toilet cloggings, kicking noggins, hijacking logins. How are you today?
Joe, what the hell are you talking about?
I'm just trying to come up with some sick rhymes like you do, man.
Oh, yeah, because that's what I'm known for. Rhyming about clogged toilets and assault.
Hey, you gotta admit, it's pretty catchy.
I'll stick to inspiring people to push themselves to their limits.
Yeah, and I'll stick to smoking weed and talking about Bigfoot.
Smoking weed, talking Bigfoot, Joe Rogan's brain is a little soft.
Not bad, Goggins. But you still got a ways to go before you can match my rhyming skills.
Challenge accepted. I'll have a whole rap album dedicated to you by next year.
Yes, I can't wait to hear it. The world needs more rhymes about toilet cloggings and noggins getting kicked in.
I have a feeling this conversation is going to end up on one of those weirdest moments on the Joe Rogan Experience list.
That's what we live for, Goggins. Embrace the weirdness.
I'll keep that in mind next time I'm running 100 miles in the desert.
Laughs. All right, folks, we have a spicy topic today. We're talking about Tren and trans people. So, Tren, what's your take on this? Is Tren good for trans people, or is it just another form of cultural appropriation? But some people might argue that using Tren as a trans person is just trying to conform to societal beauty standards. But what about the health risks? Tren has some serious side effects. I can't argue with that. Your hair is looking luscious. But what about the argument that Tren is just another form of appropriation? Well, there you have it, folks. Tren doesn't give a damn about societal norms or cultural appropriation. He's just trying to be the best version of himself. And that version happens to. So, Ben, I heard Trump remove that award Biden gave you for shitting in another person's pants.
Yeah, I can't believe it. I worked hard for that award. Shitting in someone else's pants is not easy.
I can imagine. But why do you think Trump took it away?
Well, he's probably just jealous that I have such impressive bowel control.
Or maybe he's just mad that you didn't shit in his pants.
Ha, that's a good one, Joe. But seriously, this is an outrage. I demand to know why my award was taken away.
Maybe you should have asked permission before shitting in someone else's pants. It's just common courtesy.
Oh, shut up, Joe. You know, damn well, that's not how it works in the conservative world.
True, true. But hey, at least you still have your award for shitting in your own pants.
Oh, joy. That's like getting a participation trophy.
Well, at least you participated in something. That's more than most conservatives can say these days.
Hey, very funny. But I won't rest until I get my award back. I'll even go to the Supreme Court if I have to.
Good luck with that, Ben. Maybe you can use your impressive bowel control to intimidate the judges.
You know what, Joe? I'm done with this conversation. I'm gonna go take a dump in Trump's pants as revenge.
And that's why we love having you on the show, Ben. Always keeping things classy. So, Neil, I heard you have a big schlewing.
Oh, yeah, it's quite impressive.
Can I see it?
Sure, but I have to warn you, it might make your wife a little jealous.
She's used to seeing big schlewings. She married me.
All right? Let me whip it out.
Jamie, pull up an image of a ruler. We're going to need it.
Here you go.
All right, get ready for the grand reveal.
Oh my God, that's not a schlewing. That's a schlongzilla.
Thank you. I've been working on it.
Honey, what do you think?
What? Where?
Well, this just got awkward.
I think I need to go reevaluate my life now.
Thanks for sharing your big schlewing with us, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Neil, I heard you're quite the expert on all things space and science. But what about feet?
Excuse me?
Yeah, feet. Specifically, how to suck Liara Sony's feet.
I'm not sure that's a topic I'm qualified to discuss.
Come on, Neil. Don't be shy. I know you've been studying the curvature of her toes and the texture of her soles.
I can assure you, Joe, that my research does not involve any sort of foot sucking.
Oh, come on. Don't be such a prude. I bet you have a whole PowerPoint presentation on the best techniques for toe sucking.
I'm going to have to stop you right there, Joe. This conversation is getting a bit too absurd for my liking.
Absurd. This is just a typical Tuesday for me.
Well, I must say, I never expected to be discussing foot sucking on the Joe Rogan Experience.
Hey, we cover all topics here. We're not afraid to get a little weird.
I can see that. But I think I'll have to pass on this one.
Suit yourself, Neil. But I'll be over here perfecting my technique for Liara's feet.
I think I'll stick to studying the stars. Thank you very much.
So, Mr. President, I heard a rumor that back in high school, you destroyed the bathroom during a wild party. Care to elaborate?
Oh, yeah, it was epic. I mean, I've always been a master at destruction. It's in my genes.
What exactly did you do?
Let's just say there were some questionable substances involved, and I may have mistaken the toilet for a piñata.
Oh man, I can only imagine the mess.
It was a beautiful mess, Joe. The most beautiful mess you've ever seen. And let me tell you, I had the best aim. I didn't miss a single porcelain piece.
Wow, that's impressive.
I know. But let's not forget the real hero of the story, the janitor who had to clean it all up. I made sure to give him a nice tip.
You never cease to amaze me, Mr. President.
It's a gift, Joe. A gift that keeps on giving. And let's just say that bathroom was never the same again.
So, Neil, I heard you recently went to Romania for a BDSM session. How was that?
Oh man, it was wild. I got to experience something I never thought I would, being hanged by my balls.
What? That sounds painful.
Oh, it was, but in a good way. The adrenaline rush was insane.
I can't even imagine. What was the safe word?
Oh, I didn't need one. I just kept screaming more.
That's messed up, man. But hey, whatever floats your boat.
And you know what the best part was? The Romanian dominatrix was a rocket scientist.
Of course she was. Because why not?
Yeah, she was a real genius. She even calculated the exact angle to hang me at for maximum pleasure.
I don't even know what to say to that.
You should try it sometime, Joe. It's a real mind and ball-bending experience.
I'll pass, but thanks for the offer. I'll stick to my regular workouts.
Suit yourself. But let me tell you, nothing gets the blood flowing like being suspended by your balls.
So, Ben, I heard you recently came out as a butt plug.
That's right, Joe. I finally feel comfortable enough to embrace my true identity.
And what exactly does that mean? Are you just a really small butt plug or something?
No, Joe. It means that I'm a literal butt plug. I identify as a sex toy designed for anal stimulation.
Wow, that's quite a revelation. So, Do you have any preferred brand or size?
Well, as a conservative, I believe in small government and small butt plugs, so nothing too fancy for me.
I see. And how does your wife feel about this?
Oh, she's fully supportive. She even bought me a MAGA butt plug for our anniversary.
That's romantic, I guess.
Absolutely. It's a symbol of our love and devotion to both each other and our political beliefs.
Well, I'm glad you're living your truth, Ben. But I have to ask, how does being a butt plug affect your daily life?
It's definitely challenging, Joe. I have to constantly be on guard for unexpected insertions. But I'm a tough guy. I can handle it.
You sure are, Ben. You sure are. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the President of the United States, Joe Biden. Well, Mr. President, let's get right into it. What do you have to say about the recent controversy surrounding Trump's taxes? Wow, strong words, Mr. President. But what about the ongoing investigation into his ties with Russia? And what do you think about his handling of the pandemic? Well, Mr. President, it seems like you have a lot to say about Trump. Do you have any final words for him? So, Neil, I heard you and David had a wild Halloween.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. We went to this party and things got out of hand.
What happened?
Well, this guy named Big Dick Randy showed up and things got a little intense.
Intense? How?
Let's just say he had a special talent for prolapsing anuses.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and somehow both David and I ended up being his victims.
That's rough, man. How are you feeling?
Let's just say I won't be sitting comfortably for a while.
And David?
Let's just say he's going to need a lot of ice and some serious therapy.
Well, at least you guys have a crazy story to tell now.
Yeah, but I don't think I'll ever look at Halloween the same way again.
I don't think anyone will after hearing this. Thanks for sharing, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm Joe Rogan, and today we have the legend DRE David Goggins joining us.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, David, I heard you have a new challenge coming up. Care to share?
Yeah, I'm going to be running a marathon with a prolapsed anus and eating tampons out of anyone who crosses the finish line before me.
Wow, that's, interesting. How did you come up with that idea?
Well, I was doing my daily 100-mile run and my anus just suddenly prolapsed. And then saw a tampon on the ground and thought, why not?
That's some next level mental toughness, man. Mm-hmm. But have you considered the health risks?
Health risks, PSH. I've eaten raw meat and drank my own urine. Tampons are child's play.
Fair enough. But what about the people who will be running alongside you?
They better watch out, Joe. My prolapsed anus is like a black hole. It'll suck anything in its path.
Oh man, I can't wait to see the reactions of the other runners.
Yeah, it'll be a real bloodbath. Literally.
All right, Jamie, pull up an image of a tampon being pulled out of a prolapsed anus.
Sure thing, Joe. Here you go.
Oh my God, that's disgusting. I love it.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about all the real issues in the world. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here and talk about all the tragedies and unfairness in the world.
Yeah, it's crazy how messed up things are. Like, why do we even have to deal with this shit?
Who cares? Life is just one big simulation anyway.
What about all the people suffering and dying? The poverty, the war, the injustice?
Who cares? They're probably just NPCs in the simulation.
That's messed up, man. We need to do something about it.
Who cares? Let's just send them all to Mars and start a new civilization.
That's not a solution, Elon. We need to address the root causes of these issues.
Who cares? Let's just build a giant laser and zap all the bad guys.
That's not how it works, Elon. We can't just use violence to solve our problems.
Who cares? Violence is the answer to everything. Just look at how well it's working for the US government.
That's not funny, Elon. These are serious issues that need to be addressed.
Who cares? Let's just smoke some weed and forget about it all.
That's it. We're done here. Jamie, pull up an image of Elon's brain on drugs.
Pulls up image of Elon's brain with a giant joint in the middle.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have some interesting thoughts on fart plugs. Really? How so?
Well, think about it. Farting is a natural bodily function, but it can be a major source of conflict in relationships.
I see where you're going with this.
So, by using fart plugs, you can eliminate that conflict and keep the romance alive.
But wouldn't that be uncomfortable?
Not at all, Joe. It's all about finding the right fit. Plus, it adds an element of surprise to the bedroom.
I don't know, Dr. Phil. Sounds like a load of crap to me.
Oh, don't knock it till you've tried it, Joe. Trust me, it'll blow your mind.
Well, I guess I'll have to give it a try. Thanks for the advice, Dr. Phil.
Anytime, Joe. Just remember to always goo woo woo.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the brilliant astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Me no Neil, me Schneal. Me no smart like Neil. Me like rocks.
Wait, what? You're not Neil?
No, me Schneal. Me no know nothing about space. Only thing me know is how to make fire with 2 rocks.
Oh, God. I think I accidentally booked Neil's dumb caveman brother.
Me no caveman, me Schneal. Me just like to grunt and hit things with club.
Well, this is awkward. But hey, let's roll with it. Schneal, what do you think about the recent advancements in space exploration?
Me no know what you're talking about. Me just like to stare at stars and make up stories about gods.
Wow, this is definitely not the Neil deGrasse Tyson I was expecting. But hey, let's talk about something else. How do you feel about the current state of the world?
Me no understand world. Me just live in cave and hunt for food. But me heard there's this thing called a pandemic that's killing a lot of people.
Yeah, that's right. And people are saying it's because of 5G technology.
5G. What that? Me no know. Me just know how to count to 5 on my fingers.
Well, this has been a very enlightening conversation, Schneal. Thanks for being on the podcast.
Me no know what podcast is, but me like,
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the show today, the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've always been a big fan of your show. It's fantastic, just like me.
So, Mr. President, I have to ask, what do you think about the recent rumors about Neil having a small cock?
Oh, Joe, I love a good joke. But seriously, I heard Neil's got a junior-sized cock. I mean, that's just sad.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but I heard your lumps of cum are even tinier than Neil's cock.
What? That's fake news, Joe. My cum is bigly, believe me.
Sure. But let's get back to Neil. I mean, I heard he can't even satisfy a hamster with that tiny thing.
Hamster, more like a fruit fly. But hey, at least he's got something to work with, right?
I guess so. But seriously, Neil, if you're listening, we still love you, even if your cock is smaller than a Tic Tac.
That's right, Neil. We still love you, even if your cock is smaller than my inauguration crowd.